On a beautiful Tuesday morning from Marietta, Georgia, we welcome you to the 2022 Junior Nationals Showcase. It's day number 4 from the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta. Along with Jeremy Brown, I'm Steve Lennox. We are delighted to have you on board as we get you ready for our first of 4 games today from the 2022 Junior National Showcase. And Jeremy, give us an idea of what you're expecting from our 2 teams to open things up, Team Orange and Team Maroon.
Well, Steve, first off, really happy to be here, really excited to see what kind of talent we are going to have. I mean, we've gone through the drills already. We've seen players like Slade Caldwell take the field. 7 Alameus yesterday hit a bomb in the very first at-bat he had of the tournament. Robert Barreto, there's so much talent even just on these 2 rosters alone as we look. And I know we got a couple arms that haven't thrown yet that have big-time talent, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring.
And Team Orange will be the visiting team, or the home team, to open up. And, Jeremy, we get a look at Dalen Boykin. He's scheduled to go the first 2 innings for Team Orange.
Yeah, Dalen Boykin here, as you mentioned, he's a strong, physical right-handed arm. He's one I personally haven't seen yet, though, but at 6 foot, 200 pounds, Zebulon, North Carolina native. I know he's an arm that right here, you see the short arm action, he's one that college coaches are going to want to hone in on early this morning.
Pitching in the heat. It's going to be a warm day in Marietta. Temperature expected to be in the mid-90s by midday. So these 2 teams, Jeremy, sort of get the head start on everybody else as we have baseball. And we take a look at the third baseman for Team Orange, Roberto Barreto. He's one of the players that you touched on early on.
Yeah, long, physical, strong body. You see just how broad his shoulders are. It looks like a coat hanger. He's nowhere done physical in terms of his maturation there. Yesterday made a really nice play to the backhand behind the bag at third base. Plenty of arm strength to get it across. His BP was loud. His at-bats were loud. There's lots of strength, and I think he's just beginning to scratch the surface.
Again, Team Orange, Team Maroon, our first of 4 games from the 2022 Junior National Showcase. Steve Lennox, Jeremy Brown, along with you on this Tuesday morning. Jeremy, the National Director for Perfect Game for the 13U and 14U Player Development Program. He's also the Director of College Coverage with Perfect Game as well. He's been with Perfect Game since November of 2012. And, Jeremy, we saw the last 2 teams in college baseball punch their ticket to Omaha on Monday with Stanford winning over UConn in Game 3, and last night it was Auburn and Corvallis over Oregon State. So we've got a lot of exciting baseball here from Marietta on day 4 of what will be 5 for the National Junior Showcase, and then we'll have the Sophomore Junior Showcase getting things underway on Wednesday. Tyler Smith stands in, and he'll start things off for Team Maroon, and he takes a first pitch strike, Jeremy.
Yeah, so you see nothing here for Boykin, just coming out, no nerves, just come out, attack the zone, do what you've done. 84 miles per hour on the first fastball out of his hand.
From Roseville High, head coach at the high school level, Jake Gross.
You can already see a handful of scouts behind the plate. Smith, the switch hitting catcher. He's impressed, behind the plate, both sides of it. His left-handed swing does have a little bit better bat speed, but that's almost to be expected given the amount of reps he gets facing right-handers as opposed to left-handed arms.
In the leadoff spot, and Jeremy, if folks are just joining us for the first time, first off, we want to know where you were the previous couple of days with Brett Dolan and Jeremy on the call, along with David Rawnsley. But a little bit different. We're not playing. We can have a 3-up, 3-down inning, but there are some different things in place for these 2024 graduates down the road at the Junior National Showcase. Give us an idea of what we're looking for during the course of these games.
Definitely. Just like all our Perfect Game showcases, kids are here to show what they have. So you aren't going to walk. If you do walk, you see a 3-2 count here. Say the next pitch is ball 4. The balls are going to reset. Smith will stay in the box with an 0-2 count, fastballs only. So it's kind of a way to even the score here. He knows what's coming, and pitcher knows what he has to throw. This Boykin here delivers. 3-2 for the punch out, still sitting low to mid 80s. So you can have a 3-up, 3-down inning. That was 86 miles per hour from Boykin to finish it off. 3 up, 3 down, 5 batters max. We do keep track of all the pitches back there with pitch counts. We don't want anybody overexerting themselves. This is essentially the unofficial kickoff to summer travel. So guys here just want to see what they can do. And that's really it. If they do walk, we'll put another runner on first base. so we can do it.
Slade Caldwell stands in for Team Maroon. One down, and the base is empty here in the top of the first inning. Great job there, Jeremy, and we'll continue to update people throughout the course of our morning, early afternoon, and evening here in Marietta. Early on, do you see Boykin? And you mentioned, Jeremy, you haven't seen him pitch, but is his delivery, has he been able to repeat his delivery early on here?
Yeah, so far. I mean, some of those balls in the leadoff to the leadoff hitter there, they were close, and you could see those going either way, but he reached back on 3-2, found an 86, pulled the first breaking ball we saw there at 78 from him, but for a big kid, 6 foot 200, it's pretty consistent, pretty short arm action, so it should lead to a bunch of strikes for him. Goes right back to it. I'm not on the field right now, but I do have my stopwatch in hand because Slade Caldwell is one that we have seen. He has been in the 13 and 14U Select Fest, and we know he can run.
Young man from Jonesboro, Arkansas, Mississippi commit.
You ever heard of A3 Trojans?
One of the highly touted prospects, ranked number 20 by Perfect Game. On the ground, second base, Ryan Maxey boots it, and a one-out base runner as Caldwell is able to reach.
You get to see Slade there make an adjustment, notice the spin out of the hand, sit back, and the speed put some pressure on. I had a 4.26 down the line, which is about just about average, even if you're using the MLB scale for a lefty is a 4.2. Probably pulled up a little bit once he realized he was going to reach. So Slade put the ball in play, and good things will happen.
I'm still in auto.
Batter now for Team Maroon is Conrad Kaysen. We'll see Kaysen at shortstop a little bit later on.
This is an exciting prospect, Conrad. You mentioned primary shortstop. He jumped on the mound yesterday, and it was pretty electric, up to 93. Really good changeup, really good slider. The arm is live, and it is one that, if he does continue to focus on what he can do on the mound, it's sky-high upside for the young Mississippi State commit.
From Greater Atlanta Christian School in Lilburn, Georgia. Caldwell reached on the error by the second baseman, moved up to second on the stolen base. You see the commit to Mississippi State and Chris Lamonis.
Coach Lamonis was in attendance for a little bit. Again, just check in on some of his guys, maybe find a couple more for Hail State moving forward.
I had Texas A&M, Mississippi State late in the college baseball regular season, and Mississippi State, as we know, struggled down the stretch. Jeremy, I'll bet you $1 right now they're in the NCAA field of 64 in 2023.
There's no doubt. They have the talent. They know how to recruit, obviously know how to coach. They just lost so much from their championship-winning team that it'd be hard. You see a breaking ball there from Boykin to get the whiff. 69 miles per hour, 12-6 shape to it. So we've kind of seen the bigger breaking ball that he threw to to Slade Caldwell, rather, and he put it in play, and then that one he was kind of able to take off a little bit and pick up the punch-out.
So works with 2 outs in the runner Caldwell at second base.
And there goes Slade.
And he gets in there safely ahead of the tag by Barreto. And now the runner at third base. He's making things happen on the bases.
Exactly. That's part of Slade's game. He's not going to drive the ball over the fence, but he's going to put it in play. The defense is going to realize what he can do with the speed. He advanced to second on a pass ball, steals third, and just like that, he's in scoring position with 1 out.
Harrison Veazey, the hitter.
2 outs, excuse me.
Veazey scheduled to be behind the plate for the first couple of innings, and then we may see him on the mound later on in this game.
Big-time arm strength. Big arm strength. I think at the main event, our showcase, our big one towards the end of the year at JetBlue, I believe he was up to 90 on the mound. So you're talking about legitimate arm strength. He was 87 and popped a 189 the other day in drills. So 87 is an absolute bazooka from behind the plate.
All the players that we're seeing here at the 2022 Junior National Showcase will be juniors this upcoming fall. Is it too early to project behind the plate or on the mound? for VZ?
For VZ, I mean, it's as good as you can get catch and throw skills. So for me, I don't think I would move him from behind the plate yet. We do see high-end two-ways still at this age, so there's no reason to think you shouldn't keep pitching him. And if the arm strength, I mean, that type of arm strength, if he keeps climbing mid-upper 90s, then you might have to start thinking about it. But for now, I say let that arm play wherever he can.
Boykin trying to strand the runner at third base. And with a ghost runner, throw down to second, and the caught stealing ends the inning. So Boykin strands the runner at third. Nice throw down to second base by Alamace. And the top of the first inning, Maroon denied and does not score against Dalen Boykin, Jeremy.
Yeah, that was a nice play there from Alamace. Boykin just continued to keep throwing the strikes. And just a pretty clean first inning overall for both sides.
No scores. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Team Orange about to come to the plate against Team Maroon. Game one of what will be 4 on this Tuesday afternoon. This is day 4 of 5. They will complete things at the 2022 Junior National Showcase here at the East Cobb Complex on Wednesday. And then, Jeremy, we've got the 2022 Sophomore National Showcase. That gets underway on Wednesday as well. Then we'll have games Thursday and Friday with 3 scheduled for each of those days.
Yep. So you had mentioned these are all rising juniors class of 2024. This is the first year we've done this. We would usually have some 2025s right now, but we have implemented essentially a junior national for the class of 2025, which is our sophomore national showcase. And that will allow us to kind of get more players in the limelight, so to speak, with their own showcase kicking up here in the next day.
And this is the beginning of the showcase season for summer baseball, and a lot of travel for these young men over the next couple of months. What do you want to see early on compared to later on in the summer?
It's kind of like almost in the college season at the beginning, where you know that pitchers are going to have the advantage early on. Just it's easier to throw bullpens than it is to really get live reps on field, live look. So a lot of these guys are, from the level of high school they play, going to have to adjust to the types of arms you're going to see now. So while the bats might be a little quiet at the start of the summer, you can expect by the end they'll have their timing, and you're going to see some big-time performances in the batter's box.
Take a look at Team Maroon starting pitcher Ross Felder, Arkansas commit. Arkansas, one of the 8 teams going to Omaha for the College World Series that gets underway this week. What can you give us on Felder, who hails from Springdale, Arkansas?
Yeah, he's a good-looking frame right here. Just even watching those first couple pitches, it is a smooth and clean operation. Everybody tells me he can really spin a breaking ball, so I'm looking forward to kind of seeing what our TrackMan metrics get behind the plate on that. Speaking of which, that breaking ball to Conrad Kaysen that Dalen Boykin used to pick up the strikeout had 19 inches of sweep, so horizontal break, which is pretty good. I mean, the best ones we've had today or this weekend have been 20 to 23 inches, so pretty good stuff there from Dalen Boykin in his first inning as well.
Ross Felder goes to work. First pitch fastball over for a strike. Dane Most at the plate, starting things off for Team Orange. We're scoreless here in the bottom of the first inning. To right field, and a leadoff base runner here in the home first inning.
First couple fastballs here from Ross Felder coming across at 84 miles per hour. You see the delivery and just how simple it is without too many moving parts. 74 mile per hour curveball. Taken the other way.
Jackson Ginther will stand in, young man from Monticello, Georgia. Eastern Kentucky commit, one of the top 500 with his perfect game ranking. Left-handed batter against the right-hander, Ross Felder.
Getting to see these guys play over the course of what amounts to about 20 innings, along with the BP, along with all the drills, we're really getting a good sense of who everybody is as a player. Ginther, a switch hitter, put together nice rounds of BP, really loose swing from the left side, and he's one that you're going to see again throughout the summer. And as you get to watch, you put another, I always like to say, another piece to the puzzle and kind of figure out who he is as a player.
Swung over the top of the breaking ball from Felder. Swings through that pitch and out on strikes.
Felder goes right back to work. Leadoff single doesn't phase him.
At this age, what do you want to see in terms of when they work from the windup with nobody on base in comparison to working from the stretch when they do have runners on? Here's Alejandro Vasquez.
So with that, I want to see, really the big thing is, as you can see the arm there from VC with an absolute, I believe that's VC, with a bullet down to second base. Yeah, it is.
Not afraid to show it off, right?
I mean, if you have it, you might as well, right? The big thing for me at this age is just how can they maintain their stuff? Is your fastball gonna dip, or are you gonna get on the side of your breaking ball a little more? Is your whole delivery just gonna change? Felder here, he's actually, his couple fastballs here been up to 85 as opposed to 84 out of the windup, but just kind of shows that maybe he's not so much max effort and it's more arm talent, not having to really ramp it up out of the windup, get more behind it. So that's one thing I do like to see. Is he fast? Is he slow to the plate? Is he going to give his catcher a chance? Obviously, with somebody like VC, I could be out there on the mound and he'd have enough time with the type of arm strength that he has. So that's not the best example, but good swing.
Fly ball, well hit, left center field. Angling over is a left fielder, Anglem. And Nick Anglem takes care of it, 2 down.
Felder, again, to see the curveball, showing the comfort to it. It's thrown at least once to 2 times to every batter so far. So it's a pitch he has that comfort in, and the pitch I think we're going to continue to see out of him.
Throw down to second base. They've got the runner caught up and out for the final out of the inning as Dane Most as he runs into the out, and a scoreless bottom of the first inning for Ross Felder. All starting pitchers working with runners on base in the first inning. And we saw Dalen Boykin strand the runner at third with a caught stealing on the ghost runner going to second base. And we take a look early on the first inning work of Ross Felder.
Quick and clean and lots of strikes. That's how I like to start it off. Looks like Boykin's going to be coming back out for his second inning of work. Every primary pitcher here, unless they let us know ahead of time, he will throw 2 innings. Secondary's typically going to throw 1 inning, but some are that true two-way talent, so we could see him for 2.
Steve Lennox and Jeremy Brown along with you from the Junior National Showcase, East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Marietta just outside of Atlanta as we get set for the top of the second inning.
I will say yesterday out on that turf, I think somebody said it was about 102 real feel, so it was hot. It was hot, and I'm now in the AC, so I'm happy to be in here with you, Steve.
There you go. And you mentioned that temperature on the turf. I can't help but think about Busch Stadium in St. Louis during the 1980s where they'd have the thermometer in the dugout, and shared with my boys recently that, the players would go in the dugout and they'd have the ammonia towels and they'd put their legs right into the Gatorade cooler, and by the time they went back out there to their fielding positions, they'd be dry.
Right. It's muggy out there. There's no doubt.
Top of the second, no score. Maroon and orange. Game 1 of 4 on day 4 of the Junior National Showcase. The first pitch is up and in.
You got VC back up.
He was at the plate on the caught stealing to end the top of the first inning. Again, we'll likely see VC on the mound as he chases a pitch up at the letters that came in on the hands.
Little running life there from Boykin, up and in. Boykin working more in the 81-82 range right now. We got him up to 85 miles per hour in the first inning, just going back and looking through some of our our guys, our pitches from on the field. It's that breaking ball slipped right out of the hand, pop early, but
3-ball, 2-strike count.
another quick pass at the ball there from VC.
Been in the low 80s so far.
Couldn't imagine having put on the catcher's gear today. Good running life there, back in for the punch out looking.
So VZ out on strikes.
Third strikeout for Dalen Boykin already this morning.
Hitter now will be Tyler Acevedo.
Talking with Brett during his workout, he's a rare Mississippi commit, Ole Miss commit from up north. I'm from Massachusetts and been able to see Acevedo play a few times. You don't often see the Rebs come way up north, but this is a good talent. He's shown well on both sides of the ball. Really like the infield actions. He didn't throw during drills, but the hands were good, the footwork was fluid, and he's found a couple barrels already, so excited to see what he's going to do again.
Young man, Trinity Pauline High School, Middletown, New York, just outside of New York City, and as Jeremy mentioned, Mississippi commit.
His first game, he jumped on a hanging curveball with a double off the wall. The Blue Monster out in left field here at East Cobb Field 1.
5 youth fields around the complex in Marietta. You mentioned the highly talented pitching prospects extended for a second inning. So one thing you won't see from these pitchers, and it is a warm day, so they could run out of fuel quickly if they rev the engine up, but you're not going to see them work into the 4th and 5th innings where the arm might get tired or the lower half might get tired.
No, yeah, 2 innings as Acevedo finds yet another barrel here.
Jumped on that pitch, wide turnaround first, thinking second base. The throw comes in, goes in with the landing gear down, and he's in there hustling at second base with 1 down.
Acevedo thinking 2 out of the box immediately. Picks up his second double of the weekend already. You see him not try to do too much. It's a simple approach of see the ball, hit the ball, got the barrel out front, saw it was going to split the gap. Both outfielders' backs were turned, and he booked it around first base for a head-first slide into second. To go back to your point, Steve, yeah, it's going to be 2 innings of work. We monitor, as we said, all the pitches in-game, so we know how many they've thrown, how it's looking. Right now, obviously, Boykin's maintaining his velocity. Still the low 81, 83. I believe we have maybe an 86 mixed in, so he's holding what he's got to show.
Vasco with a runner at second base and 1 down here in the top of the second inning. Young man from Lincoln, Nebraska, corner infielder from Lincoln East High School. Played in the 2021 WWBA. Academic All-State 2021 and 2022. Sends this one in the air to center field, and Dalton able to corral that one as he left his feet. Oh, pardon me. Base runner there.
Just dropped it in.
Sometimes that'll put runners at first and second.
It's not always how hard you hit them, but where you hit them.
So now first and second with 1 down.
Hey, good lead, babe.
Opportunity here for Team Maroon. Left the runner, Slade Caldwell, at third base in the first inning. Carlos Morales at the plate.
We got Akil Namala here. He younger brother of Arjun, somebody class of 2023 coming into Florida State. I believe he's a top 10 prospect in that class. Somebody we're going to see at Chase Field, the Tropicana for the big boy national showcase here in a couple of weeks. But the younger brother here, Akil, he's been just as impressive already, showing smooth actions on both sides of the ball, and obviously you can see the frame rate there, 6'3", 190. He's going to get stronger.
Lengthy frame. Somewhat of an open stance as he faces Dalen Boykin. Opposite way and foul.
Pretty smooth through that lower half, moving into contact. You mentioned how he starts open, but he does a nice job of closing off with his front side. There's fluidity to those hands as he just punched that one foul, but he's found a couple barrels. He had a solid round of BP, and Akil is nowhere near done scratching his long-term potential.
Good breaking ball there, taken for a called strike 3.
Just a pretty pitch. Went to it. Shows comfort in it. This upper 60s curveball there, landed it at 68 miles per hour. A little rule of what we do here, 2 outs now, 2 on. So this is the 5th batter, meaning the last batter. So should Tanner Sauls here put it in play, it's almost like crazy kickball rules. You just got to keep running because the inning's over either way. Might as well try to score as many as you can.
Boykin trying to strand 2 here. Sauls the hitter trying to pick up at least 1. Tyler Acevedo hustle double at second with 2 down. Vasco reaching with a single. Good job by the catcher Alamaze to keep that one at home plate. See the infielders positioned up the middle, trying to pitch towards the middle of the diamond. Opposite way to left field. Majette going back, this one carrying, and Saul's on his way to second base. And as you said, that's the 5th batter of the inning.
Yep, so they'll roll it there as that one clanks off the top of the wall. You could hear the players, they wanted him to do a silly on second base, but he wasn't having it. I think he'll be happy with the opposite field power here as he clanks it off the top of the wall. Just a really good showing of hand strength there because the front side was leaking a little bit, but he was able to control the barrel enough, and he shot that out the other way.
So Maroon on the board with a run in the second inning against Dalen Boykin as his day likely comes to an end. Sauls credited with a double and a run batted in. See the breaking ball there that he got for a called strike 3. As we go to the bottom of the second inning, and Ross Felder, like Boykin, the starting pitcher, expected to go 2 for Team Maroon, and Felder worked the first inning. Gave up a single. Struck out Jackson Ginther. Got Vasquez in a fly out to left field, and then Most was cut down to end the inning on a potential caught stealing at second base.
A lot of good baseball so far. Had a whole bunch of punch outs, had that double there, a couple doubles that last inning, got a pickoff even, so all these guys are coming out, they're not sleeping, they're showing us what they can do immediately.
Felder, Arkansas commit for head coach Dave Van Horn with the Razorbacks.
They do such a good job of cleaning up in-state talent too, Arkansas.
Don't allow a lot of players to leave the state.
We did see one though with Slade Caldwell getting to go down to Mississippi, so, but it doesn't happen often. He's the anomaly.
Alejandro Vasquez at the plate. He was at the plate in the bottom of the first inning. Fastball's been in the mid-80s. It's a breaking ball chopped towards third base. Saul's across the diamond, and Vasquez retired.
Yep, Felder picking up right where he left off. 84 miles per hour in his first couple of heaters there to open the inning. And then, of course, we see the curveball, the pitch he's shown a bunch of comfort in to put him away. Left it up a little bit, but was able to get him to roll it over.
Brady Dalton stands in.
Dalton uncommitted out of Texas. Outfielder, 6'1", 160. This is one that if he puts the ball in play and is able to split a gap here, even here, we're going to see the speed.
Beats it easily, and he's a one-out base runner.
Yeah, Dalton ran a 6.48 in the 60s, so you knew if that what essentially there ended up becoming a swinging bunt, perfectly placed right there on third baseline. They had no chance, and just like with Slade, if we see him take second or third here within a couple of pitches, even against an arm like Ariston Vesey, it won't be that much of a surprise. Getting some metrics back from that last half inning double from Tanner Sauls. 91 miles per hour off the barrel, 340 feet for the exit, for the distance rather. So safe to say he got a good bit of that ball, huh?
Off the glove of the catcher, it goes to the backstop. And Dalton will move to second base. He is the tying run here in the bottom of the second inning. Jordan Luna at the plate. That one again gets away from the catcher, Vesey. And Dalton now to third base with less than 2 outs.
Just a little
How much?
Go ahead. I was just going to say he was just a little bit mistimed with his front foot there. Now he's getting around the breaking ball as opposed to that big 12-6 shape we saw early. Kind of yanked that one across, and it just scooted away from Vesey.
How much in this situation, Jeremy, do you look at the hitter at the plate, Luna, situational hitting? Do you want him not to change his approach, but he's got the runner at third, less than 2 outs, fly ball gets the runner in from third base, or do you want to see him just approach it a little bit differently?
So it is, I guess to a degree, you want to see how he can handle the situation, but it's also the showcase, so I want to see him just grip it and rip it and see what you can do here.
Does take a called strike 3. That's the second out of the inning.
And you see with Felder here, back out of the stretch, just keeping things simple, straight over the top, arm action, delivery, working downhill real well, 83, 85 miles per hour again on the fastball. So even though he's not there in terms of physicality at 6'2", 178, he's maintaining this stuff very well.
Trying to leave the runner at third base. And Ryan Maxey at the plate. Middle infielder. Starting at second, we'll see him at shortstop. Looks at a strike from Ross Felder.
Maxey, one of 2 Georgetown prep players that we've had in attendance already this trip. So he and one of his teammates made the trip down. Jaden Ovalis, we got to see the lefty throw on the mound yesterday. Now we got to see what Maxey can do at the plate. Good looking pitch right there. That's a pitcher's pitch.
Base hit into center field. And that'll score the runner, Brady Dalton, from third, and we're tied up at 1-1, and both starting pitchers working a scoreless first inning, mirroring each other, Jeremy, with giving up a run in the second frame.
I mean, that ball just scooted past the glove of Felder and found its way into shallow center field. As Maxey gets just enough of that curveball to chop it back up the middle. Had a nice play there from the second baseman to keep it in front of him, but ultimately it is now a tied game.
Gatlin Pitts at the plate.
Pitts' arm strength has definitely been one of the standout tools already. 95 miles per hour across the diamond earlier. I know he ran a sub-7, and yesterday he jumped on the mound and got stronger the more he threw. A lot of times at this age you're going to see players kind of drop off with their velocity. Pitts started low, mid-80s. When he jumped on the mound, by the end he was bumping 90 with cut action. So definite arm strength here, physical, athletic, and checks a lot of boxes that you want to see in a young prospect.
Takes the pitch down and away. Has the count in his favor. 2 balls and a strike.
It looked like a changeup out of Felder's hands. We'll have to see what it is when it comes through.
We haven't seen too many early on.
Haven't seen one yet. Now would be the time to throw one, but could have just been a yanked fastball as well. See just how quickly VC gets that ball in and out of his glove.
Gatlin Pitts from Fairhope, Alabama. Ranking in the top 500 by perfect game. Skies this one in the air, back behind home plate. VZ gets rid of the mask, makes the catch,
Nice play.
and the inning is over. Maxey, RBI single, scoring Dalton, and we're 1-1 heading to the top of the 3rd inning, and we'll see each team go into the bullpen for the first time in this game.
Need to see a little clip here of Felder and just how that arm works, so how it's so clean, comes through. Not a lot of effort, over the top arm slot. Just enough life to it too where he could paint it back over the outer half to the right-handed hitters. I believe I just saw it's going to be Eli Driscoll on the mound next for Orange. Yep, number 22.
Again, Dalen Boykin with the first 2 innings, gave up a run in his outing. And Eli Driscoll now on. In a 1-1 ball game, he's expected to go 2 innings. Team Orange expected to use 5 total pitchers. We'll see how that plays out over the course of this morning. As we approach just past 8:30 a.m. Eastern time on the East Coast in Marietta, Georgia. A lot of these kids just a few weeks ago were in homeroom or first period of class, and you have to take into consideration the kids from the Midwest and even the West Coast. It's still very early in the morning for them in terms of the physical clock.
Absolutely. Hopefully some of them got out a little early. We had let me just scan back. I know we had Mr. Baker out of Australia come through, so hopefully he was able to come in a little early and get himself acclimated. But based off his swings, I think he did, because William Baker found a couple of hard barrels in yesterday's game and didn't seem to miss a beat come live action. So he definitely wins the award for longest travel distance, but we have had a couple players from Hawaii and California, of course, West Coast, Midwest, all over the place.
Shamar McDuffie for Team Maroon. McDuffie, first batter to face Eli Driscoll. Young man, Eli Driscoll from Mobile, Alabama. Right-handed pitcher, will play on the corners on the infield, will also play in the outfield as well.
First pitch out of Eli Driscoll's hands there, 87 miles per hour. You see 6 foot 190, strong kid. Still room to fill throughout that frame, and the delivery, he moves pretty well. Comes down the mound on top of the fastball there, generates solid plane. A couple more 87s so far to open the at-bat against Shamar McDuffie.
We will see how things play out, but coaches can also move around the batting lineup. So if you're keeping score at home with us,
bear with us.
Stop.
Yeah.
For your sanity.
88 miles per hour there on the pitch out of Driscoll's hand. Just misses for ball 4. So McDuffie now knows he's getting fastballs only. Should have it timed up here. I haven't seen 5 of them already, so we'll see how he lets the barrel rip here.
Runner at first base is Conrad Kaysen. Eli's father, Chris, played baseball at South Alabama. His mom, Ashley, played soccer at South Alabama. And has an older sister, Lindley, who also plays volleyball. And is stopped out at 88. Toss over to first base. Young man, baseball, football, basketball, soccer. You don't see that as often anymore, although you'll hear a lot of people talk about and encouraging young student athletes to play multiple sports.
Absolutely.
Jeremy, what? Go ahead.
I think I was going to jump to your question without you asking. I mean, it's our first time working together, and I think we're already on the same page. You always hear, like, oh, just focus on your one sport. Let's do individualized, specific training. But why not let the player in the athleticism just play and go play all your sports? Fire different muscle groups, like football and basketball and even hockey back home in the Northeast for me, track and field. Like, it's going to give you different repetitions of muscles you might not use on a baseball field. And just the overall athleticism, experience, just being a teammate, and I think play as many as you can for as long as you can, as long as it doesn't put you in harm's way of any type of injury moving forward.
Pitch is fouled back to the screen. Just started reading Howard Bryant's book on Rickey Henderson.
Yep.
And Rickey Henderson, born in Chicago, family made it down to Arkansas, and then the migration west to Oakland, where he really grew up, and he was a football standout. What tells you when you see a kid on the baseball diamond that he has a football background? Is there anything that you can take away in terms of skills and movement?
It's almost like when a kid's super physical, you go, man, he must be a linebacker, or he must be a running back with how quick they are. You see the 60 times and see how they're built. I don't think there's any direct correlation other than even athleticism. I know there's some players in attendance with this group who are high-end type collegiate level football prospects already as well. We've seen them throughout the years with Jerrion Ely at Ole Miss. Kyler Murray even played in some of our stuff. As McDuffie finds a barrel there, flying out to deep center field. So we have seen it. Even Dylan Lonergan in the class of 2023, he was a select festival player as an arm, as a pitcher, but he's also one of the highest-end quarterback prospects in the class of 2023. So you still definitely are seeing the two-way types, the two-sport types, three-sport types. And I think it's fun to watch them. You see the highlights, and you're like, oh, man, I just saw your huddle, and you really are athletic.
Batter now, Langston Rupert. Eli Driscoll, first inning on the mound for Team Orange, shares a story on his bioinformation. Lost his grandfather, who he shared was his best friend. His grandfather died of lung cancer back in 2016. How about the responsibility of this young man after his grandfather passed away? His relationship grew with his grandmother, and he would stay at the house with his grandmother at times after his grandfather's passing. That shows the maturity of the young man.
Absolutely. And for a lot of these kids, it's family first, and Langston took care of that right away for sure. And while still excelling on the field. He's had a good showing so far here at the Junior National Showcase.
Langston Rupert now at second base with the stolen base. Each team plating a run in the second. Dalen Boykin for Team Orange worked a scoreless first inning. Same for Ross Felder, both starters allowing runs in the second inning. In on the hands, good job there. That fastball had some life to it.
Oh yeah, and it's a very consistent velocity here too for Driscoll, sitting basically 86, 87 with every fastball out of his hand. Has touched an 88. You saw a curveball a couple pitches back to Rupert at 71. So there's no denying the arm strength here for Driscoll. You can see the radar guns rising up and down from the college coaches in the back.
Pitch fouled off.
Take a look back at some of Rupert's numbers already. A 6.94 in the 60-yard. Through 92 from the outfield, 87 across the infield. So a little bit of versatility there. Arm strength will allow him to play wherever. Can move well as a sub-7 runner. Lays off that curveball down in the dirt. Evens the count to 2-2.
From Charlotte, North Carolina, Hickory Grove Christian High School. Out on strikes, and that is out number 2.
Unlike a regular game where you kind of get to see an arm every 2-3 times through the lineup, depending on how the offense is firing, these players are coming up and every single at-bat is against a different arm. So you're having to make an adjustment. You have to pay attention on the on-deck circle to know, kind of get an idea of what you're going to see in the box.
Gael Nader at the plate with 2 down and the runner at second base. Looks at a first pitch strike.
Nader, like Acevedo yesterday, his teammate jumped on a curveball. I believe it was a curveball. Went double off the monster of his own.
Off the glove of the catcher, Alames. That allows the runner to move up to third. Conrad Kaysen, lead runner at third base. We'll see what Driscoll can do here as he hopes to strand that base runner. These pitchers waste little time. Get the ball back from the catcher, get into that rhythm, toe the rubber, take the sign, and go right back to work.
Just try to get your innings in before the sun reaches its peak right now. That would be my game plan. Get it going.
In and
call
out,
it a
get
day.
our guys in the dugout. Yes, out of the sun.
Still seeing the 86s, 87s out of Driscoll's right hand, so he can maintain his velocity. He had a that bat against Shamar McDuffie. Ultimately won it with a line out to center field.
Towards third base. Throw across the diamond in time. And the runner left at third base by Eli Driscoll did a nice job showing poise there. Got the ground out off the bat of Nader.
Nice pick, too, at first base from Cohen Gomez, a Stanford commit, a Omaha-bound Stanford commit. Nader ran well in the 60s, so the third baseman knew he had to get rid of it. A short hop onto first, but playing the turf, Cohen Gomez was able to pick it out, record the out, finish the inning for his pitcher.
What do you like about his lower half?
He engages it well. He's able to come down the mound. He's strong. You see him work over it. Falls off a little bit towards the first base side, something that as he gets stronger, drive down on towards the plate. You see a couple of college recruiters there hiding in the shade, getting some looks. He's a strong kid. He's 6 foot, we had said, 200. He looks even 190 rather. He looks stronger and bigger on our monitors here as Brady Davis is set to toe the rubber for Maroon. And he's one that I had never personally seen, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of in the second inning.
Felder going the first 2 innings. Davis, Louisville commit, ranked just outside the top 100 by perfect game. And he gets ready to go to work here in the bottom of the third inning in a 1-1 ball game. Steve Lennox, Jeremy Brown, glad you're with us. 2022 Junior National Showcase from the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. This 5-day event wraps up on Wednesday with 2 more games. We'll have 3 more games following this one. Scheduled start times today, 11 at 2, and then a little later this evening when perhaps there'll be a reprieve with Game 5 or Game 4 today scheduled for 5 p.m. Eastern. Back in the dugout, we were just touching on that. Stay in the shade, stay hydrated, keep the smiles going.
We got the fans ripping. We're bottom, 3 now? We're moving along nicely. I believe this is an. Oh, I don't believe in the jinx. What I say doesn't.
I don't either.
Doesn't affect what
but,
happens on the field.
I at least have to acknowledge it. I do that all the time at work when I'll
Anytime
do studio or updates for ESPN and Sunday Night Baseball. I'll go in there around 8:30 and say, "Boy, this game's moving right along." And I've occasionally had an object or two, paper, rolled up paper or something, but thrown in my direction.
Well, we've
Nicholas
seen Davis.
Vega.
We've seen Davis before. We know he's got arm strength and can throw strikes, so I'm not worried here. A Louisville commit. He's one that really jumped on the scene last fall. Kind of, as mentioned during the drills portion, his brother's committed to Louisville, loaded up with tools as well, and Brady looks to follow suit of older brother. '87 first pitch there from Brady Davis.
Shortstop. Vega retired.
You see how short Brady Davis's arm action is, even at 6'2", 195. He's able to power that ball downhill. And I have a feeling that ground ball is something we're going to see a lot of here over the next 2 innings.
A.J. Vasco taking the throw from Shamar McDuffie. Adrian Jimenez at the plate. Started the game at shortstop. We'll see him at second base and also on the corner in left field. Later on in this game, fouls that one off.
Davis sitting 87, 88 so far with his fastball. You see the helmet there on Jimenez. He's a 13U Select Festival alum back in 2020 in Oklahoma City. Really nice round of BP. Simple. Didn't try to do too much. Found the barrel often. So let's see if he'll find one here in game.
We saw Brady Davis, Jeremy, it was one of his warm-up tosses. He was throwing live, and we saw him in. What's he got to do to get that breaking ball down? Is it the release point?
It's more, you look at the velocity of his breaking ball and look at the velocity of his fastball. It's just going to be a matter of maintaining the arm speed, being able to get on top of the ball as opposed to trying to guide your arm through, almost as he did there. Much better arm speed, able to land it for a strike and essentially record an out as a result.
McDuffie takes care of that one on the pop-up. Boy, right now we're third inning, game 1 of 4. Jeremy touched on it. We're moving right along. And I'm going to, for the first time, thank Brett Dolan. And I'm going to thank Jim Jenks as well, because they gave us sort of the scorecard, if you will, and I'm kind of flipping back and forth with position players. Here's Trey Majette at the plate. Skies one foul, third base side.
Trey's had a nice showing so far. I like the BP. He got another one that didn't try to do too much. Left-handed swing yesterday. Poked a single the other way. Showed some barrel control through the zone, as he does so there as well.
McDuffie on to first, and a quick and easy 1-2-3 inning for Brady Davis. And Davis will stay on the mound. May have heard the coach in the background. So we see McDuffie show the range. Nice pick at first base by A.J. Avasco.
So it's a quick inning for Davis. He had his 3 batters. Sometimes if you get 3 outs with the ghost runner and only face 2 batters, we'll keep you out for a minimum of 3. I'm guessing Davis came in with the game plan of throwing just 1 inning rather, but he went so quick we want to make sure we can actually get some time there to evaluate him. Getting some more metrics. We have that TrackMan system behind the plate. We got up to 24 inches of inverted vertical break on the fastball here for Davis, which means it's coming out of his hand with very good spin, backspin to it through the zone.
So he gets 4 outs in the inning.
4 outs on what? 4 outs on about 13, 14 pitches. I'd say it's a good day.
1-1 ball game. Steve Lennox, Jeremy Brown, 2022 Junior National Showcase on Perfect Game TV.
Nice showing from Davis, and if you blink, you're going to miss it, even with 4 outs. That IVB on the fastball is not something we're going to see often, a number as high as what we just saw out of Brady Davis's hand. I'm no metrics guru or specialist, but I know that's very good. Just as we had talked about the curveballs, as he started throwing them more, he started at 73, 74. Literally, it went in order of 73, 74, 75. He ended up 76, 77 on those last 2 to get the out on Aaron Babayu. We got Driscoll coming back out for his second inning of work. Eli Driscoll, uncommitted right-hander out of Alabama.
Scheduled to go 8. We could go as many as 10 based on how pitching lines up for teams today and tonight.
All right. I'm going first because Theo's going.
See the cameras working behind home plate. Scouts, college recruiters in attendance. The beginning of long summers of baseball on the travel circuit for a lot of these players, a lot of the families as well. As we start things off here in the top of the 4th inning, Nick Anglem, outfielder at the plate, see uncommitted as a rising junior.
Ran in on his hands there. Yeah, those cameras, our guys have been cutting video nonstop. They're almost getting it up on social media, on the Perfect Game Showcase, Perfect Game Scout platforms, on Twitter, Instagram. They're cutting it up, and it is on almost instantaneously with full breakdowns. We got slow-mo. We got everything you need on all these players, so go check it out whenever you get a second.
Fastball taken upstairs.
Driscoll opening up his second inning of work, 84-85 on the fastball so far.
Comes in tight at the letters. Anglem from Omaha, Nebraska. Omaha Westside High School. Middle of 3 children, Ryan and Katie.
Driscoll
has a
misses
cousin,
just high.
Garrett, who plays baseball at Nebraska. His grandfather, Ron Anglem, wrestled at the University of Nebraska, Omaha. Talked about football players who also play baseball, or baseball players who also dabble in football. Anglem, young man, 3.8 GPA in the classroom. High honor roll for first 2 years of high school. Tom Brady is someone, as a pro athlete, that he admires. 3-ball, 2-strike count.
You see our arm here starting to find his release point a little bit. Slade Caldwell over on first base as our ghost runner for the walk, so he's been keeping a close eye on him, and rightfully so.
Must be nice for a coach or a manager to put a guy like Slade Caldwell up there.
So they did say, yes, Brady Davis is just going to throw 1 inning, so that's why we did the extra batter there to end it. Let our scouts behind get kind of a better look at who he is as an arm. Obviously ranked 101 in the country. We do know who Brady Davis is, but players change almost weekly here right now at this age, continue to grow, get stronger, add to their repertoire, so good look there to get to see Brady on the mound.
We'll know that he retired all 4 batters in 1 inning of work.
Yeah.
Although an inning and a third scoreless.
That's right. And Driscoll here still just sitting very casual at 86 miles per hour, more or less where he opened up, and continues to attack the strike zone.
What stands out for you in terms of velocity for young man who's about to go into his junior year of high school. You'll have guys, we'll see guys in the 90s, but if they're in the mid 80s with room to grow.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't have to be physically maxed out right now or touching 96, 97. I mean, we have seen that. Last year at this event, Walter Ford, who has since reclassed, ball gets away, and there goes Slade with his speed. Walter Ford now looking like a potential first-round pick, but was up to 97 on this mound last year. In this event, we've already had a handful of 90-plus guys. Conrad Case in 93, 93 from Landon Victorian. But we also have a lot of guys mid-upper 80s that you look at and say, come next year with your physical projection and how clean your arm action is, you're going to be right there with the top guys in the class. So by no means is this a show-me-what-you-got-now type event.
Strikeout for the first out of the inning.
See Driscoll here. Opened up, fell behind in the count early, and he's just continued to battle, keeps throwing strikes. And that front side opens up a little bit, but the arm's so quick to come through on time, and it helps add some running life in on the hands of that right-handed hitter.
Nick Cucci at the plate, takes a breaking ball down and away.
Cucci, a South Alabama commit, Tampa native. See those hands start pretty low at the beginning. Has some rhythm to them, but gets them into a good spot. Driscoll able to sneak that fastball by him. And you can see Cucci
ranked top 25. Here you go. Go ahead, Jeremy.
It was like back-to-back, too, I think, to end the inning. It was just complete slide, dive, fully extended, makes the plays. 2 times.
Those the plays made by Cucci on Monday. Junior National Showcase got underway on Saturday.
I think he
Left
got all of that
field
one.
and deep, and forget about it.
I mean,
A
that
point
sounded
towards
like
the
a
dugout.
cannon.
Yes, off the bat. As Cucci rounds the bases and gives Team Maroon a 3-1 lead. We'll get exit velocity on that one, I'm sure.
Absolutely, yeah. We were talking about getting his hands in a good spot. I think he's going to like how that swing resulted. Got a fastball up, and he knew it the moment he got it. You'd watch him track the ball, gave it an extra second. That was 99 miles per hour off the barrel, 365 feet. So he got a lot of that one.
Landon Mack will get in the bat here.
MLB stadiums have some sort of horn for any type of home run, or you got some fireworks that shoot off. This is just a train in the background that's perfectly timed for the Cucci home run. So you hear that in the speakers. That is not planned. That is just a 9 o'clock train rolling through. Landon Mack of Rutgers commit. A lot of people were shocked when Rutgers wasn't announced in the final field of 64 after the game they had, or the year they had rather, but Mack is one good-looking bat that we've seen perform already, BP and live action.
Rutgers, North Carolina State, NC State made it to Omaha last year and had its season canceled with COVID. At the College World Series, those two schools were in the conversation of last 4 in, last 4 out, on the outside looking in when the field of 64 was announced back on Memorial Day. Hard to believe it was now over 2 weeks ago.
It goes quick, don't it? Just like these
Certainly
innings so
does.
far for us. This might be one of the longest trains in America. Landon Mack's swing in BP was loose and fluid, and yesterday found a couple barrels, picked up, I believe, one base hit, single to left field, and currently ranked 362 in the country. There's a lot to like here, and Rutgers is doing something right, and they identified Landon Mack early on in the process. 6'8" runner, 85 miles per hour across the diamond, so looks like another one heading to head coach Steve Owens' way.
I believe we'll see him on the mound in the bottom of the inning. Left side, they go to second for one, return throw back to first, and they're able to turn it.
Another
Vasco taking the throw, and he's done a nice job defensively at first base.
2 picks for Cohen Gomez and 2 innings, so that's a pitcher's got to love that. Nice turn there. The second baseman didn't have any footwork underneath him. Kind of straddled the bag, had the runner coming in on him, in and out of the glove. Gomez with a nice stretch pick, and Driscoll's got to love that, coming off the mound.
I do apologize on identifying Gomez there. Thank you, Jeremy.
Quick look back at Brady Davis here in case you missed it. All 4 of his outs. It was quick. It was less than 15 pitches, and it was an impressive showing for the young Louisville commit.
Nick Cucci, 2-run home run. And the top of the 4th inning. Team Orange will come to the plate in the home 4th inning, down 2 runs. Orange with its run in the 2nd inning.
Back here at Eli Driscoll, the uncommitted right-hander out of Alabama. Came out, attacked the strike zone, mid-80s, held it well throughout. I believe he topped out at 88 miles per hour, showed some good running life in on the hands of right-handed hitters. A couple more RCs in attendance. I think that's Michigan and Georgia. Sean Kinney, Coach Schnabel, used to be on the same staff at Michigan. And right on cue, here's Landon Mack on the mound. No time to breathe. Batter's box or pitcher's mound in 2 seconds.
What are the college recruiters looking for early on in the summer season?
Just like I would imagine it's similar to what we look for with a tool, maybe 2 tools. Just kind of, do you have a relationship with who that kid plays for? Is the kid from your state or your area? Really want to identify the guys in your backyard. Don't want to let any type of competition come in and scoop them up. But at the same time, they've done their homework. They know players who might have family ties to the school. And this probably isn't the first time they've heard or seen these guys. Obviously, if they've been invited to an event like this, they are already a known prospect. So now they're doing their homework and kind of getting some more details, more thoughts on these guys as they go back and continue to build out their board of recruits for the 2024 class.
Landon Mack completing his warm-up process. From the batter's box to the pitcher's mound for Mack.
See a real short arm action here from Landon Mack.
Jeremy mentioned Rutgers commit. He is from the state of New Jersey. I'm going to touch on that for a moment as we were discussing college recruiters, Jeremy. And you don't want kids leaving from your backyard. And fortunate to do the Gainesville Regional, Central Michigan, Liberty, host Florida, and Oklahoma. Sooners going to the College World Series as we see Ethan Rosa at the plate. Jordan Bishel, head coach at Central Michigan. I was touching on the Great Lakes Stakes and even the Northeast kids, like Landon Mack. And Coach Bishel from Central Michigan told us in conversation before the regional that, you know, we've got terrific high school baseball in the state of Michigan. We know the top talent. We're going to lose a majority of the top talent to schools down south. We've got to keep those middle tier college prospects in our backyard, in our Michigan schools. Touch on recruiting for a Southern school looking at kids in the Northeast or even in that Midwest region?
You're seeing a lot more of them committing early because even with the draft, there's almost that stigma of, as Landon Mack there picks up the strikeout on his second breaking ball of the game, been up to 86 with the heater. Even with the draft, you get well, he's from the Northeast, so it's a low mileage arm, or it's a bat that hasn't had as many reps as someone from Florida. And you're seeing that with college recruiters. Obviously, the perfect game landscape has grown so much that these kids are from the northern states, cold weather states, but they're coming down and they're spending summers down in the baseball hotbeds, the Texases, the Floridas, the Georgias. So they're getting seen at an earlier and earlier age, and these SEC, ACC, Power 5 schools are scooping them up pretty early in the recruiting process.
Eli Stevens at the plate.
And a Mac 85-86.
Mac struck out Ethan Rosa to get things going here.
Yep. He's a primary
wondering
bat.
when we're going back to the top of the lineup. We're not there yet.
Just keep going. I think we're about 25 batters per lineup right now, so it feels.
Good pitch there is Stevens swung right on through it.
Mac listed as a primary shortstop, I believe, but throwing 3 pitches for strikes already. We've seen a changeup, a curveball in the low 70s, and a mid-70s changeup, rather, low 70s curveball.
We have not had a lot of deep counts, but a 3-2 count here on Eli Stevens. Couple of strikeouts for Landon Mack.
Has some life to that fastball through the zone here as you see him coming to the inner third half, pick up it. Another second swing and strikeout in as many batters. So primary shortstop, but he's got some feel for pitching too.
Could he be a two-way guy at Rutgers?
I don't see why not. I mean, it seems to be more and more of a trend heading that way. I mean, I guess Shohei doing it in the big leagues has kind of shown like it can be done. We've seen it in college throughout the years. Of course, Brendan McKay, players of that nature. But if he's going to continue to do it, we'll see what he can do. It is hard, though, being a shortstop and swinging it at this level. Like, Mac will probably stay on the left side, so we'll see, though. He's got the talent for it.
Alamace at the plate. Lucan Baker comes to mind.
Another one, yep. Home run maker, Lucan Baker. He hit some balls
Casey
very
Kelly
hard.
years ago with the Padres.
Yep.
Opposite way to right field. And this one's slicing out of play.
Alamaeus got game 2 yesterday, kicked off in a big way, led off the game, promptly went yard, up and over the monster. So there's strength here in his bat. Committed to Wake Forest, and the strength will play nicely right there.
Jeremy, you're from Massachusetts, so you know this well. And I moved to Connecticut in 2010, and I forget the year. It was early on in moving up to Connecticut from Delaware, and brought my son to the Cape Cod League All-Star game that was at Fenway Park.
Yep.
And Fenway, of course, hosts and is home of the Red Sox, but a lot of amateur games, a lot of college games played at Fenway Park. And kids coming into this ballpark in East Cobb, at the East Cobb Baseball Complex, you see that monster out in left field. It can be intimidating, but at Fenway, as a ball gets sliced in the air down the right field line, Fenway, you're going to go for it. You're going to tell yourself during batting practice you're going to go for it because it's basically right behind the shortstop.
Yeah.
But you do have to go over that, 37-foot wall.
Right. I mean, so we do our main event showcase down in Fort Myers at the spring training home of JetBlue. Yep. So we do BP there, and kids, it's a daunting task, but it's one that a challenge that a lot of them want to take to see, can I put it up and over, or am I going to put my own dent into the monster?
How about Landon Mack? Strikes out 3 in the inning. Went deep on a couple of hitters, but strikes out Alamace. Gets a that-a-boy from his teammates. Got a 3-1 ball game, Maroon leading as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning.
ramped it up to 87 miles per hour there to end his best fastball of the outing. So he picked up a strikeout looking on a 70 mile per hour curveball and then back-to-back swinging on an 86 and an 87 mile per hour heater.
What did you make of his landing with that front leg? It seems stiff.
It's a little open, yeah, but, I mean, secondary arm. It's got the short arm action, so that the shorter landing, harder landing with that front side should help generate a little bit more sink working against that front side. And, I mean, whatever he's doing right now seems to be working if he's going to punch out the side. I'll take it. Number 14 in pitching, this is Kyle Lockhart.
He'll be the third pitcher used by Team Orange.
Younger brother of Houston and now, or most recently, Arkansas Razorback Lyle Lockhart, left-handed arm for the Razorbacks. Ran a 6.67, I believe, early on. Got to see him switch hit throughout BP, and now primary arm, we'll get to see what he can do on the mound.
Lockhart from Friendswood, Texas, part of the Sugar Land metropolitan area in Houston, Texas. Mentioned his brother.
Yep.
Now in the Dodgers system after pitching at Arkansas. Sister Kylie, college volleyball player. She's at Nicholls State University. Or was, pardon me, both older siblings to Kyle, who is on here in the 5th inning.
Obviously, warm-up pitches and game pitches are a little different in terms of intensity, but it's pretty smooth arm action, fluid operation overall here for Lockhart. So let's see what he can do now with the batter stepping in.
You're identified as a pitching talent, not only in the state of Texas, but in that Houston area. You're making a name for yourself. You're in some select company.
You're off to a good start, that's for sure.
Nicholas Vega going out to the mound. A couple of words of encouragement, perhaps, for Lockhart, who goes to work. And Carlos Morales at the plate from Valrico, Florida. Chases a pitch up and away.
See Lockhart just coming out and attacking immediately. Here's my fastball, come and get it, he says.
Bob Gibson said, if you can hit it, you're a better man than me. Not too many were in that case.
Pair of 86s so far from Lockhart on the mound.
His delivery remind you of anyone?
I'll have to watch a couple more, but I'm sure somebody will come to mind. Do you have somebody in mind?
I feel like it's right on the tip of my tongue, but I'm not there. I think I agree with you. Need a couple more. Whacked on the ground through the left side. And a leadoff base runner for Team Maroon here in the 5th inning, as Carlos Morales is able to reach.
77, 78 mile per hour curveballs here from Lockhart. A nice swing there from Morales, just kind of recognized the spin and able to stay on it.
So a base runner here in the top of the 5th inning. Tyler Smolinski gets an at bat, sends us one in the air to right field, and picked off by the right fielder. Babayev makes the catch.
Lockhart ran that one in on the hands, and Smolinski did a nice job pulling him in. Stayed short to the ball, kind of cut off his finish there, and able to poke it out to right, but right to the glove of Aaron Babave.
Jay Stansel stands in for Team Maroon. His first at bat.
We got to be making it to the top here shortly.
Kyle Lockhart giving up a leadoff single. Throw down to first base, and Morales back in ahead of the tag.
The exit velocity on that Morales single was 96 miles per hour. So that ball came off with some force.
Nick Vega throwing down to Trey Magette. Good job there, blocking that pitch. Turf field. Getting a lot of work in on this diamond. Year round.
Oh, yeah. One of the advantages players in the South have over the northern states is you can literally come out and play almost any day of the year.
Well, some college coaches in the Northeast beg to differ on that. They'll get the shovels out. They'll get out there and throw in January. I'm not sure why, but they do it. But Coach Penders in UConn, one win away from a trip to Omaha and lost on Monday to Stanford. One of the terrific cold weather baseball programs in the Northeast. Coach Penders is a well-respected Division I college baseball coach, not only in the region but throughout the country as well.
Absolutely. And they don't necessarily go and get those high-end recruits, really. They do a nice job of really identifying. Lockhart pours one in over the outer half. They do a really nice job of developing. You know, they've had a nice run of talent come through. Obviously, the big leaguers, that super regional team from a handful of years back that ended up producing 6 big leaguers with George Springer, Matt Barnes, Nick Ahmed, and crew. But even this past year, this past draft cycle, they had Frank Mazzucato committed, who I believe went 7th overall to the Royals. They had Owen Killington committed, who went to the Pirates. And they were committed before they were what they ultimately were drafted as, like Mazzucato, mid-'80s type. Same with Tim Cate, who they had on campus and was a buzz name for a while, pitched for Team USA. Reggie Crawford this year, lefty, who underwent TJ, I believe, but was up to 100 miles per hour on the Cape. So they're identifying, they're knowing, they're getting these guys before they pop for the most part, with this last 2021 class being an exception.
And with Crawford, Jeremy not only lost his arm on the mound, but lost his bat as well. Two-way guy.
Absolutely. And that's another one of the two-way types. Like, for Reggie, it was almost, is he going to be a bat or an arm? And
short left field, Stansel retired.
And he didn't throw much for UConn. He was more of a bat so far, and then he goes out to the Cape, and we start seeing the reports of triple digits, and he's left-handed, and he's physical, and he was an arm kind of in high school with physicality in the bat, and it was more of a question of, well, which one is he? And we were hoping to kind of get an answer this spring, but I still think there's going to be a team or two out there that's definitely going to take their chances with Reggie and draft him pretty good come this July draft.
And that's going to be a key phrase in the July draft. Take your chances, because Hunter Barco at Florida, Landon Sims, there are a lot of pitchers who big league clubs are going to take that they're going to have to really complete the Tommy John process at the pro level. And where do you take some of those guys?
Right.
Early
Peyton
rounds?
Collette's another one.
Yes.
But with that, you can rehab them in your program with your trainers and your staff. So
that one into left field for a base hit. Morales coming to the plate. Strong throw by the left fielder Dalton. And the tag applied by Vega, the catcher, and that's the third out of the inning. We'll take another look at this one.
Smith does a nice job going the other way with the pitch, slaps it through the 6-hole, but Dalton comes up charging, knows the runner's coming, delivers a one-hop strike, uses the turf to his advantage, and you can see they got him by a couple of steps.
Vega doing a nice job. Morales did not get to the plate.
No.
He was well short. So Lockhart gives up a couple of hits in the inning, and the runner cut down at the plate. The way he falls to the first base side, we touched on it. I asked you, Jeremy, who does he remind you of if you can give a comp, and I'm still struggling with it, but.
Yeah. I don't have one that immediately jumps to mind, but if you're going to keep throwing strikes like this, I'm okay with it. He's going to keep peppering the strike zone.
Let's touch on the MLB draft as we were there, Jeremy. And now in July, and talking with college coaches, it's interesting because they've not only got to, whether or not their guys are going to come back, but there's sort of a July 1 deadline, but are guys going to return based on where they were drafted in the July draft, and also the recruits that they're relying on coming in the fall. Some guys, they know they're not going to get to campus, but other guys, they have to have that wait and see approach.
Right. You have that, and you have all the portal stuff that's happening right now too, with players kind of bouncing around schools. There's a lot that goes into it. College football signing day is such a big event because you're getting those players on campus, whereas baseball coaches, they got to wait all the way up sometimes until the signing deadline in the 24th hour to see if they're going to get them on and kind of get to see what their team's going to look like come the fall. So
Landon Mack struck out all three that he faced in his 4th inning, and now Nick Cucci to start the plate with a 2-run home run early on. He is on the hill, South Florida commit, and we get to see him on the mound in a 2-run ball game here in the 5th inning. Cucci, like Max, slated to go 1 inning. Yeah, there never seems to be Major League Baseball, and you can touch on this perhaps a little bit more in detail, Jeremy. Major League Baseball, college baseball, there's always, there's the parallel, and it seems like things are all good between the two, and then all of a sudden they'll veer off.
Right.
And, whether the draft is going to be in June during a regional round or in July, it seems like July is now where they're going to leave it, at least for the next couple of years.
Right. And that's tough for the scouts that have to evaluate these guys that have spent all year watching them, because now the draft's that much later, a whole month later. They're still watching some 22s, getting some reports in, having to go to meetings, while the 2023 class, which is the next cycle of draft talent, are already playing in these premier tournaments. So they're having to juggle 2 classes at a time, and I think everybody would be okay with if they moved it back to the June date.
Roberto Barreto starts things off here in the 5th inning for Team Orange. Down 2 runs.
Hey, Eli, he's about to help you out. Eli, he's going to avenge you. He said he was going to hit a ball. If he hits a ball,
Barreto's one that I've put a couple notes down on, hadn't seen prior, but kind of like what he does on the diamond, both sides of the ball. .85-mile-per-hour first fastball we've seen from Cucci so far. 73 curveball to open it up.
Picks up the strike.
See that over-the-top slot, powering the ball downhill is Cucci. Brought that one back over with a little bit of running life, arm side.
Breaking ball there. Barreto takes a called strike 3.
Big 12-6 shape there. I'm thinking that throw around might have gone awry based off the sounds we're hearing and the Cucci looking for another ball from the ump, but real nice pitch there. First curveball popped out of his hand, missed high. Safe to say Barreto is probably sitting fastball there, and he comes back with a 12-6 and paints it where he needs to.
Dane Moe stands in. Had a single to right field in his first at bat against Felder. And caught stealing to end the first inning.
We're bottom 5. I believe this is a 9-inning game, I was told. So
Okay.
a little over halfway there, or I guess exactly halfway there.
Prior to going on, Mike was hot, I believe, in one of the dugouts. And they were kind of going back and forth. Are we playing 8? Are we playing 9? Are we playing 8? And chance to get that one more at bat, one more inning on the mound.
For sure. Especially right now, we're getting a lot of the secondary arms getting to show their inning of work. So you see with Cucci with that over-the-top slot, you can't see me because we're audio only, but he's able to really get on top of the fastball and kind of almost generates that true 12 o'clock spin on the fastball. It's a 12-15 tilt if you can think of a clock. And he's got 22 to 23 inches of vertical release on the fastball, meaning he's getting that real good backspin on it. So it almost looks like it's going to rise through the zone.
Most young man from Broomfield, Colorado, corner infielder. Ranked as the #1 third base prospect by Perfect Game in the state of Colorado. The second overall prospect for 2024 by Perfect Game. Still undecided on his college choice. Out on strikes there.
Another good breaking ball there from Cucci. Showing us that he's done this a time or two.
Cucci is heading off to the dugout.
Are you happy now, Eli? Eli, are you happy now?
Hear the conversation from the dugout right there is Team Maroon.
Cucci very steady, 85, 86. Every single fastball we saw, 72 to 75 on the curveball. Obviously has that 12-6 shape to it, and he was able to land it for strikes often. See that near over-the-top arm slot. We talked about some of the metrics on that fastball. And the spin and the vert of the fastball when it's up in the zone, he's able to nearly just backspin it through the zone with real good carry to the top and get it by the bats. Should have Lockhart coming back out for his second inning of work for Orange.
Youngster. All the gear in tow.
There's
5
nothing.
youth fields off in the distance here at the East Cobb Baseball Complex.
There's nothing quite like walking down that path, walking into East Cobb. This was the site of my first ever Perfect Game tournament that I worked 10 years ago, and coming down, the vendors on both sides, and baseball of all ages being played throughout the complex. It's kind of the mecca of travel baseball, and with a rich history here at the East Cobb Complex.
Marietta just outside of Atlanta. So Lockhart, 6'2", 176. Going back to work on what is mid-morning in Marietta.
Yep.
First of 4 on the schedule. Lockhart gave up 2 hits in his first inning on the mound. Had a runner cut down at the plate for the final out of the inning, as Morales was out trying to score from second on a base hit. And he was thrown out at the plate by the left fielder, Brady Dalton. Here's Caldwell. His second at bat. Caldwell has been a ghost runner. Reached on an error by the second baseman early on in this game. Had a stolen base.
Yep.
And I believe stole third as well. Was left stranded there.
Yeah, you see that lofty ranking, number 20 in the country, and it's not just based off the 60 time or his performance in showcases. He's the type of player that brings all his tools to a tournament setting. And at the end of the day, will more than likely find himself on an all-tournament team.
It's early, but I saw Pete Crow Armstrong a few years ago. Is there a comp there? Left-handed bat?
Tools are similar. I think Pete's got a couple inches on Slade. I have been able to see both of them throughout their prep careers, but it is the same in the sense of that twitchy center field type profile with contact over juice. Pete's now healthy again and really getting after it. I believe in the Cincinnati organization.
Bouncer to second base.
We got one.
And Caldwell retired. I believe the Cubs.
Cubs, that's correct. Yep.
Baez deal, right?
Baez
First round
trade,
pick
yep.
by the Mets.
I keep forgetting that. I've looked that up like literally 3 times in the last week, and I can't remember it. I know, drafted by the Mets. He's a nice player, somebody we really liked. Obviously, he was a PG All-American, ranked number 1 by us at one point. Good player in Slade, equally as impressive tools.
Conrad Kaysen. Well, you said we're going 9. On sort of the mock lineup card that I got, they penciled out 8 innings on defense. Not sure what we're going to do for the 9th inning. Gonna have to really look at the numbers.
Yeah. Lockhart just continues here to pour strikes in at a high rate, and something like that's going to keep your defense on their toes.
Conrad Kaysen takes outside from Kyle Lockhart.
Just missed there. 85 first pitch to Lockhart. From Lockhart, 84 miles per hour on that last fastball there. 2-2 count. Pitch. Kaysen gets just enough of a curveball down in the zone there to fight it off. Curveball's been working mid 70s, 77, 78 here from Kyle Lockhart, uncommitted. You got to think that with Lyle's relationships, you would think Houston and Arkansas might be in the mix here for Kyle, especially with a showing like this on the mound.
Nasty pitch there. And Kaysen out on strikes.
Goes back to it and gets a punch out.
Two down, bases empty here in the 6th inning, and a 2-run ball game. Ariston Veazey at the plate for Team Maroon.
When we were panning out the entrance to East Cobb, I think I saw VC on the mound warming up, so we might be seeing him next half inning.
Yep, scheduled for 1, I believe. Veazey shares in his bio. Young man last summer, kind of thought too skinny, too small. Weighed about 150 pounds. Couldn't keep weight on during the summer in 2021, so his numbers dropped off a little bit. Ended up in a fall. He fractured his skull. Couldn't play baseball. So in the winter, instead of being able to train and work out the way he'd hoped, concentrated on his diet.
Yeah, he's one we saw at the main event. Came back and he was on my field for catcher drills, and it's like, whoa, he definitely put on some good strength. And that's the beauty of seeing these guys from an early age all the way through, is you can see the changes they make to their body, to their tools, to their everything and in between. And VC was one that definitely stood out for the improvements he made to his frame. That ghost runner on first base, 3-2 count, so it's all fastballs.
Sitting dead red. What's the thinking behind that, where now you have to throw the fastball only?
Kind of to even out the at-bat, since get the hitter something, because they should be on first base technically.
Swing and a miss. Runner goes. Throw down to second base. And in there safely.
3 out, so I believe.
And that is out number 3. Ginther taking off with the pitch. And that ends the top of the 6th inning. Maroon on top, 3-1 on Team Orange. Our first of 4 on the docket for this Tuesday. As we take a look again at Cal Lockhart on the mound.
Nice showing. Pounded the zone, had a good feel for mixing his fastball curveball combo. He showed comfort to double up, as we saw against Conrad Kaysen. Kaysen had just fouled one off, went right back to it, got the strikeout.
Team Orange back in the dugout, coming to the plate in the home 6th inning. Two more games to wrap up the Junior National Showcase on Wednesday. And then we get underway with the skills on Wednesday for the Sophomore National Showcase. I would imagine, are the sophomores in town today for the most part, or have they arrived in the previous couple of days?
I would imagine today, a lot of them. I'm sure there's some local kids that get to sleep in their own bed, but there will definitely be some that are flying in at some point throughout today. Maybe if the Braves aren't in town, I was going to say maybe they could catch a game there, but they'll come in early, get themselves acclimated.
Braves are in D.C., winners of 12 in a row.
Yeah.
Don't know if you saw it last night, though. They won, but not all good news as Ozzie Albies lost with a foot fracture.
I saw that this morning, yeah. We're trying to watch the game.
I did not see the highlight. But I thought back to Yoenis Cespedes with the Mets in the World Series against the Royals when he fouled one off. I'm not sure if it was similar.
We're trying to watch the game. They had a weather delay, too, so kicked off a little later than intended. VC on the mound here, so we'll get to see that arm strength from behind the plate jump onto the mound. You see how just short and fast that arm action is through the backside. One of the first players to commit in the 2024 class as well. An early commit to the University of Georgia when he was 14.
Touch on that, Jeremy, if you would, because that commit is there, but things, as we know, can change as they're a long way off from getting onto a college campus.
Definitely. Just in general with the 14U, we are seeing a lot more players commit at that age, but we're also seeing a different talent level at that age now than we had in years past, with the trainings and just players seemingly being bigger and stronger at that age. With it, though, the college coaches, some of these coaches and recruiters that are getting these verbal commitments here from the players likely won't be there because they're the types that we're now seeing being the next wave of head coaches. So there is going to be some familiarity still, and a lot of these staffs do a nice job of staying together, recruiting players, getting their pieces in a row. So it's a little bit of a way off, but we're still going to see it. And I think a lot of these college coaches are finding the right pieces for their programs.
Jackson Ginther, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. BC fires a strike.
First pitch, 88 miles per hour from VC. Second pitch, I believe, 90 for the strike. So, I mean, that's got some life to the bottom of the zone, too. 88, 90 miles per hour at 9 o'clock a.m. is not just, that's just not very comfortable.
Yeah, VC's day is half done.
Got 91 on that fastball, outer half at the knees here, so.
Makes quick work of Ginther. Lost his hat again.
See, the delivery's simple, it's explosive, there's plenty of arm speed.
Cohen Gomez, Stanford commit. Opposite field. And Gomez aboard as he goes the opposite way. Big bats for the Stanford Cardinal. Even in losing game 1 of the Super Regional against UConn on Friday.
Just kept attacking. They stayed so far the yard for Cohen Gomez. Couple picks at first, single down the line. Off an 89 mile per hour fastball.
Alejandro Vasquez, middle infielder, has seen time at short and second in this game. 0 for 1 at the plate. Retired on a fly ball in his first at bat. Off the end of the bat, foul. Boykin gave up a run in his outing, struck out 4. Driscoll gave up a run over 2 innings. That for Team Orange.
VC able to land his first curveball for a strike there.
Felder 2 innings, 1 run allowed, unearned. Davis a scoreless frame, same for Landon Mack. Cucci got 2 outs with strikeouts in the last inning through 10 pitches. And now VC.
Bringing some of the better velocity we've seen yet today. 90 in on the hands there for Vasquez just to fight it off.
Shortstop, they go to second for 1, return throw safe.
Just beats it out.
Vasquez getting down the line.
You see how well VC's working on top of the ball and powering it downhill. Just like we saw with Brady Davis, where he's able to get on top, and the hitters almost have no choice but really to beat it into the ground when he's locating at the knees.
Smolenski, as you see the runner coming in, made sure he got the out at second before focusing his attention on the return throw to first base. Grady Dalton threw out a base runner earlier in this game from left field. Young man from the state of Texas. May as well bring up the Longhorns. David Pierce and Texas, one of the 8 teams going to the College World Series. How about this? Not in a row, but this will be the 75th College World Series in 2022. Gets underway later this week in Omaha. First couple in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Wichita, Kansas. So this is number 75. Texas is going to the College World Series for the 38th time in school history. So they've actually made it now 38 times, and they've missed out on going to the College World Series 37 times.
Yeah, that's kind of otherworldly to be of the final 8 teams in the country that many times.
It's almost as if you can make your travel plans and your reservations in Omaha for 2023
right.
or 2024 if you think it's maybe every other year.
Having Ivan Melendez this year certainly helps. That helps the cause when you can have that type of power in the middle of your lineup.
Now 32 home runs, new school record. I was fortunate a few years ago. I went down and did Texas baseball for the Longhorn Network with Greg Swindell and Keith Moreland. And I was pulling for the Longhorns this weekend in a Super Regional, but there was part of me that was also rooting for East Carolina.
No doubt.
Because East Carolina's made the most NCAA appearances without ever making it to the College World Series, and that drought continues.
Just to be so close. Cliff Godwin's got that program heading in the right direction, there's no doubt. And I wouldn't be surprised if that streak's finally broken here in the next year or two. They did it.
2 runners on with 2 down.
They went on that big run without their big arm Wisenhunt, just like Arkansas was able to go on a run without Peyton Pellett.
Arkansas a year ago lost in the Super Regional round to North Carolina State in Fayetteville, and watching the Razorbacks this year, you got to the middle innings as there's a strikeout, and thinking they were going to call on Kevin Kopps, not available this year. Terrific reliever from 2021 as Dalton is out on strikes, and 2 runners left stranded here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Maroon up 3-1 going to the 7th.
The ball just explodes out of VC's hand.
Take a look at the arm slot here.
Yeah, it's fast, it's simple, it's through on time, especially on the fastball. He slows up a little bit on the curveball, but you're seeing him just pepper the lower third of the strike zone with that fastball, which at this age is going to induce a lot of weak contact.
What do you identify as we see? Look at these guys. These guys, if this isn't their first rodeo, is it?
No. We got everything packed up. I'm sure all the gear, backup gear, snacks, fans, water bottles, they got it all.
But the youngster trailing behind. Roberto Barreto now on for Team Orange. In relief of Kyle Lockhart. Again for Team Orange. Boykin went an inning and 2/3, gave up an unearned run. Eli Driscoll, 2 innings, 1 run allowed, struck out 2. Lockhart, 2 strikeouts and giving up 2 hits over 2 scoreless. And now Barreto on the hill. What does Barreto have around his neck? That's not the shirt underneath.
No, I think it's a neck gaiter.
Okay.
That or like a headband, hairband.
7th inning underway. Tyler Acevedo starts things off.
Acevedo with a couple doubles to his credit already this weekend. See if he can add to it.
Double and a run scored in this game. Barreto, Florida International commit.
Gives a little hesitation at the top. You kind of see an old school delivery from him. There he went with the hesitation, but before, big arm action, long through the back, high leg lift. A couple toe taps, engaging on the rubber.
Strikeout, complete, 2-3.
73 miles per hour on the slider there, sweeping across the zone. Been 84, 85 on the fastball so far.
Barreto can play on the left side of the infield from Carlos Beltran Baseball Academy in Puerto Rico. Participated in the Caribbean Series in the Dominican and the Cal Ripken World Series. Dubbed those as unique experiences. Was able to grow personally as he represented his home island of Puerto Rico.
Went first pitch change up here to Vasco, 75 miles per hour, down in the count 3-0.
This is sister Andrea as someone who inspires him. Has had a lot go on in her life.
My com went out on 3. Y'all have me? Okay, copy. I got it back up.
Loves watching highlights of Alex Rodriguez, Yankee fan. Left field, and this one gets by the left fielder and goes all the way to the wall. Thinking 3 here, the throw in, and coming off the bag, the tag applied and back in there safely.
Look at him get his hands extended here, drive it the other way. Gets misplayed a little bit by the left fielder. Navasco uses his length to his advantage with those long strides, able to get into third base.
Watch here as he overslid at the bag, but able to get back in there. As most try to apply the tag for the second time, Namala stands in. Namala is 0 for 1. A lot of extra hitters in the lineup for both Team Orange and Team Maroon.
Barreto working a very comfortable 84, 85 miles per hour on the fastball so far. Showing us a couple more sliders here to try to put away Namala.
Namala back to the dugout. And 2 outs in the inning. Barreto trying to strand the runner. Sauls stands in. Tanner Sauls, a double in his first at bat. And he picked up an RBI.
Yeah, lots of hand strength here from Sauls, uncommitted. Trying to let his left-handed bat do some speaking for him in front of these college recruiters in attendance.
How would you write him up in terms of where he loads and where he starts his hands?
It's a lower hand set, back by his back shoulder, kind of a lower back elbow too. But he keeps them there. He's not trying to do too much with them in the load, so he's going to be able to get on plane and stay on plane. There he swings over the top of a breaking ball, but...
Barreto with the strikeout on Sauls leaves the runner stranded. And we're 3-1, Team Maroon leading Team Orange, going to the bottom of the 7th inning. As we take a look at Barreto on the mound.
See the long whippy arm action through the back. Did a nice job staying on top of the ball throughout, and as the more he threw, the more you see a nice change up there. The dive down, it's going to be a back foot slider coming up here to pick up the final strikeout of the day. And 3 pitches for strikes from a secondary arm is never a bad thing to see.
Steve Lennox, Jeremy Brown, Junior National Showcase from Marietta, Georgia, in the East Cobb Complex. Jeremy, the National Director for Perfect Game for the 13U and 14U Player Development Programs. Also Director of College Baseball Coverage with Perfect Game. And in his 10th year. While we have a moment, our Jim Jenks sending us a note. And we wish we'll have to find out. Steve is our producer, our director. Steve Panta, our director, with us today on the West Coast and celebrating a birthday.
Oh, Steve, happy birthday. Nothing like a 4 a.m. wake-up call on the West Coast to have to come and set this all up for us. We appreciate you, Steve.
Yeah, he shared that with me, and I did not realize that was the case, and I should have, because I called him last week with our initial contact, and all of a sudden I saw it was a California number, and California popped up on my phone. I'm like, and I'm doing the math in my head. I'm like, it's still pretty early there. New pitch in the ball game for Team Maroon. As we'll get a look at Shamar McDuffie, who is now on. Jordan Luna, first batter to face Shamar McDuffie as he pitches here in the 7th inning.
McDuffie immediately following suit of some of our secondary arms where at the ball, come out and attack at the knees.
Where you flying to? Where's that at?
McDuffie from Hampton, Georgia.
You don't live in here? Wait, what?
Kennesaw State commit. Attends Georgia Premier Academy.
I thought you said something like Sokolia. I was like,
84 miles per hour on the first fastball from McDuffie.
Third base. Mala takes care of it.
I'm faster.
Couple 84 mile per hour fastballs. You see that over the top arm slot, the big 12-6 curveball there, 67 miles per hour to get Luna kind of out front, roll it over to third base. Nice play from Namala here too. Sets his feet, gives himself an extra second, knows his arm strength, knows the runner, able to deliver a strike across.
Ryan Maxey stands in. Maxey with a base hit, facing McDuffie. Jeremy mentioned earlier, one of a couple players here at the Junior National Showcase from Maryland. Picked up an RBI with his base hit in his first at bat. McDuffie deals. Swing and a miss. Change up there?
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah. Top of the zone changeup. Got away with it first time he's shown it, so hitter had only seen fastballs, curveball thus far. 85 miles per hour, best fastball for McDuffie. 75 miles per hour on that changeup the pitch prior. Goes right back to it. 12-6 just misses down.
Considered the 30th best overall prospect in the state of Georgia for his class. Runner at first base, Eli Stevens. Maxey able to hold up on the check swing.
I did. No problem.
Maxey listed it. Maxey's listed, Jeremy, at 5'11", 153. Picks up the strikeout. McDuffie strikes out Maxey.
Yeah, there's definitely projection there for McDuffie. As you mentioned, 153. We've seen the arm strength across the infield. We've seen that on the mound here. He's not done yet.
Gatlin Pitts stands in with 2 down and a runner on. The runner goes. A strike at the plate. And Eli Stevens picks up the bag. Throw down to second base by the catcher. I believe Tyler Smith now in there behind the plate. 25. Pitts is played on the left side of the infield in this game. Ground ball left side. Toss across a diamond, not in time. Coming in to score is Stevens. And Orange with the run here in the inning, pulling to within a run. As the shortstop, Conrad Kaysen, circled around that ball just a little bit. We'll take another look. The runner off on the pitch.
Yep. Just an extra second on that transfer is all he needed getting down the line pitch. He's an excellent runner, good athlete. Not much really Kaysen could do there, coming around the ball as best he could. Could have maybe gone to the backhand, but even then, with Pitts' speed, it was going to be a bang-bang play no matter what. As you mentioned, runner off on contact, or prior to the pitch even, so. Some execution there from the Orange team to bring the run in with 2 outs.
Nicholas Vega stands in. Off the glove of the catcher, it goes to the backstop. And the runner will move up. Pitts now in scoring position. Vega tying run at second with 2 down. Takes a breaking ball for the ball. Ball 1. Or ball 2, pardon me, now on the hitter.
McDuffie, I believe I saw an 86 come across. Looking more low 80s right now.
And Pitts now moves to third base with 2 down. Vega from New York. Plays for the Bronx Bombers 16U travel program. Takes the pitch inside for ball 4, so a runner now at first base.
Got to see Vega behind the plate a little bit today. Shifted his weight well, blocking balls in the dirt. I like getting this angle, the center field cam too, because you can really lock in on the catchers. A little better than you can from behind the plate when you got the ump in front of you, and more so just the back.
Ball sent in the air, left center field, well hit, and this is hit off the warning track. 2 runs are going to score.
Ground rule double.
As Vega delivers with the bat, and that'll end the inning. But Team Orange able to tie it up as Vega putting a charge into 1. The first run comes into scores. You take a look.
Just out of the reach of Slade Caldwell.
So the 2-run score on the ground rule double off the bat of Vega. And Orange in front and leading 4-3. Adrian Jimenez at the plate. So the runner stayed, and the runner had to stop at third base, so 3-3 game. And Jimenez trying to pick up a pair with 2 down. Jimenez has moved around, has played second, short, now in left field.
Yeah, we got to see Adrian work out from both positions, smooth with the glove in the dirt. Nice round of BP. Find himself in a 2-1 count.
And ball 4 to the hitter Jimenez, and that will load up the bases with the ghost runner at first. Three ball, 2 strike count on Jimenez. Vega taking his lead off of second base. McDuffie trying to work out of this jam. Towards third, force out at third base. As most steps right on the bag, and they leave the bases loaded with a couple of runs, and we're tied at 3 going to the 8th inning. First of 4 on this Tuesday from Marietta, Georgia. As we take a look at Shamar McDuffie on the mound. Showed some flashes.
Definitely. The arm strength we saw across the diamond jumped onto the mound up to 86. I mean, he's been playing the field a lot. We got to see the curveball from him. Landed a few for strikes, pitched to some contact. You see the delivery here. There's plenty more in there. There's bounce to his step. As he lengthens that stride, you could only imagine there's going to be a couple more ticks out of that right arm of Shamar McDuffie.
Team Maroon in the dugout, ready to come to the plate here in the top of the 8th inning. Aaron Babave is going to be the new pitcher for Team Orange.
He found a loud barrel in yesterday's game. Ultimately went for a fly out to the left center field gap as a lefty stick, but he showed the juice in his barrel to be able to drive the ball as well as he did the other way.
Jeremy, for the first time, I can say I played high school baseball against Babave's school, Stony Brook, on the eastern end of Long Island. Can he stay put at Stony Brook? There's a new documentary out on the Stony Brook baseball team making it to Omaha, I believe 2012.
Yep. Yeah, maybe about that.
As a 4 seed.
With Travis Janikowski being the star of that team.
It's brand new, just released, and that's on the schedule for this weekend or perhaps next week. As we get a look at Shamar McDuffie, he'll get in the bat here in the 8th inning for Team Maroon. In fact, he'll start things off. Well, we've seen a couple of times where batters have had at bats and then immediately taken the mound. McDuffie going from the mound, and he immediately comes to the plate to start things off here in the 8th inning.
I was just thinking the same thing. We have had a couple that do the opposite of what Shamar did, so now let's see what he does with the stick.
Babave considered the 5th best outfield prospect by Perfect Game in the state of New York and the 22nd prospect overall. Fastball, mid-80s. Ball's behind 3-0.
Pretty simple operation from Babave. Gets tall on the back. 81-82, first few fastballs. And a little bit more flexibility out of his lower half. He kind of stays upright throughout, but secondary arm, good left-handed stick. Lost his foot in there.
Not sure the conversation that we're sort of eavesdropping on here. McDuffie at the plate is 0 for 1. Well, conference on the mound.
Sounds like
Sounds
we're
like
talking
they're
about the turf.
trade secrets almost. Yeah. Conrad Kaysen running at first base. 3 ball, no strike count on Shamar McDuffie. Up high, throw down to first base.
Seen a lot of back picks at first base with the first baseman there covering. It's not like these guys get to practice together, but they've been all on time so far.
Colin
No set
Gomez
plays.
taking the throw. Another throw down to first base, and Kaysen back in. Ahead of the tag by Gomez. Duffy's seen a lot of pitches during the course of this at-bat. Sends this one foul, out of play. Was watching yesterday. What's the concessions at the complex?
Concession stand you're talking?
Yeah,
Oh, it's awesome. In terms of,
just overall fare.
see a picture. I mean, it's got to be some of the best ballpark food. I've eaten there the last 2 days. Got a chicken Caesar wrap, and then I got a crunchy wrap, I think. It was bacon ranch, chicken. They got quesadillas that people love. In terms
You know
of
where I'm
ballpark-
going here is we're mid-morning, and it's time for it's,
Right.
it's time for me. I was almost hoping that you'd say, oh, you know, it's okay, maybe below average, but you're giving a
it's
great
very
scouting
good.
report.
It's very good. Yeah, that's you could ask most people that have been there. It's some of the best that you'll find, concessions wise.
Duffy sends one in the air to right center field, and the catch is made by Ginther.
Babe settling in here. Living in the low 80 range, 73 mile per hour curveball.
Langston
Long-
Rupert stands in.
Long 11 pitch at bat there.
McDuffie saw a lot of pitches there, and different frame completely from Shamar McDuffie, who we saw on the mound in the bottom of the 7th inning. Rupert at the plate, 0 for 1, struck out in his first at bat. Again a throw down to first base. And Kaysen back in as a throw trickled away from Gomez. Don't have a catcher listed for the 8th inning for Team Orange.
Let's see. Could be 7 Alameus if they just went back to who started then. Looking down, you got Alameus and Vega listed as the primary catchers, along with Eli Stevens. Maybe if we keep the center field cam as he walks back, we'll be able to find out.
Bave on for the 8th inning. Team Maroon 7 hits. Team Orange with 6 hits in this game.
Oh, you're good. Oh, good. You got it.
Pitch hit back through the middle of the diamond into center field for a base hit.
Good sounding barrel there from Rupert.
Case and the lead runner stops at third, and the bases are loaded with 1 down against Aaron Babave.
Good looking swing.
Hit it right back where it came from. As a throw came in from the center fielder. Ginther got the ball back in quickly.
Scott's behind the plate. I asked who was catching. He thinks it's Vega throw in there, Nicholas Vega. So
Thank you. Batter now is Nader.
Nader's done a little bit of everything so far. Ran well during the drills portion. I think he was like a 6'5" runner.
Catch made at shortstop. And they get the out, the second out of the inning. Luna, the shortstop, taking care of it. Little high five from
Quick first
Vasquez. Alert base running as Conrad Kaysen got back to the bag.
You see Luna at the end there thought he had him. Got it out quick, but Kaysen was just quicker.
Babe now with an opportunity to leave the bases loaded here in the top of the 8th inning, keep this a 3-3 ball game. Anglem the hitter. Anglem has played both corner outfield positions in this game. Is 0 for 1 at the plate with a strikeout. Almost looks like the old Astros or one of the Astro logos on the front of the batting helmet.
Let's see if we can get another look in there.
Breaking ball whacked on the ground towards shortstop. They go the short way for the out at second. And Team Maroon leaving the bases loaded here in the 8th inning as Luna gets the out at second base and Babave leaves them loaded. Aaron Babave in the 8th inning.
Worked around some trouble. He would have pitched to some contact, let his defense work, and ultimately got out of the jam with a ground ball.
78-82, topped out at 82 miles an hour with the fastball.
Yep.
Almost 25 total pitches.
Got our next group getting ready with some music, maybe a podcast. Not too far from then, and we have our uncommitted showcase, I believe, ready to kick off on the adjacent field. And then come the sophomore tomorrow, we'll be firing on all cylinders.
The uncommitted showcase, that just allows more at-bats, more eyes on players?
Yeah, another showcase for a different group, a different age group. Obviously have some college coaches in attendance here. Might go take a peek. I know last year guys were moving over, maybe find that last piece or two for your recruiting class. So let those guys put some numbers up under their PG profiles, and we'll continue to give everybody the opportunity to get their looks.
Tanner Saul's now on the mound for Team Maroon. Tyler Smith, catcher, out to the mound for a moment. We've seen Sauls at the plate, and now Sauls on the mound.
Look like some arm
Trey
speed there.
Magette will come to the plate. Go ahead.
I was just saying, it looks like some arm speed there for sure coming out in between innings. Seems to be jumping.
Jet 0 for 1.
It's weird. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I thought you were going to go.
Jet has played both left field and right field.
Good looking change up there. As I looked up, saw the ball diving down to his arm side. Could just, 76 miles per hour there on the changeup. Had Majet out front, swinging over the top.
Smith wanted the pitch up. Saws threw it right over the plate for a called strike 3.
That'll work. Not his spot, but strike 3 nonetheless. 85, 86 miles per hour on these fastballs so far.
Hey, right here, cameraman. On the live stream.
Seems like some guy's trying to get some time on air.
Aaron Babe at the plate.
We would bring one of our football helmets.
0 for 1 with a strikeout.
Do something. Bro, put the helmet on and stand the flow was coming out of the show. Really? Yeah.
To see if there are props. A lot of these players getting to know each other for the first time, so not sure if there's the laundry card or the football helmet or
definitely
a chain,
definitely
a
something we've
sacrifice
seen.
chain.
We've seen that lately in all levels of baseball.
I think the dad earlier that we saw with the wagon might have had something in there that might have served as a celebratory prop.
There's a chance. That was 10U baseball. I think the 10U World Series is playing on the little fields down below, and you know those guys like to have some fun.
A few years they may be back right here in one of the showcase events.
They like talking about, they like talking about Gucci.
Runner will take first base. Sauls has been up to 85, 86 with his fastball. Runner goes, pitch a ball, and a stolen base. Kyle Lockhart, who we've seen on the mound, is running at second.
Smolinski at short, trying to keep him close. Sauls comes set.
Misses off the outside corner right there.
Looks like he's landing close with the strike foot coming down just a bit, working out towards his arm side for the majority.
Lockhart takes off. Ball grounded up the middle, booted at shortstop, throw to first in time. And Lockhart races around, was off with a pitch, scores from second base, and Team Maroon now down a run, 4-3 here in the 8th inning.
Carlos Morales, the catcher, saved another runner from getting in scoring position with yet another pick over at first base. Seems to be a theme of our first baseman on the day.
Will fight that pitch off.
After coming off the mound, Aaron Babe delivers, gets a run in.
Back. All right, go get my stuff. Yo, shoot, buddy. Good luck to you, buddy. All right, fellas.
And there is the last out as Rosa flies out to end the inning. Orange with a run here in the 8th inning, up 4-3 as we go to the 9th.
Bro, never tell me how to hit a gun, bro.
See who Team Orange brings on the mound for the top of the 9th inning. 2022 Junior National Showcase from Marietta, Georgia. we see Tanner Sauls gives up the go-ahead run in the bottom of the 8th inning. Works from that extreme first base side of the pitching rubber. Sauls now in the dugout with his Maroon teammates, picking up the conversation. How much do you write up, Jeremy, just on, you see a player deal with adversity over a couple of days and how they're going to react to a tough at bat or rough inning on the mound? What do you write up in terms of makeup, and how do you go about it? And has it changed over the years?
I just see how they respond to it. Obviously, here they're playing some of the best players of their age group. You're not always going to find success, and especially I do the 13, 14 new levels right now, and you almost want to see some kids how they deal with that failure, because they simply don't. They haven't up till this age. They've been the best, and
right.
To see them go maybe an 0 for 4 day with a couple of strikeouts and a couple of bad swings in those strikeouts where maybe they're pressing, but then you come back the next day, see how they wipe the slate. It's a completely clean slate, and they go 3 for 3, 3 for 4, or even a 1 for 2, 1 for 3 with a couple hard barrels. And they come back and you know, like, all right, we flushed that out, and now we're golden. Let's get after it and keep doing it. And same thing for a pitcher. Any given tournament, you're able to see an arm once or twice, depending on pitch count. And you see, like, maybe they didn't have their best stuff. Maybe they didn't have their command that day, but they come back the next day, the next outing, rather, and do their thing. So
a lot of the kids making it to the Junior National Showcase coming off their high school seasons where there probably weren't too many valleys, where they had struggles from game to game. As we get a look at Jay Stansel, who is now on for the top of the 9th inning in a 1-run ball game. Young man from Summerville, South Carolina.
I'd imagine Stansel will have a pretty short arm action here, being a primary catcher. A short take back.
He gets to the top of the 9th inning. And Stansel pitching for Team Orange. First batter that he'll face is Eli Stevens. So we've got Maroon pitching for Orange. And Orange with Eli Stevens at the plate. Again, I did warn you earlier, if you're keeping score with us at home, go online to perfectgame.org and just check the box score there. If there's some sort of lineup card, I'd love to see it, because I don't.
That's the easiest way, yeah. You need a lot of erasers, a lot of arrows, a lot of whiteout. For a showcase, we're just making sure everybody gets their innings, gets their reps. Of course, Stansel will have if he has a 1, 2, 3 inning here, he's not going back into the orange dugout. He's going back to his own dugout.
That one goes to the backstop. Stansel considered the 3rd best catching prospect for his age group in the state of South Carolina. 13th best prospect overall in South Carolina.
Working in that 82, 83 mile per hour range. 75 mile an hour changeup.
Stevens down the left field line, and that one out of play. Not a lot of room down the left field line as that brick wall jets out. Stansel will turn 16. It's like August. 6 foot, 190. It's about a catcher. In terms of height and weight, 6 foot 190. Two guys,
Strong.
5'11".
Got some strength to him. 72 mile per hour slider, and goes back to it there to try to bury it for a third strike. Lay off it, full count.
Stevens in the air, left field. This one will hit. And going back on the ball and able to catch up to it. And Stevens into second. And he'll stop there with a double.
A good sounding barrel again there from Stevens. I've liked what he's shown throughout the weekend. Go write that down. Just another. He had a triple earlier, had a good BP, good hand speed, and there we see yet another barrel from him. Outer half
Menez
pitch.
unable to catch up to it. So the runner at second base, nobody out, top of the ninth inning. Ikuchi at the plate. Ikuchi in the fourth inning, 2-run home run that traveled 365 feet.
And he knew it. He knew he got all of that one.
Two ball, no strike count on Cucci. This from earlier in the game in the fourth.
Does a nice job. Elevate and celebrate is a term we like to use. And he did just that.
Facing his Maroon teammate Jay Stansel in the top of the ninth inning. Eli Stevens is the runner at second base. Good pitch there, pours that one in for a strike.
Stansel still living, 82, 83, up to 84. Has his breaking ball in the low 70s and showed a changeup at 75 so far.
Runner goes. And Stevens now at third base representing the tying run.
I wonder if Stevens is torn with Maroon down one. He's on orange. He's a tying run for Maroon. See if he goes on a pass ball or tries to help his team out and give orange the win. A dilemma, a moral dilemma here. I believe this is our last half inning. Going to play 8.5.
Off the end of the bat, foul.
Got word from behind the backstop it was going to be 8.5. Unless, of course, another arm pops up, then we'll just continue to keep rolling on through.
That one gets away from the catcher. And Stevens will score. And he goes back to his dugout as he scores the tying run for the opposing team. Stansel, 3-2 on the batter. Works with the bases empty and a run across.
Just pulled that one across his body.
Having a little difficulty keeping that cap on the top of his head. Cut on a missed. And Cucci out on strikes.
See him get some sink to that one down in the zone. Gets Cucci to swing over the top.
See right there, he's topped out at 83 to this point. Landon Mack. Rutgers commit has done a nice job in this ball game. He is 0 for 1 at the plate. Mack threw a total of 16 pitches and struck out 3. Worked the 4th inning.
Lived in the mid-80s with his fastball. Showed some feel for spin. And he's done well with the bat so far throughout the showcase. Let's see if he can end it on a high note here with a barrel somewhere.
Sends that one foul to play. Sounds like BP off in the distance.
Likely. Very well could be. We have tournaments going on. We got baseball all over the place. 10U way down below.
Good breaking
pitch.
ball there. Mack out on strikes.
Good curveball. Lands it 11-5 shape down at the knees. Probably had Mack thinking fastball. That's what he had been throwing, and goes right to the curveball. Able to freeze him.
Do you see more pitchers at this age level right now throwing the curveball than the slider? A slider, perhaps a pitch they'll pick up later on down the line?
Yeah, for the most part. Sometimes the arm slot will just simply dictate what they throw. If they're a lower extended slot, it's hard to throw a curveball and land it for strikes. So a lot of them will go to that slider, which just is aided better with their slot. For the most part, you see a lot of breaking balls with quality spin to them.
Carlos Morales at the plate for Team Maroon. 4-4 game here in the 9th inning. Jeremy, all the analytics, we'll touch on this throughout, perhaps later on this afternoon as well, but what does a player need to take in with all the numbers? Because I would imagine most players after a game, within an hour, within 2 hours, by the time the nighttime rolls around, they've gotten that information somehow, some way.
Yeah, it's a lot to ingest. There's between the PG Tech cages where they do their throwing, their fielding, like everything they do on the field is measured. They get from exit velocities to hand speed, time to impact, and it's a lot to be able to break it down. But each player's profile has a description of what every number means, how it lines up, and to be able to just kind of sit down. All these guys have their hitting trainers that they go to, pitching coaches. It's just another tool that they can bring with them to develop and try to hone their craft moving forward.
Third base, throw across the diamond. And a nice job on the other end on the scoop. And the handshake right there. Boy, nice job defensively.
We're going to one more batter here. We're going one more batter.
Cohen Gomez gave the handshake to the umpire. He's done a nice job defensively at first base throughout the course of this game.
Continues to pick it.
He's probably gotten the most innings at one position of any player in this game.
See the chopper here, comes across, gets it, sets his feet, throws it across, and another nice pick from Cohen. That wasn't as easy as the other ones there. He's scooped up by his shoulder and still caught it. Barehanded, it looks, out of the glove.
Tyler Smolinski gets an at bat, 0 for 1 at the plate. Stansel giving up a run here in the 9th inning. Could very well end up being a 4-4 tie.
Nice barrel.
Linsky retired. And now we can do the handshake and the fist bump
That is it.
from Cohen Gomez as Team Maroon and Team Orange finish in a 4-4 tie in Game 1 of 4 on this Tuesday afternoon from the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Jeremy, I know you have one more in you.
Oh, absolutely. We're a well-oiled machine now. We got 8.5 innings done together, so let's play another 9.
What are your takeaways from this one?
The strength of the offense just continues. I mean, we had good pitching, but another home run from Cucci, a couple more loud barrels pull side, but also the defense. I mean, we got to see Cohen Gomez pick a couple balls. Saw some good arms on the mound. Brady Davis, you got to like what Ross Felder brings to the table. Uncommitted Eli Driscoll. So it had a little bit of everything for us here, and looking forward to seeing what Game 2 brings.
We will have Game 2 coming up in approximately 25 to 30 minutes from now. Team Maroon, Team Orange finish in a 4-4 tie on Day 4 of the 2022 Junior National Showcase from Marietta, Georgia. For Jeremy Brown and our director, Steve Ment, I'm Steve Lennox. Again, we'll be back with Game 2 of this Tuesday in about 25 minutes on PerfectGame.tv. And we welcome you back to the 2022 Junior National Showcase from the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Along with Jeremy Brown, I'm Steve Lennox, and we are getting you set for game number 2, Team Purple and Team Navy. Earlier today it was Maroon and Orange finishing in a 4-4 tie. In the game, Nick Cucci, a big blow with a 2-run home run. And we are getting you set for baseball. Jeremy, give us an idea of what you're looking forward to seeing in this matchup as we've got Navy and Purple.
Yeah, we got a lot of athleticism all around the diamond. Of course, you can't start the conversation of the Navy team without mentioning Samuel Richardson. Had an absolute opposite field blast in his first game on a hanging slider. You just simply don't see balls go that way. And then, you go through, you have the athleticism, you have the quick bat types, you have the foot speed. Fabio Peralta is one that I'm looking to see how he responds. He's going to come out. I have a feeling he's going to have a big day. 6.55 runner, ranked number 10 in the country. Lots of athleticism. And, of course, William Baker made the trip all the way from Australia, so I feel like I should give him a shout-out whenever I can.
And on the mound for Team Purple, the home team against Team Navy, Maddox Meeks gets the start. Tall, lanky right-hander will go to work against this Navy lineup to open up.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Maddox brings to the mound. I haven't ever been able to see him in person yet, but as you mentioned, long, 6'3", 174 pounds, out of Florida, New Smyrna Beach. So we will see what he brings to the mound.
This is game number 2 of 4 on this Tuesday, and this is day number 4 of the National Junior Showcase from Marietta, Georgia. The Sophomore National Showcase underway on Wednesday, and the juniors and the rising juniors will wrap up with 2 more games on Wednesday before continuing their summer of travel baseball. Home plate umpire ready to go to work. Maddox Meeks is ready to go to work.
I'm ready if you're ready.
We are ready.
Let's do it.
Trying to fill out the lineup card best I can here.
Good luck.
Indeed.
As you know, that'll be torn to shreds come the end of the game. Speaking of Samuel Richardson leading us off.
Fouls one off at home plate. Looked like it got his foot. Terrific looking prospect. Missouri commit.
First pitch fastball from Maddox Meeks, 85 miles per hour. See Richardson with that open start, kind of hovers well moving into contact, sees it in. It's a yes, yes, no type where he sees the ball, yes, 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 no. Tracks the ball well, able to lay off a slider that first time through 78 miles per hour. Takes another pitch loaded in the zone for a 2-1 count.
Richardson count in his favor. Leadoff hitter for Team Navy. And the count evens at 2-2.
Yeah, that swing he took yesterday on the home run opposite field, you just simply don't see balls go that way in live action of an event like this. And it just really speaks to the strength he possesses in his right-handed swing.
Swing and a miss, ball in the dirt. Tossed down to first base by
Nice slider there.
Ahalkovi. So one down, base is empty as Maddox Meeks retires the first batter that he faces.
You see Meeks on the mound here going stretch only, as opposed to using a full windup. Probably help keep those long levers on that 6'3" frame kind of in check. Don't try to do too much with it. Stay simple, make it repeatable, fill the strike zone, and it's definitely not taken away from his arsenal with a mid-80s fastball, upper 70 slider.
Shortstop. And Johnny Gifford retired. And that is out number 2.
Short little swing, goes down and gets a slider, but shortstop makes the play. Easy throw across. Side retired, or not side retired, but second out, and a big one because Johnny Gifford is strong. And he can find the barrel with the baseball.
Isaac Pena taking care of Gifford. Strikeout. And a ground out induced by Meeks so far. Batter a bit tardy coming to the plate. Jeremy touched on Meeks works solely from the stretch. Caden Sheffield. Takes strike 1 from the right-hander Meeks.
Sheffield's got some twitch to him. He's got some strength in everything he does. He jumped on the mound yesterday to close it out. Ran well.
Sheffield trying to get something going with 2 down in the inning. Takes a pitch inside for Meeks. And stays alive at the plate.
Meek's still sitting right there around 85 miles per hour. Have him up to 86 already. Change up at 80, mid 80, upper 70 slider, 78 miles per hour mostly. See if he rips one here.
Up and in, eye level. Package Sheffield off the plate, and we'll have our first ghost runner. Sheffield, Houston commit. Catcher, third base, right-handed pitcher from Ackworth, Georgia.
Yep.
Touted as the second best catching prospect by perfect game in the state of Georgia.
A 6'8" runner.
Third base, Ryan Maggie tosses across the diamond. And Maddox Meeks with a 1-2-3 first inning, striking out 1 and getting 2 ground ball outs.
So Sheffield loses his helmet there. Swing, but he has that bat speed, whips the barrel through. 6'8" runner, 90 from the outfield, 83 from behind the plate with a sub-2 pop, and a peak fastball of 87 miles per hour yesterday with an exit velocity of 93. So he's got some tools.
Makes a scoreless first inning. On the mound for Team Purple and Team Navy this afternoon. We'll go with Tate Strickland, who will get the start. You see the paper-thin right-hander. Tennessee commit and ready to go to work here in the bottom of the first inning of a scoreless ball game.
Strickland's got some serious arm speed, arm strength. 6'6" runner, so he moves very well for his frame. 96 miles per hour from the outfield, so committed to Coach Tony Vitello. You know he's got some talent if he's committing to the #1 team in the country.
Disappointing end for the Vols in the Super Regional round this past weekend, losing Game 3 to Notre Dame.
I was going to say, I guess we'll have a new #1 team coming out of Omaha, but the #1 throughout pretty much the entire regular season.
Lost just 1 regular season series, that to Kentucky.
Midwest teams, they got them.
Notre Dame on to Omaha, I believe for the first time since 2002.
I believe that's correct.
Won game 1, lost game 2. Vols evened up the series, and Notre Dame taking the 3rd game in Knoxville. Since 1999, when they came up with the current format for the field of 64. The number one national seed has won just once, and that was in 1999, Miami Hurricanes. Last year, Arkansas bounced in the super regional round, coming off COVID 2020.
Bounced by the team who won it in Mississippi State, so let's see if that trend continues too with Notre Dame.
Mississippi State missing the field in 2022. First school to win it one year, miss out the next year since Coastal Carolina won it all in 16, then missed out in 2017. Kate Strickland ready to go to work.
Hector Roca got that one between the shoulder blades at 89 miles per hour.
Not fun, and you'll stay up there.
Comes right back. So even with hit by pitches, just like walks, Roca knows he's going to get only fastballs right now.
Foul.
I believe that was a slider. Should be a fastball, though, since he got plunked. You can hear him talking behind the plate, letting him know it is fastballs only.
May have slipped his mind. Runner goes, throw down to second base, stolen base for our ghost runner.
Yeah, it's Peralta there. Already.
Fabio Peralta in scoring position. You see the jump?
Excellent jump. Stayed low, just like a track star. 6.55 runner. Stayed low. No contest down to second. I thought he would have a big day. Ghost runner already sealing a bag.
Johnny Gifford behind the plate. Off the end of the bat, foul. Gus Gandy.
Gandy's had a nice performance so far this weekend. 6'4" runner, quick hands. Took one of the more unique infield rounds during drills when I was on with Brett because he lost a shoe in the middle of it and continued on.
Pop up, short right field. And the second baseman goes out and takes care of it. That's Nick Rubino. Somewhere down the road, someone will tell him, hey, by the way, weren't you the guy who lost your shoe in a round of infield and you just continued?
He sure did. That strikeout to Roca was a 90-mile-per-hour fastball. Since we've seen a curveball up to 80 to lead off that bat against Gandy and an 83-mile-per-hour changeup there to get this pop out.
2 down in the inning. Peralta, Fabio Peralta, the ghost runner at second base. And Elijah Clayton for Team Purple. That one gets through the catcher, Gifford, and goes to the backstop. And Peralta picks up 90 feet.
Elijah Clayton's the son of longtime MLBer Royce Clayton. Safe to say the athleticism was passed down. A 6.56 runner. Really simple round of BP. Uncoiled well throughout his swing. Just a lot of things you could check off throughout his round of BP already. Now we get to see him in live action.
Heard you and Brett talking about that previous couple of days had crossed paths with his uncle Royal. Royce's brother, Royal Clayton, pitching coach at one point in the Kansas City Royals organization.
Okay. Good slider. And that one had some teeth to it. That's just not a fair pitch at this level. 81-mile-per-hour slider.
Runner left at third base. We are scoreless going to the second inning as we take a look at Tate Strickland on the mound in the first.
Full arsenal of pitches all around the zone, all coming out of a similar tunnel from his right hand with plenty of arm speed and plenty of life.
First time seeing him?
I've seen him a couple times. He's been a regular on the circuit. But, of course, with that frame, he just continues to add to his arsenal, and the fastball continues to creep up.
Finished out my defensive side long enough for it to last another half inning, probably. Just to keep you updated as we go to the second inning. And Maddox Meeks will get one more. Meeks, young man from the state of Florida, still deciding on his college opportunity. Struck out Richardson to open up the game, then got 2 ground ball outs. And he'll face this Navy lineup in the second inning. Nick Rubino will get the first at bat. You see Rubino as he gathers himself, goes through his routine.
Miami native came up our way to Connecticut for school at Choate Rosemary Hall. Big prep school up here.
New England known for its prep schools. A lot of times it's the opposite way from the Northeast to the southern states.
Good looking pitch right there. Pulled the string on that changeup, got Rubino out front on that one.
Been in the upper 80s with the fastball, has touched. Now he goes fastballs here.
Just some confusion in the back.
Yep, the explanation is being given.
From our very own Vinny Servino.
Vinny, I believe, is on with us tomorrow.
Yep. So you see the fastball there. So he tripled up changeups to Nick Rubino. All 3 were quality for a 3-pitch punch out. Then starts off next at bat with a fastball. Fastball slider. So you just can't get comfortable. We talked about how you don't get to face these pitchers for more than one time through the lineup. And he is throwing the entire kitchen sink at you in whichever order he wants to, basically.
Clayton Anderson with a count now 3 balls and no strikes. There's a strike, and it's 3-1 now on Anderson. Young man from Statesboro, Georgia. Georgia Premier Academy. And there is ball 4, so a ghost runner for Team Navy here in the second inning.
The 11:33 train seems to be right on time.
Eastbound, westbound?
Oh, I couldn't even tell you. But Maddox here, he's showing 3 pitches at will, basically whenever he wants to throw them. Fastball sitting in the mid-80s, long 6'3" frame, so you know he's just going to get stronger, 174.
Third base, bobbled initially, throw to first base, safe. And Anderson, a base runner, now first and second with 1 down here in the top of the second inning. Anderson showing the hustle down the line.
We're also going to see the pitchability here out of Meeks, just opening that first batter up with back-to-back-to-back changeups. Like, to have the feel to triple up is pretty impressive from a young arm. And Anderson is a fast runner, so I believe he ran a 6.5. Yeah, 6.54, so that was going to be a tough one to get if you don't come up with that ball cleanly.
Ben Fischel at the plate. Fischel with 2 on and 1 down. Fischel, young man from Tappan, New York, Tappan Z High School. PG World Series.
This is a switch hitter, but digging in right on right here, so I assume he's most likely just a right-handed hitter. Picked up a double in yesterday's action with a 90-mile-per-hour exit velo. Himself a nice showing so far as well.
Father played baseball at the University of Albany. His grandfather played in the Yankees organization at one point. Member of the National Junior Honor Society and the Italian Honor Society as well.
Good pitch there for Bryce Clavon to run on, our ghost runner. Dirt ball on the breaker. He's a 6'5" or better runner, so there was just going to be no chance of getting him on a pitch down in the dirt.
Two ball, 2 strike count. Maddox also plays first base. Chopper towards short. Pena's throw onto first base.
Ooh,
and
got him.
safe. Oh, he got him?
No. I was saying got it for Fischel. He's in there.
He's hustling down the line there.
6, 7, 8 runners, so. Seemed just enough to get the barrel out front, put the barrel to the ball, chops it. Again, it's almost like a swing and bunt to a degree where you leave the shortstop no choice but to come in, hustle, and try to make the throw all in one motion.
Jensel Nieves is the batter. Maddox, as we mentioned, from the state of Florida. He's listed several Florida schools of interest. Fly ball down the left field line, and Gonzalez Ortega takes care of it.
Just off the end of the bat here, Nieves, strong physical build, 5'10", 160 pounds, and just missed finding that one on the barrel. Odds are that could have gone for extra bases had he had squared it up.
Joshua Agriesti at the plate. And they get the force out at second base. Navy with a run and up 1-0 as we go to the bottom half of the second inning. Maddox Meeks worked a 1-2-3 first inning, ran into some trouble in the second. Fischel infield base hit. Had a ghost runner that eventually came in to score.
Still showed us some good things throughout his second inning, building off a strong first. Again, tripling up on that changeup to open is something that that's gonna be the first thing that comes to mind whenever somebody asks me about Maddox Meeks.
So Purple down a run. Going to the home second inning, you see players from the Purple team. Junior National Showcase got underway on Saturday here at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. And Tate Strickland ready to go back to work for Team Navy. We'll have 2 more games this afternoon and early this evening. Coming up after this game, Team Red, Team Royal, then Team White, and Vegas Gold in our nightcap, scheduled to get underway at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. First game got underway at 8 a.m. Eastern this morning. 1 game already in the books. Batter for Team Purple is Cole Rogers.
My fault.
Rogers from Phoenix, Arizona, and the perfect game top 500 from Mountain Point High School. Strickland deals and misses upstairs. Projecting down the road, he's been low 80s. If you saw Strickland 6 months, a year from now, where would you anticipate, where would you perhaps expect the velocity to be?
Yeah, there's no reason to think that this upper 80s fastball bumping 90s already isn't going to eventually live in the low 90s rather, excuse me. Touching even better, maybe a 4 or a 5 when he reaches physical maturity, because he is such a good athlete. We saw the 96 from the outfield. We saw the what was it, 6'5", 6'6" type speed. So the athleticism's there, and just the arm strength here on the mound and overall field of pitch as he paints that one at the knees.
Rogers caught looking for the strikeout. 1 out here in the frame.
That's like the ideal pitch. Low at the knees, away on the black. It's not many people at this event, at this age, anywhere, are going to be able to do anything with that pitch.
Edwin Gonzalez-Ortega at the plate.
Some more speed towards the top of the lineup here for Purple with the 6.74 out of Gonzalez-Ortega during his round of the 60.
Strickland gets the baseball back from the catcher. All business out on the mound. Check swing.
See that pitch dive at the plate. Good take there from Gonzalez-Ortega.
Hyde Chopper up the middle. Second baseman with a throw. And Gonzalez-Ortega able to beat it out as Rubino's throw arriving late to the base.
You see the athleticism here from Rubino to go up the middle, make the jump with his weight, taking him away from the bag, but there's just simply not much else he could have done with that ball. Especially with Ortega, there's a 6.74 runner coming out of the left side, so you know he's going to get down the line in a hurry.
William Baker, someone you've touched on. Jeremy.
Yep.
A long ways from home.
Absolutely. Definitely wins the award for longest travel day. And yesterday found a barrel through the right side. I believe it was 87 miles per hour off the bat. And then found another barrel later in the game. I don't think it went for anything in the scorebook, but it was, again, another well-struck baseball.
You guys touched on Dave Nielsen with Brett Dolan over the last couple of days. Players from Arizona. That one sails over the catcher and goes to the backstop, and Gonzalez Ortega will move up. I've always thought there'd be more players coming to the States from Australia. When I broadcasted minor league baseball, runner goes from second, swing and a miss, throw down to third, and Gonzalez Ortega is in there safely. I've always thought over there is there's always players in the minors that come through, and for one reason or another may peak in pro ball here in the United States. But remember Craig Shipley, former player from Australia, and long time with the Boston Red Sox organization when Theo Epstein was at the helm. Pulled on the ground towards first base. Landon Beaver takes care of it. And Purple turned away here in the second. We go to the third. Navy leading Purple 1-0. Day number 4 of the 2022 Junior National Showcase from Marietta, Georgia.
Look
As
back
we
at
take
Strickland.
a look again at Strickland.
Low 80s slider up to 89 in the second inning of work. Upper 70s changeup. So he has feel for 3 pitches. There were a couple here that he just painted. Down low to outer half, right-handed and left-handed hitters. You see the changeup just dive there. It's a really nice starting repertoire, lots of starting blocks there. Arm strength, arm speed, athleticism. He checks a lot of boxes, and again, you can see why Tony Vitello and his staff made him a priority commit within the last calendar year.
Navy back in the dugout. Purple set to come to the plate here in the second inning.
Sure, there's a couple players there in that dugout that wouldn't mind giving their commitment to Tennessee right now either, given the year they just had.
Tony Vitello coming on board. It had been a long time prior to him arriving in Knoxville as taking over as the head coach, but they had made it to the NCAA tournament, the field of 64, and now you see them as probably being one of the consistent teams. As you said, there's talent there, and they're not done. It may be 40, 50 plus win season again in 2023, but it becomes okay, you know, how do you get past that super regional round? So that'll be around their neck all next year. Great 2022, great regular season, but falling short of Omaha in the super regional round.
Having that rotation come back, though, intact with Burns, Beam, and Dollander is going to be special. All 3 going to USA this summer, but to be able to return 3 bona fide number 1s, essentially, is an excellent starting point. Of course, you're going to lose some from around the field with Jordan Beck, Ben Joyce, etc., but they got some good starting blocks moving forward into next spring.
Malachi Papalanus, right-hander from Illinois, on here in the third inning.
They also picked up Maui Ahuna from Kansas through the transfer portal. He transferred over, so another potential first-round talent going to wear the orange this summer or this spring.
Landon Beaver stands in for Team Navy to start things off here in the third inning. The transfer portal just really underway, and it'll be an interesting summer on that landscape.
Absolutely.
And on that front.
Beaver, a left-handed stick out of Alabama, picked up a couple hard barrels yesterday, a pair of 89-mile-per-hour exit velos with some line drive, middle, pull side. So having a nice feel for it, finding this barrel and showing that he's comfortable just digging in regardless of who the arm is that he's facing.
Slices this one in the air to left field. And that'll fall in for a base hit. And Beaver landing gear down into second with the head first slide. And he's a base runner to open up the inning in scoring possession.
85-mile-per-hour fastball the other way. Doesn't try to do too much. Just gets the hands extended, slaps it the other way, gets some slice on it away from the left-handed hitter. And another barrel for Landon Beaver.
Austin Hannigan takes a first pitch strike on the inner half. Still waiting on his college commit. Comes up empty. That one gets to the catcher and goes to the backstop, allowing Beaver to move to third.
That pitch had some life to it down in the zone. Gets by the catcher, but still gets a strike. I think we have our drone flying overhead right now. Definitely have the drone getting some cool aerial footage for us.
We can bring the sound effects. The trains. Earlier. Hannigan alive at the play with a count of 1-2 strikes.
Hannigan's shown off his athleticism. A couple things to like here throughout. He took a nice round of BP. Loose, lots of barrel.
Out on strikes.
Peplanis working mid-80s, 85, 86 with the fastball. That pitch he got, the swing and strike down in the zone, was an 80-mile-per-hour changeup, and the bottom dropped out of it, and also showing a low 70s curveball here.
So the runner at third base now with one down. Dawson Simmons from the state of Louisiana. It'll be the first time today that we've mentioned Louisiana, another baseball hotbed in the South.
Another program that you don't want to say they're on the rise because LSU's a bona fide contender every single year, but with what Jay Johnson has going on there, a lot of good happening down in the Bayou.
Another state like Florida, you may lose talent to other in-state schools, but not a lot of talent leaves the state. This one well struck to left field. And this one over the head and going all the way to the wall on the warning track. Run comes in to score. Ringing base hit right there. Off the bat of Dawson Simmons.
Having a good bit of extra base hit so far today over a first game and a third. Lots of balls out to left field as well.
I was just thinking the same. Gucci hit the home run over the monster in left. So 2-0 Navy lead. This one to left field. On the play, Simmons moves up to third base. And William McGinnis with the base hit. So now runners at first and third in the frame. Navy trying to add to a 2-0 lead with one down.
86-mile-per-hour fastball there from Peplanis. McGinnis just immediately turns on it, probably sitting fastball first pitch, got his pitch, and advances a runner while filling up the stat sheet of his own.
Andrew Carter expected to see an inning on the mound later in this game. Runner goes from first, ball hit on the ground through the left side, vacated hole. Simmons comes in to score. On the play, McGinnis all the way to third base. And Navy adding on here, and that will end the frame. But 2 runs across in the 3rd inning for Navy. And on top 3-0.
Change up there, left up in the zone, and another unintentional yet well executed hit and run, I'm sure. We saw that earlier in the game, early in the first game. Carter gets his pitch, turns on it, scores a run, and just like that, the offense is underway.
So Paplanis facing the maximum number of hitters. And we'll see how he responds when he takes them out in the 4th inning. Oh, speed stuff. Pitch there, up in the zone, but a couple of swings and misses.
Did show a good changeup. And up to 87 miles per hour, so obviously some arm strength there.
You see more pitchers at the high school level throwing that changeup right on right or left on left. Seems like it's becoming more popular at the upper levels nowadays.
It can be an equalizer if you have command of it, that's for sure. To be able to fade it in on whichever side you are, it's definitely a big help. But then again, if you miss, it's over the middle of the plate, so beware.
You see Hudson Lentz, who is scheduled to go 2 innings in relief of Tate Strickland. And Lentz completing his warm-up process here. Is that a Darren Sutton sighting?
Sure is.
Our first.
First time we're going to see Hudson Lance as well this showcase. Hasn't done anything up till this point. Living the PO life. Last time we've seen him been up to 84 miles per hour last year, so going to expect a little bit of a jump here from him.
From Wesleyan Christian Academy in Trinity, North Carolina. Where's Wesleyan? Not sure where that school is.
I barely know places in my own hometown, and I've been there for years, so I'm the wrong person to be asking. If I didn't have Google Maps, I would need a different job because I could not head field to field.
I can understand that.
Even MapQuest, you take one wrong turn back in the day and you're lost.
I'm still wondering what happened to OnStar. People were buying stock in that early on, and that seemed to filter out in a hurry. I once told OnStar, you need to get me out of this neighborhood as fast as possible. They understood.
See the short arm action here from Hudson Lane as he continues to fill up the strike zone here early on.
Ryan Maggie batting here in the purple 3rd inning. Out on strikes, comes up empty.
Looks like we got some mid-80s fastballs here.
Zach Porter stands in.
Pretty consistently as well. And just a barrage of strikes. And part of it does come from that arm action being so short. This allows you to repeat well pitch to pitch, because if there's no length to get mistimed with, then you should be able to just relatively live around the strike zone. 86er on that last pitch.
Lance will see time in the outfield. Plays on the left side of the infield at short and 3rd. Opposite way down the right field line. That one taken care of.
Hey, we got two. Go down.
And retreating back to his position in right field, Andrew Carter. That'll bring up Cody Fuller.
Upper 70s on the breaker so far for Land. Yep, sitting 84, 86, 75, 77 on the breaker.
Right versus right matchup. Fuller first at bat.
Lance listed at 5'11", 170 pounds. Strong looking kid out there. Still has some room to grow though throughout.
Pitch up and away. Fuller giving chase and fouling that one off. Pitch just above the belt.
Just misses there, but you can see the shape of the breaking ball as he gets on top of it.
Ghost runner at first base. Long run and reaching.
So if that runner, the ghost runner that's on due to his walk, scored, would he get an RBI and a run scored since he's technically responsible in the ghost runner? Just kind of a question I always have under the tent.
Set that up one more time.
So technically he should be on first running, but someone's holding his spot. I feel like he should get the RBI and the run scored, technically driving himself in. Just a little showcase glitch, I guess, to a degree.
Aho Covey, I'll have to think on that one. When you throw that out there, are folks in unison or are you in the minority opinion on that one? You definitely give guys something to think about.
Colby, one of our two catchers from Hawaii to make the trip out. Jaden Kia last group. Colby this group. We've seen both of them before throughout several PG events. Colby, a 14U national showcase alum.
Towards third base. Handled nicely by Jax Phillips, and that retires the side. 3 complete, 3-0, Navy leading purple. And our second of 4 games on day number 4 of the 2022 Junior National Showcase. Steve Lennox, Jeremy Brown along with you. You go by H. That H is in there.
Yeah.
Dave gave me that one.
Yep. It's the silent H or superfluous H. When I first came on, I think within the first week, somebody gave me that nickname within the company, and it's just stuck. There's Sut. Orchestrating something for social media, or for PGTV, or for a clip, or he's always working.
Well, you're an encyclopedia. I've got all my notes here. I think everything is between your ears, and Darren is very much the same way. And met Darren a few years ago working different amateur events. And very creative mind, along with Jim Jenks. Purple will take the field for the top of the 4th inning. Looking forward to seeing here how Malachi Paplanis responds after giving up the 2 runs in the top of the 3rd inning.
Threw a bunch of strikes, pitched to some contact. A couple balls didn't go his way, but between a mid-80s fastball, later diving changeup, he should be able to navigate through the lineup, get some of those first inning nerves out of the way that I'm sure everybody has.
Navy a run in the 2nd, 2 more in the 3rd, up 3-0. Team Purple has managed just 1 base hit so far over the first 2 innings. Tate Strickland, 2 innings, 1 hit, and 4 Ks. Hudson Lentz for Team Navy has worked a scoreless frame to this point. Maddox Meeks, 2 innings, 1 hit, a couple of strikeouts.
David Ronsley.
Deceiving.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. No, you
go ahead. Say that name one more time.
I was just going to say David Ronsley just peeked his head, and he is excited to join you. So he's here about 6 innings too early, but he is here and ready to go with you.
Well, this is the first time you guys have the air conditioning. This is the first time for me working from home in this capacity. I tell my neighbors all the time, yeah, I work from home a lot of the time during the day, and they have no idea what that means. Basically, they think I'm sitting around, which on occasion I am doing. But just to set up outside of my living room upstairs, we live at the end of a cul-de-sac, but to the south part of our property is a apartment rental complex.
Okay.
And they're paving the roads in the apartment complex last week and this week. So when I look out my window on a beautiful 80-degree day, outside in the cul-de-sac is a parking lot. To the point where they basically park in my driveway as well. That's driven me nuts, but been distracted a couple of times just with all the cars in and out of here. Once this is complete, outside the people who live next door, there won't be another car for 3 weeks that drive down into this area. Enough of that as we go to the top of the 4th inning. That all from Dave peeking into your booth and saying hello and saying that he's getting ready for the 2 games this afternoon and early tonight. I want the minor league baseball broadcaster route for about 8 minutes early on. Thought about, scout school, and different guys were doing it across baseball. Writers in the early, late 90s, early 2000s. Guys were going in different directions to stay in the game.
Sure.
How have you sort of developed, and who are the people that have had a positive influence you in that world of scouting over the years?
Definitely, yeah. So every tournament we do, we have an iPad back there kind of doing the scoring Game Changer at the time, Diamondcast now. Kind of started there, got my foot in the door with Perfect Game, talked to some people, and from there kind of grew within the company. My first summer I was with, at the time, Ben Coleman, Todd Gold, our 2 full-time scouts at the time, get to know them.
Runner in motion. And Rodney Pena hustling. And now the runner's going to come in to score. Base running there, aggressive.
Never stopped running.
Team Navy able to add to its lead here.
So that summer, 2013 at East Cobb, with Benton Coleman and Todd Gold, they kind of took me under their wing, brought on full time. As we look here again at just the hustle here, they get the out, but then the runner trying to advance, and he does successfully to plate another run. I believe that was Jensel Nieves, the ghost runner. And then from there, kind of grown throughout. David Ronsley obviously has been here since the start for me, and a bunch of the guys back there that I've known throughout the years. You see Vinny Servino, Jared Goodwin, so definitely a team effort with all of us, helping us all grow.
Jaden Ovalis at the plate.
We got to see him
Young man
pitch
from
yesterday.
Maryland. You mentioned earlier, Georgetown Prep. They're well represented here in Marietta.
Definitely. You see the strength.
What'd you like from him on the mound?
What's that? I just say you see the strength of him right there on the mound. Strong lower half. Came out. I think he showed 3 different pitches all around the zone. Created some angle from the left side. Mid-80s fastball. So I have to imagine that's going to play up in the Maryland area.
Maryland, a national seed. Lost to UConn in the regional round.
That was a tough one. between those two and Wake Forest. That was a good regional.
Ovalis out on strikes. Malachi Paplanis in his second inning on the mound for Team Purple.
He's still living in the mid-80s. We're getting updates every pitch, and it's 85s, 86s on the fastball. So coming back out and just continuing to show more of the same.
Alex Hernandez at the plate for Team Navy.
Georgia Tech commit. Maybe through 91 from the outfield. 89 across the infield, 704 runner. You see the frame there, higher waist, lots of room to fill out, still moving forward.
Paplanis off of him, and that one's going to trickle into center field. You touch on radar readings from the outfield. Still relatively new, and what are you taking away from those readings?
We like to look and see if it is indeed like a game action type throw. You get some kids who will take a couple extra steps through the ball, and then it's like, well, if you're taking that many to get your velo, the runner's already got that many more steps onto it. So you look for the release and the quickness and timeliness of everything, and of course you do look at the arm strength, the carry to the intended bag. Accuracy is huge, as big as any of the tools, because if you're not accurate, it doesn't matter how hard you throw the ball. So there's a whole bunch of everything, and then we have a couple guys always watching, so made an early jump there. But it all comes together. We put our notes in, kind of get to formulate who he is as a player, and you still get to see the first step quickness come in game time, too, as to how their jumps are, how they read the line drive, how they read the ball off the bat overall.
Plenty of outfielders at all levels with terrific arms, but like you said, if you can't get it to the base and allow the catcher or third baseman or middle infielder to apply the tag, that strong arm almost all for naught.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Pop up to second, retires his side. Navy adding on here in the 4th inning, now up 4-0 after 3.5. Team Purple had a little meeting before taking the mound or taking the field for the top of the 4th inning. Paplanis, his day is done. In all likelihood, going 2 innings.
Able to bury that last fastball in on the hands.
As we take a look, has hit it his 2 innings on the mound.
Pretty repeatable arm slot, shorter through the back. The ball comes out clean, so don't be surprised if the velocity here continues to climb for him moving forward.
Give you the line on Malachi Paplanis as he works the 2 innings. Maybe a run in the 2nd, 2 more in the 3rd, and tacking on a run in the 4th inning. And Hudson Lance goes back to work. Lance, the second pitcher used by Team Navy in this game. Gave up a hit and nothing else in his 1st inning, throwing a total of 14 pitches and topping out at 86 miles an hour with the fastball. Swing and a miss. No ball, 1 strike count on the leadoff hitter, Carter McKay, who stands in. McKay at first base for Team Purple. Left-handed batter with a nice swing at the plate.
Lance just going right back to it.
Count stays at no balls and 2 strikes.
So he has
Lance into the windup.
Has a big rock step moving into his delivery. Maintains his momentum and rhythm through it. Doesn't try to go slow, quick into his arm action. Good timing through his delivery. And as we've seen, a whole bunch of strikes so far.
Coaches, managers, pitching coaches will love it when you fill up that strike zone. Strikeout there. And that's the first out of the inning. As Carter McKay back to the dugout.
Nice breaking ball there from Lance to start things off. Showing comfort to go to it first pitch of the at-bat, 74 miles per hour. 84-85 that last at-bat to open it up against McKay.
I don't know if I'm going to get myself in trouble here or not. I hope not. But we failed on Lockhart and trying to come up with a comp, someone that we thought he pitched like.
Yeah.
A name just popped into my head for Hudson Lance.
Okay.
Troy Percival.
Nice.
I don't know if I'd have to go back and watch some video.
The up and down delivery.
Yes.
Okay.
Got a little pace to himself.
Well, is Troy still coaching? He was somewhere out in California, I believe. Riverside? Irvine? No, Riverside.
I believe so.
UC Riverside, I believe, was his alma mater.
This one hit foul.
That one looked like
Third
a
base
changeup
side.
up in the zone. That's
What's a
that right
changeup up? When a changeup is up in the zone, you want to get that one down at the knees so it can dip out of the strike zone. What's it tell you when it's up?
That just got under it, didn't finish the pitch. But we were talking about it earlier, right on right changeups. If you can bury it to the back foot, you're golden. But if you don't and you leave it up and have it run back over the middle of the plate, he almost just had to pay for that one from Sean Green.
Yep, Sean Green at the plate.
Sean Green's 5'10", 225 with broad shoulders and lots of strength. So I'm sure that's a pitch he'd like to have back. And if he sees it again, it's going to be green lights, go.
Strikeout for Hudson Lance. 2 in the inning.
Got him on the breaking ball. So we're seeing 3 pitches here from Lance, too. We've seen that from a few arms so far today where it's almost really any pitch, any count. You as a hitter only are going to see him once, and you cannot get too comfortable in the box. Wade
Purple
Mann
down
digging
4-0 here in the fourth. Go ahead.
I was just saying Wade Mann digging in. Mizzou commit, primary left-handed pitcher who we got to see on the mound yesterday. Take a quick look at our velocity, still right there around 85 miles per hour. Which is always a good thing to see, that you can maintain, even if it is just a 2-inning stint. You get some nerves, and you might come out throwing as hard as you can that first frame and kind of gas yourself out, especially I can only imagine how hot it is on the turf. But Lance is pretty much holding steady and still showing field a mix.
Pitch taken for a called strike 3. Impressive inning for Hudson Lance. Slows up just a little bit on that breaking pitch.
Yep.
Would you agree?
A little bit, yeah. but still is able to sell it just enough where he's got the hitters off balance, and it might even be more so the sequencing where you're able to get them on a certain pitch. They're looking one pitch, you throw one of your other 2 off-speed pitches that you got in your arsenal.
So 4-0 game, Team Navy on top as we go to the top of the 5th inning. Again, coaching staff addressing Team Purple. How do you come up with the coaches that are part of these events?
Travel ball coaches, a lot of them just coaching our events, and they've been doing showcases for us for years now. Use the same couple guys for BP, for Fungos, and especially in Georgia with our home base, it becomes a real well-oiled machine.
It certainly is. And just observing over the last couple of days since this event got underway on Saturday, we'll continue and wrap up on Wednesday. And then the rising sophomores will be coming in. Again, these are players from around the nation participating in the 2022 Junior National Showcase at the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. These young men will begin their junior years of high school come fall, late summer, early fall. Jacob Sam's now on for Team Purple.
Another uncommitted arm to take the mound today.
Expected to go 2 innings.
See that lower slot from a 6'4" frame. Might make for some uncomfortable at-bats.
Young man from Winter Park High School in the Orlando, Florida area. He's expected again to get the 4th and 5th or 5th and 6th innings here.
Averaging more than a strikeout per inning in his perfect game career.
That'll open up some eyes. Completes the warm-up process. Heard Brett talking about it. I don't know if it was with you from the weekend or Dave, but turf surface, the mound, you're not wearing spikes, you're wearing the turf shoes. Takes some getting used to.
Absolutely, especially if you're used to only throwing on a dirt mound. I mean, there's so many fields now that are turf, but still, just like any other field, you have to get a feel for it. You only get a handful of warm-up pitches prior to, so.
Samuel Richardson struck out on a slider in his first at bat at the plate to open up the 5th inning. Again, extra hitters sprinkled throughout the lineup, so Richardson, yes, leadoff hitter to open up the game, but just his second at bat, and we're in the 5th inning.
Wrapped around that breaking ball just a little bit, but we have seen a low 80s fastball so far from Mr. Sams with some solid arm side runs, sinking life to it. Obviously, given his arm slot, you're going to get life like that.
Ghost runner taking off for second. And slow to get up, but appears to be all right. Chancel Nieves is running. Richardson comes up empty on the swing and miss.
You see that heater just sink over the outer half. Even if Richardson made contact with it, it wasn't going to go anywhere. That was a Excellent location. He's got 20 inches of horizontal run on his pitches too here. Just Sam's, meaning they're moving.
And in there safely is Nieves. He's now at third with nobody out as he keeps that foot right on the base. Richardson attending Perfect Game 14U National event. Chalk that up as a great learning experience, great opportunity to be seen by college coaches, and those are the goals at these events. He is out on strikes for the second time in this game.
See, this pitch just dived to the back foot of the fastball, and that slot's going to be a difficult one to square up anything, especially Sam's living down in the zone the way he is right now.
Johnny Gifford stands in. Speculation here, but it looked like Gifford had a quick word with Richardson. Maybe asking for a quick scattering report.
Just anything, yeah. Like how much is it moving? How heavy is the fastball? Because short little breaking ball there. So you could sit fastball, no fastball is coming, and then he drops that in on you. 72, 73 miles per hour on the breaking ball. That fastball getting some reports, 18 to 20 inches of horizontal movement, meaning that ball's going almost 2 feet at any given point.
Fastball there. Count now full at 3-2. Gifford, catcher for the first couple of innings. Off the end of the bat towards first base. And taken care of right at the bag by Carter McKay. Nieves able to come in to score from third base.
Gifford gets just enough of that breaking ball, put the ball in play, drive the run in.
Nieves scoring.
What a pitch.
Batter now for Team Navy. He's been impressive here. Caden Sheffield. Sheffield mentioned earlier, Houston commit.
Yep. A rarity. You don't often see players from Georgia go out to Houston. But the talent certainly warrants a college commitment already, as we've seen him do a little bit of everything well this event.
Sams, to those right-handed batters, he's gotten a lot of balls, a lot of cue shots.
Yeah.
Off the end of the bat. You touched on the movement that he's shown. Again, free and easy. Wastes very little time on the mound.
And he's listed at, what, right here, 6'4", 165.
This one whacked in the air, left center field. It's going to split the alley and go for extra bases. And Caden Sheffield solving Sam's right there. Is a 2-out base runner in scoring position. Take another look.
Good looking swing there from Sheffield. I mean, that's really the only way you're going to get the barrel to Sam's is on a ball elevated. Sheffield saw it, and again, another person wearing out that left center field gap today. It's like there's a magnet out there. But Sam's, I mean, 6'4", 165. He starts adding some strength to the frame, and that fastball ticks up even to the mid-80s with that type of movement from that slot. It's going to be devastating. Whether he starts a game, you pull him out of the bullpen, and just not a comfortable at bat.
Nick Rubino. Check swing. Rubino rolls one up the third base side. Good pitch there.
He is living on the outer half, and that's just a pitch you really can't do much with as a right-handed batter. Just kind of got to hope to get your hands extended, get enough to it, and shoot it through the hole or down the line. And there's really not anything else you could do.
This one lofted in the air to left field. And tracking it down is a left fielder, Gonzalez Ortega. Pardon me, Peralta making the catch in left field when I identify the outfielder as Gonzalez Ortega moved to center.
Left the breaking ball there up just a little bit to end the inning, but here you just see a montage of heavy sinking fastballs with late life throughout.
Did we see him against a lefty batter?
No, all righties.
All righties. So is that pitch that's moving away from the right-handed hitter? Do lefties have more success against him? What does he do to
that might
perhaps
chew
counter
up
that?
That might chew up lefties right now.
Get it in on the hands?
You might see a broken bat if a lefty digs in.
5-0 ball game. Navy on top. Purple yet to score over the first 4 innings against Navy pitching. Navy starting with Tate Strickland, Hudson Lance. 2 pitchers, both with 2 innings of 1 hit, no run baseball. Strickland striking out 4, Lance striking out 3. Strickland topped out at 90 miles an hour, was 85-90 with the fastball. See the clouds above the ballpark. Players hanging in the dugout. Would imagine this is day 4. Perhaps night 1, night 2, they were up late, talking, hanging out. Imagine last night might have been the first night where they turned in early.
I know for me, when I get back to after last out today, I'm going home and probably going straight to the bed in the hotel. That is my goal tonight. Just get some long sleep.
So I worked the Gainesville Regional with David DeLucci.
Okay.
And we were cruising Game 7 a week ago yesterday. And right around 3:15 or so, local time in Gainesville, lightning delay.
Of course, it's Florida.
And it was beautiful for the next 2.5 hours. We finally started back up. It started raining ever so slightly during the 7 o'clock hour. We started back up. Delay was about 5.5 hours. Oklahoma eventually prevailed, and now Oklahoma in the College World Series under head coach Skip Johnson. I just kind of sat around my booth in Bristol, Connecticut. David lounged and watched Ole Miss. Was on his couch, and we all sort of said, "No, you took a nap." He goes, "No, I never fell asleep." Never admitted it, but we had an inkling that was the case.
I mean, it's hard. We've done games down in Fort Myers where you just have to kill some dead space, and you just got to stay up. We start late after the lightning moves out, and just little things that can keep you going here. As Furmanex is opened up at 85, 74-mile-an-hour curveball, and that's a lot of arms and legs moving at you. So there's definite deception, uncomfortable at bat here.
This one lifted in the air and taken care of. Fly ball. Off the bat of Isaac Pena. Firmanek goes to work and misses down and away.
See that big hand raise over the head. Good timing to his delivery. I mean, he's a long-framed body right here, too. 6'6", 180 from Illinois. Got that whippy arm extended out front. Lots going on, but opened up early, pretty much around the zone. Pretty exclusively to that first batter.
Purple batting, home 5th inning, down 5-0.
Have an 87 come through here for Firmanek. 75-mile-an-hour breaking ball on that last pitch.
Cut on a missed.
Late sinking life there.
Peralta comes up empty. When you see a pitcher first or second time, then you see him down the road, either that year or the next year, and you notice things that have been tweaked with his mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the thoughts that you will think about initially? I mean, ultimately it comes down to getting outs, throwing strikes, but when you see a tweak,
mm-hmm.
what are you looking for in terms of having success with that?
It's like for Firmanek, say you see him from a year from now, the first thing you'll notice is, like, did he add some strength? And I think if once he adds some strength, he'll be able to control his body better and have some core strength, be able to repeat the delivery a little bit. You see him missing arm side here. But even things like with a hitter, maybe it's the simplicity of just moving your hands up like an inch or two, something you've seen so much of a swing.
Runner goes from first. Ball pops out of the throwing hand of the catcher.
You notice an adjustment, and maybe that's leading to him being on time with his launch just a little bit more as opposed to having to move his hands and then go. Some sort of an adjustment. And when you see these players so many times, it's like, oh, maybe he just made that one little adjustment, and it's definitely working for him.
Rogers, the runner, at second base. That pitch poured in for a strike. Hector Roca getting his second at bat. Miami commit. That one all the way to the backstop. And the runner will move up.
Hector Roca wore one between the shoulder blades first at bat against Tate Strickland. He's strong though, 6'2", 200 pounds.
You see in the box score, you mentioned getting drilled. And then with the showcase, did not take his base and ended up striking out.
Yeah, it's tough.
Bill's up the right side of the batter's box, that's for sure.
And his
big physical presence.
Strongest days are still ahead of him as well, which is scary to think about. I'd have to imagine the spin on this fastball from Firmanek is pretty low with the amount that it's diving.
Runner at third base for Team Purple, trying to get on the board for the first time. Breaking pitch outside. Charlie Caruso now behind the plate. Oh, pardon me. Flip it over there. Xavier Rivera is behind the plate for Team Navy.
Good pitch. Just like what we saw with Sam, there's really nothing you can do with that pitch.
Roca out on strikes. Base runner left at third base. And Purple again turned away. Michael Firmanek with his outing and working the frame. Permanek is expected to get 2 innings. Scouts, recruiters, family members.
Yep. Got a little bit of everybody back there. Even a couple pro teams back there doing some underclass scouting, get ahead of the game.
All for the database.
That's right.
I've missed my time in the minors, and there were certain scouts you would see on the road, certain scouts you would see at home, certain scouts that you'd have great conversations with. Certain scouts would come into your broadcast booth or try to meet up with you before the game to get a tidbit that I learned from an old Kansas City Royals scout who was always on the road with us and, you know, laid the groundwork, established the relationship, and knew more baseball than I was going to know, certainly from the scouting side, Jeremy.
Right.
But just was always looking for a little tidbit here or there. And we were having a conversation one night. I told him, you know, anytime you want to come in the booth before the game, you're more than welcome. And I always enjoy the conversations. Great storyteller. One night, scout who I'd never met before and may have been new altogether, but came in, wanted this nugget, wanted, you know, guy coming up from low A ball to advanced A ball. And the scout who I had established a rapport with understood I'd kind of become a mute with this person. 1, 2-word answers and that was it. Or, you know, I'll have to check on C. Maybe I'll get back to you tomorrow. Guy left the booth and the scout said, he's not going to be back tomorrow. And you did exactly the right thing there. You gave him nothing. I'm like, well, sort of like I give you. And he's like, well, I get more from you on the broadcast when I listen. And I had never realized he was even trying to pick up information from the game broadcast on particular players.
Knowledge is key. You're writing down every at-bat, seeing what's happening. Maybe you just make mention that he's swung and missed at a couple of breaking balls, and now you know maybe there's a deficiency of recognizing spin in his approach. There's always a little bit of something that you can pick up from any aspect of a game. And as always, knowledge is king.
Clayton Anderson in the air to right field and retired. Nice job in right, closing fast. Maddox Meeks pulling double duty. Had it all the way.
Absolutely.
One down in the inning. Jacob Sams. Jeremy's been impressed by him, and hard not to be over the first inning plus in relief.
He's a case that you just look at the radar gun and you'll be like, okay, 79, 82, 83. Like, it doesn't jump out at the page. We've had kids touching 93, but then you actually watch what Sams is on the mound. You see the slot. You see the life of the pitch, and you're like, that's not going to be comfortable to dig in against at all. And these guys have proven such.
Ben Fischel at the plate right now for Team Navy. Sends this one into center field. And Fischel stands at first base with a base hit. Shared on his player bio. Describe one of the greatest challenges that you've been able to overcome, and shared that his mom had cancer and stayed strong for her and was able to keep his mind off certain things and devoting time to his family.
Yeah, you never know what's going on behind the scenes, too, for kids to still battle on the field and show as well as they have, and just shows how strong all these guys are, even at 16 years old.
Especially with all that they've dealt with over the last couple of years with COVID. Season shutting down. Jensel Nieves at the plate. Nieves will play all three, scheduled to play all three outfield positions in this game.
Mm-hmm.
In on the hands towards shortstop. They get the force out at second, back to first. Nieves beats the return throw. Nice job by the catcher backing up on the play. As the first baseman gives the ball back to the pitcher.
See the
Carter
hustle by the
McKay.
catcher. Hustle out of the catcher there, as you mentioned. Not that Nieves would have necessarily turned and gone, but he is fast. He's got 6'5" speed, 6'6" speed, so nice job by the catcher.
Well, just like a pitcher on anything hit to the right side of the infield train, your first break is to first base. You're not an observer. Runner goes from first base and in there safely on the stolen base. And then inching off the back just a little bit. Not sure where Nieves was going after he picked up the theft of second. Little smile on the face of the second baseman, Cody Fuller. But, you know, catcher, ball on the ground. Got to pop up quickly and head down that first base line. I do that 4, 5, 6, 10 times a game, depending. You got a sinker ball, ground ball pitcher out there. You're getting your workouts in.
Absolutely.
You may not be in a foot race. Agristi stands in. May not win the foot race down there, but your job is just to make sure that if the ball does get away, backing up the play. Yep.
Absolutely.
Runner takes off for third,
Nice
throw
throw.
down.
That boy out.
And again, the stolen base as Nieves picks up.
Good angle of it here. Definitely thought the ball beat him, but I guess he slid in just before the tag.
A little decisive there, whether or not he was going to go in standing. Finally got down, feet first. Caruso behind the plate. Charlie Caruso.
Sam's working mostly upper 70s this inning. You're still seeing that same fastball life, the bowling ball type life to the bottom of the zone.
I feel like he's thrown a lot more pitches in this inning than he did in the fourth. Ball popped up, first base side. And that retires this side as Team Navy leaves a couple of runners stranded, and Jacob Sams with 2 innings and impressive. Heads off to the dugout.
Here's a quick little look of what's to come. Mr. Fermanak. And our other lower slot, who just finished his 2 innings of an uncomfortable look, whether it's the top or the bottom of this inning, from Jacob Sams and Michael Fermanak. That is for sure.
See the breeze and the American flag off in the distance. East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Terrific setting for baseball, and a lot of baseball played on these fields day in, day out. The overhang and folks trying to stay out of the sun as best they can on what is a mostly cloudy day. But again, we're not going to tell you that we're sweating in the broadcast booth. Back behind home plate, we're both in the friendly confines of an office and a living room in a 5-0 ball game. Looking forward to seeing how Fermanek goes here in this inning. Did a nice job in his first inning. Team Purple coming to the plate here in the frame, trailing 5-0. Our second of 4 games on this Tuesday from the Junior National Showcase. Team Red, Team Royal will be game 3. Underway 25-30 minutes after the conclusion of this game. Team White and Team Vegas Gold as Gus Gandy stands in. Fermanek goes to work. Ball wrapped on the ground. Past the diving third baseman. This one down in the corner.
Gonna get to see Gandy run a little bit here.
And he is at second base to start things off here in the home 6th inning.
Just past the glove of the outstretched third baseman. Turns around an 86-mile-an-hour fastball.
Elijah Clayton, we touched on him earlier.
That one came in on his hands pretty hard.
And here's Cole Rogers. Fermanek with the runner at second base. Gandy a double down the left field line. Breaking ball, opposite way, booted at first base, and everybody's safe. Rogers reaching, he's at first. Ball may have had some English on it.
Yeah, breaking ball up in the zone. Rogers just swats it the other way. You see the topspin of how the ball's sinking. Skip off the turf, got a real true bounce, and not much for the first baseman to do there. Fermanek, so still maintaining mid-80s on his fastball, 86s. Slider up to 79 there to Rogers, so just running some good stuff out of the right hand.
Gonzalez Ortega at the plate. Let's see how he bears down in this situation. Ball lined over the second baseman and into right center field. Gandy comes in to score. And a nice job. Gonzalez Ortega, short to the ball, collects the RBI single.
See him pull the hands in and open up that front side just a little bit to help get the barrel through. Does just what he needs to do, puts it into right field, and he was sinking 2 all the way.
I credit him with a single. I apologize there.
Never broke stride. And here's Landon Beaver, who, oh no, wrong team. William Baker. So who we've already talked about a couple times. Just look at Fermanek there. There's so much room for him to just to fill out moving forward physically. 86 mile per hour to open up against Baker.
He struck out in his first at bat. Pitch misses away. High chopper towards short. In time, throw to the plate, one run across. Now they've got the runner caught about 3/4 of the way down the line. And Gonzalez Ortega tagged out. Take another look.
Another chop ground ball from that heavy sinker. Heads up play by the first baseman to come home, and a Greasy pops out, makes a play, and we got a double play to move on to the top of the 7th.
6-3-2.
Casual.
As we take a look once again at the day of Michael Firmanek. Two runs across in the 6th inning. And a 5-2 ball game. And Team Purple with a new pitcher on the mound. And Sean Green takes over.
Green's definitely got arm strength. I think we had him up to 93 from the outfield, so we'll see how that translates onto the mound.
Green expected, I believe, to go 1 inning in his outing.
Nothing like a scalding hot water.
Got to get some ice for that scalding hot water.
We heard that one, yes indeed. It may have been ice cold 5 minutes ago,
Get to the game now.
but no longer the case. Green ready to go to work. Young
Here's
man
Landon
from
Beaver.
Woodstock, Georgia. I like this left-handed swing.
He has found a handful of barrels so far. Obviously had that 2B, the second double hit the other way off 85. 87 miles per hour first pitch to Beaver from Green.
Okay, Green sells that one to the backstop.
Probably going to go grab that rosin bag if I had to guess.
There you go. Beaver a base hit, doubled in his first at bat, came in to score. And now Green missing down and in after missing up and away and sailing one all the way back behind the plate area. And now 2 for 2 as that one sneaks through the right side.
Just another barrel for him, for Beaver. There's something to be said when you can come to this setting and square up 4 baseballs in 4 at-bats.
So a base runner here in the 7th inning for Team Navy. Austin Hannigan.
A couple 86, 87 here so far for Green.
Hannigan a strikeout victim in his first at bat. In on the hands, third base side. And that one taken care of. Over in foul territory.
You see Green really gather on that backside, come down the mound. Uses his strength to his advantage, simpler delivery, and that fastball seems to be getting on guys pretty quick.
Elijah Clayton taking care of that one. Dawson Simmons, outfielder. A double, RBI, and a run scored. His first time up, throw down to first base. And safe. Looked like
the ump wanted to ring him up.
Yes.
Wonder if he must have dropped the ball at first base then, but Beavers does have 6-7 speed, so I'm sure he's looking. Here we go, get another look at it. Oh, maybe just missed the tag, but the ball was there. I wouldn't be surprised if Beaver takes off here in another pitch or two. We know he can hit, so let's see how he runs on the bases. Good pitch.
Simmons takes a strike.
Another one of those can't do much with it pitches. Just dotted on the outer half.
Called strike 3 on the ball that popped out of the glove of the catcher. And Dawson Simmons back to the dugout. Two down runner at first base. Right-handers over the last couple of innings. Big payday out there on the outer half.
Oh, yeah.
McGinnis, the hitter, 1 for 1 with a base hit. Takes a fastball up.
6'3", 175 pounds, uncommitted out of Noonan, Georgia.
Georgia, to me, always consistent with the talent that the state develops.
Mm-hmm.
But down south, yes, certainly well known, but nationally still, you know, you're going to say Florida, you're going to say Louisiana, then you're going to move west and say Texas, Arizona, California.
Right.
But Georgia's right there. And
for
usually
sure.
it's down the list in terms of when people are going to talk about those top-tier states.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you look at first-round talents and hometowns and where they're from. Casey Mize, I believe, was a Georgia native, or he played for Team Georgia, obviously went to Auburn. Ooh.
Towards second base, and that one into center field, initially off the glove of Green. Atlanta area.
A lot of talent.
On the deflection, not sure if the second baseman there would have been able to make a play behind Green. As Gandy wasn't necessarily cheating towards the middle of the diamond. So first and third, 2 down.
Back to Georgia, though, for this year's draft class, they certainly have some preps at the top between Tamar Johnson, Drew Jones, Dylan Lesko. So if there was ever any question, Georgia's coming out with some vengeance this year. That's for sure.
Have you set on a number 1 overall pick, 1-1 for July?
No.
Still early.
You could go, this year especially, you could go so many different ways, and I wouldn't be surprised if you see them at number 1 take a player under slot and do something big with their second pick and get 2 first-round picks, like 2 high-end first-round picks for the price of 1 pick, essentially.
Some teams are having great success in doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Carter at the plate. Had that agreed-upon deal going into the draft. Scenarios play out. Heston Kjerstad finally making his pro debut. in the Orioles system, former Arkansas Razorback. Has had his share of injury issues, COVID, cut 2020.
That's a big athlete with some big left-handed juice that Baltimore could use very shortly up in their lineup.
They're coming. Adley Rushman promoted already. They've got some talent now, mid-upper level of the farm system.
Cedric Mullins and Ryan Mountcastle, 2 young pieces already in play. Grayson Rodriguez, one of the top pitching prospects in all of baseball.
Right field line, laying out, and this one gets by the right fielder. And it's going to plate a couple here. And all the way around to third base is Andrew Carter. Great effort in right field by Peralta, but unable to catch up to it on the ball off the bat of Carter.
Nice job getting extended here. Just lets his hands go to work, sees the ball deep, and just puts it the other way. We haven't seen many balls hit out that way. Right fielder got a good jump on it, but just out of his reach. Did all he could do.
So Green facing the maximum number of hitters. As Navy able to tack on here. Our second game of 4. Game 3 scheduled to get underway at 2 p.m. Eastern, roughly 25-30 minutes after the completion of this one. And I have pitchers for the 8th inning. Not sure if we're going to see the 9th in this one. I know we can go as many as 10. Might see that later in the day based on how pitchers are set up for these squads. A 7-2 ball game with Purple coming to the plate in the home 7th inning. And Alex Hernandez from Cumming, Georgia, is now on. Georgia Tech commit. Danny Hall. Danny Burrell, the pitching coach, former 2A star, long time ago at Wake Forest. Up until recently, the last couple of years, was instrumental in with the pitching in the minor league system of the New York Yankees. Danny Burrell.
That Yankee staff's having a good year for him. When I think I saw a tweet yesterday saying Garrett Cole had the highest ERA on the team. And Garrett Cole's been phenomenal this year.
Has had a couple of rough spots, but overall pitching like the number 1. Nestor Cortez.
Jamison Taillon, nice reclamation year for him. Yeah, Cole has a 3.63 right now, and that's the worst on the staff. So, goodness.
That's pretty good in the American League. Pretty good anywhere.
Right.
See the hitters ready to come to the plate for Team Purple. As Fernandez was asked to get rid of the sleeve, and I don't know what else he had on his hand or on his body. I don't know if he had bracelets or a wristband on. Navy is not trailed in this game, on top in the 7th inning. We've had 1 home run so far today. That was earlier. And a 4-4 tie between Orange and Maroon. Nick Cucci, hitting a 2-run home run.
Greasy delivered his throw, and we're ready to see what Alex Hernandez brings to the mound.
First batter for Team Purple against Hernandez will be Charlie Caruso. Caruso, long way from home, West Coast kid from California. Caruso skies one in the air to left field. Making the call.
Well, something behind that
making the
fastball.
catch out in left field is Nieves, who's moved around and now in left.
As
That
a
sends
pitcher,
Caruso back to the dugout.
As a pitcher, you gotta love one pitch outs. 86-mile-per-hour fastball there from Hernandez. That was 2 pitches, excuse me, both at 86.
Ryan Maggie, who we're expecting to see on the mound for the 8th inning, gets an at bat here.
He certainly has some arm talent, Ryan Maggie does, as we're seeing that with Hernandez here as well.
Maggie from Peru, New York, Peru Senior High School. Commit to West Virginia. Perfect game, top 500 prospect. I grew up in New York. I went to school upstate New York. I believe Peru is somewhere in central New York.
Okay. Good player. We've seen him at a couple different showcases. Nice swing there. Picks up a nice barrel to the pull side.
He's aboard at first base.
Played for the Richmond Braves, a Virginia-based organization, this past summer on the 14U circuit, so he's younger for the grade, able to play down. Eligible to play 15U baseball this year, so if you're wondering how the upstate New York kid ended up at West Virginia, he called Virginia home last summer, basically, with the Richmond program, so able to connect those dots that way.
Zach Porter at the plate as Hernandez loses the hat. From Chattanooga, Tennessee. A lot of kids will play outside of their region, try to get down south, better competition. Hernandez not messing around there. Hard toss over to first base.
He's 86, 87 to the mound, and he might have been just that over to first base as well. Nice looking breaking ball. 76 on that curveball, 12-6 shape to it.
Late on the fastball, count stays 1-2.
Hernandez gets that front foot down a little early and works over his front side, almost with like a little hop, but there's so much arm speed and athleticism to work on top of the ball. He's powering it downhill pretty well, and you can tell by that last swing that it's getting on top of hitters pretty quick.
Another guy, as you've touched on, you get one at bat against him, and might take you some time to figure him out. Porter hangs tough. Good breaking ball there. Threw a couple of them there to Porter, and he is out on strikes.
So the arm strength continues to impress with Hernandez, as it did all workout, and a secondary arm, but he's really got some feel for that 12-6er.
Cody Fuller, homestay kid in Georgia. First base side, room down the line.
Nice inning.
And the catch is made. And Hernandez on in relief doing a nice job in the inning. A nice catch down the first base side by Jax Phillips.
Hernandez quickly settled in over his inning. Lived in the mid-80s, but that curveball is a difference maker for him. You see the take there, and then I believe he finishes him off here with another one.
Jeremy, do we have you again Wednesday, Thursday, or
No.
Friday?
Nope, tomorrow's my last day. Then I fly back home to Massachusetts tomorrow night. 9:30
go.
flight. Late
We've
flight,
got,
but I get to be with you guys all day tomorrow at the field.
We've got 70s and low humidity for you later in the week, I think. Of course, we know that can change.
Of course.
What's the rest of the summer have for you on the docket?
Oof. I got, from here, I believe the end of the month, I'm going down to Orlando for the 14U World Series. I got 13U World Series, the 2 WWBAs, and of course the 13 and the 14U National Showcases, which those spots are filling up quick. I believe players already pre-approved, have until July 1st to sign up for the registration deadline, and I got all the notifications coming through to my phone, and we have some big name talent signing up here in the last couple of days, so that's what I'm excited for. It's crucial for our Select Festival process and finding those names and seeing them all play against each other one final time. So if you've been pre-approved, anybody that's watching, I suggest you sign up and let us see what you got. Come out to West Palm Beach at the end of July, and we'll be there to evaluate and see your game.
Ryan Maggie does get the top of the 8th inning. Young man from the state of New York is now on the mound.
Heads up, Luke.
Maddox Meeks, 2 scoreless. On the hill for Team Purple. Struck out 2 and gave up just 1 base hit. Ablanis gave up some runs in his outing. Sams, impressive. See in the background, Team Red getting ready to go. Red versus Royal, Game 3. First pitch, 25 to 30 minutes after the completion of this one.
This will be the first time we see these two teams in live action. They did their drills last night. They'll play next 4 teams, next 2 games today will be first times, and then we'll get their second games tomorrow afternoon, and that'll be the wrap-up of the 2022 Junior National Showcase.
Going over the bios over the last couple of days. Name from the Northeast. John Holt will play for Team Red this afternoon. Plays for Mike Manning out of All-Star Baseball Academy. I'll share that with David later on. And then there was another young man from Bristol, Virginia. And I looked at his head coach, former big league pitcher Jimmy Gobble.
Man, gotta love that. Being able to pick a brain of a big leaguer nonstop.
Indeed. And had Jimmy when he was coming through the Royals minor league system. He was a teenager at the advanced A level back in 2001. And from what I understand, I reached out to a couple of people that I used to work with in the Wilmington front office, and I guess his son down in that Bristol, Tennessee area is on the radar as a freshman pitcher.
I see a lot of it's fun now seeing players I grew up watching having their kids come through, and you kind of get to see them in the stands, interact with the parents, and it's like, I remember like collecting your baseball cards, and
right
now here you are just being a dad hanging out.
Well, I don't take in baseball in terms of highlights necessarily on YouTube channels or anything like that. I'll sit and watch a game and watch SportsCenter and catch highlights here and there, but I have enjoyed watching Drew Jones. You just touched on him a little while ago, Andrew Jones' son. And I've enjoyed watching his highlights.
Absolutely.
And there have been many.
We've seen him since he was 14, a part of that 14U Select Fest way back when, and the game just comes easy to him overall. Defensively, offensively, he continues to get stronger, and he's another one that his strongest days still are yet to come.
Rodney Pena at the plate. Young man from Patterson, New Jersey, DePaul Catholic High School.
Maggie opening up here 83, 85 so far on the fastball with an upper 60s breaker. Northeast on northeast at bat here with Pena being a New Jersey native.
Throw down to second base in time, caught stealing. As Gandy took the throw. Hector Roca throwing down.
I feel like Nieves is just running out there anytime we need a runner and might be leading the showcase in stolen bases.
He might just be running out of steam. He's run so much in this game. They finally solved him.
Finally got him. He was a runner at second and third that we thought they got him, but he kept sliding in just in time, and they finally got him.
Swing and a miss and a pitch up.
He's still living right there in that low to mid 80s range with his fastball. You see the arm come through. Just challenged him up in the zone, 3 straight pitches.
And Rodney Pena out on strikes.
86 to get him. Dexter's came through. So we have 3 outs, but only 2 batters, so we will give him a third batter. No matter what happens here, it'll be the last batter of the inning. That ghost runner does count as an out, but at the same time, with Maggie being a 1-inning guy, we want to make sure he gets his 3 hitters to fully evaluate what the future Mountaineer brings to the mound.
Jay Novales at the plate. The Terps keep him in state, perhaps on the radar down the road.
Nice
Good pitch there, taken for a strike.
Pulled the string at 74, faded it back in over the inner half. That's a good pitch right there.
Has the sign and misses away. '86, '85, '86 with his last 3 fastballs. This one sent in the air, right center field. Drifting back is the center fielder, Gonzalez Ortega, and that retires the side.
That sounded good coming off the barrel. Up to 87 there at the end for Maggie, and Novales just missed getting all of that one. See, Maggie found success with that fastball up in the zone. Able to stay off barrels, escaped with the walk early in the inning, and came out unscathed.
Again, you see it right there. Red vs. Royal, our 3rd game of 4 on this Tuesday from Marietta, Georgia. Junior National Showcase, Rising Juniors at the East Cobb Complex. That one will start. First pitch, 25 to 30 minutes after the completion of this one. And are we looking at the final 3 outs for this game?
We might be. We very well could be.
Andrew Carter from Rancho Cucamonga, Florida, will get the bottom half of the 8th inning. Heard from the dugout just a moment ago. A lot of New York guys here. Often the case, much to the dismay of wherever those New Yorkers may be. I say that tongue in cheek.
You see how Carter follows up? He just had a double the other way. On a outer half fastball was one of the better looking swings we've had so far in this game.
Another athletic right-hander on the mound. Pitching lines for Team Navy. Strickland, 2 innings. Hudson Lentz was solid. Not giving me much beyond that right now. Have to keep refreshing.
There we go.
Peek into the purple dugout. Isaac Ahokovi will stand in.
First pitch breaking ball there from Carter.
Not sure Ahokovi was thinking that.
No, I wasn't. I mean, secondary arm coming in and dropping one in on you right away.
Late there, down in the count, 0-2.
Well, now you got a first pitch breaking ball. You're late on a fastball. I don't know if I was a hitter what I would be looking for here. What a sequence.
Makes quick work of Ahokovi.
Up to 85 with the fastball. Carter, upper 70s breaking ball.
Carter does a nice job getting over to the bag. And Carter McKay retired. (3-1) on the putout. McKay to Carter, and 2 down in the inning. That'll bring up Sean Green. We've seen Green on the mound. Takes the first pitch, eye level. Sean Green we've seen in right field and 1 inning in relief for Team Purple.
A little bit of everything. '83, '85 so far here from Carter on the fastball. You see him, that front leg kind of swings open a little early, but arm seems to be coming through on time for the most part.
Picks up a strike. Breaking ball there, battles back after falling behind 3-0.
Definitely has comfort in that pitch, huh? To go back to it after falling behind in the count. 3-1 breaking ball is not what you're looking for there this late in the contest.
Round ball up the middle and a single into center field off the bat of Sean Green.
Didn't try to do too much.
Why am I dizzy? Thank you.
And we'll have a new pitcher here.
Oh, just a quick pitch and change.
Bryce Clavin is into the game. He was warming up and enters during the inning. First time we've had that. Every pitcher has pitched to start it off a clean inning. And Navy will get a peek at the new right-hander. And Henry Jackson And that's where the line, we've got a lot of New Yorkers here must have came in because they might have been alerted to Jackson from Horseheads, New York. Commit to Xavier.
Clavon here get his warm-up pitches. Like, he's about a 6'5" runner. Gave us a ton of arm strength from the outfield and the infield. 6'4", 8 in the run, 95 outfield, 91 infield. So we'll see what he brings to the table. I mean, he's currently ranked number 8 in the country as a shortstop / outfielder. Haven't been able to see him swing it just yet, uncommitted. So lots of talent, lots of athleticism, high-end football player as well.
So you got to beat him up.
Purple, a base runner with.
And I'd like to see a scientific thing about the big difference. I bet it's not that much of a difference.
Warm-up tosses being completed here.
I'm sweating through my pants. Oh, this is it. All right, so this is it, huh?
And it will be Wade Mann coming to the plate.
Three batters.
So you heard there, 3 batters.
So we're wiping
Nobody
the
out.
outs.
And a runner on.
It's like a simulated game.
Runner goes from first. The ball chopped to the right side. They get the out at first base.
See Clavon using that slow, methodical tempo to his delivery. Powered the ball downhill, 85, 86, the first couple out of his hand.
Wade Mann retired. Green now at second with 1 down.
The last pitch out of Carter's hand proved to be his best one, too, on the single back from Green. Registered 87 miles per hour on the radar gun.
Isaac Pena at bat here in the inning. Pena now down to the count, 0-2.
Yarms have been getting that high breaking ball call all day. Bryce quickly figuring it out that he can land it up top. But don't miss, because Isaac Pena has the type of juice and barrel skill to drive it.
Green takes off for third base. And in there ahead, really no tag.
Quite the difference between the in the fastball and breaking ball velocity for Clavon. Up to 86, 87 on the fastball now, 66 on the breaking ball. So
Fabio Peralta. First official at bat.
got an 88 now out of Clavon. .70 miles per hour on that last breaking ball.
Delivers the strike. It's not an easy situation to come into.
No.
Players who have been on the field see the light at the end of the tunnel. Clavon, as you said, inter squad type setting, entered the game. They said 3 batters, and he entered with a runner on base.
Right.
We would say not his responsibility, but that runner, Green, is now at third with 2 down. Pitch to Peralta, and that one tapped foul.
Foul ball, but still there, a good-looking swing from Peralta. Smooth and easy, and he checks a lot of boxes of what you want in a young prospect. Obviously, we have him ranked number 10, performs in our tournaments all throughout Florida. 6'5" runner. Just a lot of what you want to see in a young prospect.
It's just in case he walks. I don't know. I coach somebody.
Pitch taken down and in. Battle continues. Last 4 pitches, all fastballs.
See Clavon with his customized perfect game Rawlings glove there.
Wins the battle against Peralta. And that will do it for Team Purple here in the 8th inning. Clavon doing a nice job.
Did what he needed to do out of the bullpen, and just like that, and secured the win for Navy.
Navy 7-2 over Team Purple. And that completes our 2nd game of the afternoon. Jeremy, your final thoughts. Fun working with you, partner.
You as well. I appreciate you letting me come on. I enjoyed seeing some of the talent once again. We got to know these kids over the last 2 or 3 days. Lots of arms, lots of barrels. The future is bright for the game of baseball.
Well said. Navy 7-2 victory over Team Purple. And coming up, first pitch roughly 25-30 minutes from now, Team Red versus Team Royal will be our 3rd game of the day from the 2022 Junior National Showcase here in Marietta, Georgia. For Jeremy Brown, I'm Steve Lennox. Reminder, stay with us. Back at it in about 25 minutes.
Anybody got a ball?
You guys want to play
No,
two ball?
hey, you go.
Right. You got them?
No, you got to be big. Oh, come on now. Oh. I saw it happen to you on the ball that rolled up on you. Sometimes you hit it harder for people. I got some kangaroos that were like, and I'd just be like, hey, you catch it? No? Oh, it does. It does? Not catching. No? I don't know who that is. Wait, who's the other one? Hold on. That one right there. Tyler. Tyler, catch it. Well, no, I'm stuck. I feel like I'm sitting. I'm sitting until the fifth. And I play like all day. I know. Right? I'm not gonna buck. What? Dude, kids are playing like 16. Wait, how's that gonna work? My bad. I know. I think my pants are burning.
third. All right, 3 to home.
Go for it.
All right, guys, we're going to have a big goal right here. We're going to have like 4 infielders going across, and nobody's going to get hit by a ball, all right? So we're going to be watching it. Something's going to end up in this dugout. So once we get to infield, nobody's going to get hit.
He said he couldn't mention. We got him. We're good here.
Oh, you got it? All right, let's go.
Literally everybody here, hey, head on a swivel because they're throwing this way.
I got y'all.
One sec.
Who's going first?
Camera's good over here? You guys good? All right, let's go, Greg.
Good.
I already know I'm a triple cover. Yo, I just talked to Trey Morgan today.
Really?
I'm texting the coach a couple days.
I'm texting you too. Kelly.
I'll tell you now.
Because I texted Josh. I said, y'all need some pictures. I asked him if he knew you. He said you watched him on the Fenway the year before.
Yeah.
So what? Wait, you're a junior? John. You're a junior?
I'm 24 guys. Hey, it's possible. It's very possible, though. The Lord is trying. That's what he said. I said, y'all need pictures. He said, yeah.
So you cool with Trey?
Huh? I mean, I'm going to LSU. I'm trying to win the ring, bro. I'm trying to have fun. How much you want to get up in now? 15.
Hey, you think Jay almost got him to the super his first year there to give him some half the guys that started besides maybe Barry and Cody.
Exactly.
Bianco's out.
That's all, bro. I played with Trey.
Yeah, I met
Trey,
him.
Cruz.
I met him when I'm Cruz. Trey don't really like talk or anything. Cruz will walk up to him.
Oh, bro. Me and him, we play cornhole every day.
Dude. The first time I like went to a business or whatever, he was there. He walked up to my brother like that. He walked up to me and introduced himself. I'm like, dude, I already know who you are.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool.
Yeah, he's cool. He's real cool.
Yeah, sorry.
And then freaking Paul Gervais, you heard of him.
Yeah.
86.
My sister.
They talk about my mom. Crystals of milk. Okay. Bro, that's shit.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's freaking, it's
It's
cool.
electric, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it echoes. Like,
Yeah, like-
y'all shit echoes.
When you go to the SEC tournament, dude, you know how Hoover Met has that camera spot up there?
Yeah, heads up. All right,
Like,
let's go. 2 to third.
75-80% of that is LSU.
All right, good. 2 to third.
Yeah. It's like insane. Like, LSU fans are
2 to
really
third.
We barely had any fans there because Southern Miss sold all our tickets. Southern Miss fans.
Other to third. All right, play deep. You're turning two. You're turning two. You just hold it. All right, hold them on now. Go into two.
I can't do it.
All right, even with the bag, slow roll it.
It's in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that, like, if I go outside of it.
Hey, David, you want to come take the top sign? Go ahead. All right, Royal, make sure we're ready. We're going to hit it. Hey, you guys ready? Where's Kate at? You ready to rock? We're ready for you guys. You got my catcher ready? We'll clear out of your way. You guys can take it if you're ready. Where's Miles?
And we welcome you back to the 2022 Junior National Showcase from the East Cobb Baseball Complex here in Marietta, Georgia. Along with Dave Rounsley, I'm Steve Lennox. Delighted to have you on board. And Dave, here we go. Set for baseball, our third game of the afternoon, Red versus Royal. And Royal starting pitcher on the mound as we take a look at their starter this afternoon. Cade Townsend gets the start.
Cade Townsend, 6'1", 180-pounder from Aliso Viejo, California, Santa Margarita Catholic High School. Currently ranked the 126th overall prospect in this 2024 class. Has been up to 89 at perfect game events earlier with his fastball. Then again, we haven't seen him since last October. So we'll see what he brings it here on this sunny and hot June afternoon at the East Cobb Complex.
Dave, our first time together, we're saying hello to each other as we are
literally
set
the
for
first
baseball.
time. Literally the first time I've heard your voice, Steve. So
Give me your last name.
Ronsley.
Rons.
Ronsley.
Ronsley.
Yes.
Got it.
Rons to everybody in perfect game.
There we go. It's going to be Rons by the second batter of this top of the first inning as we are underway. Had some infield, outfield drills. Anthony Paratano, Southern Cal commit. First at bat of the ball game for Team Red, the visiting team against Team Royal. We've got 2 games in the books. This is game 3. Game 4 later on tonight with Dave and I on the call.
And it's already easy to see that Cade Townsend has taken a step forward with his raw stuff since we last saw him. First fastball was 92 miles an hour. Get big break and spin on that 75 curveball. And doing it pretty easy as well. If this is your first time seeing a perfect game showcase out in the audience there, you're watching your son, your grandson, your buddy from school. A couple different rules about the PG games as that pitch catches the outside corner. First of all, and most importantly, we have no walks and hit by pitches. If you get ball 4 or you are hit by a pitch, we send a ghost runner down to first. You stay in the batter's box and you get all fastballs after that. It's grounded up the middle. Nice play by the shortstop to get the out. And we'll be trying to identify all the fielders as we go.
Tyler Rowling throwing across the diamond to Zeb Packer there.
Steve has the all-important defensive chart where the players are supposed to be every inning. I think we're scheduled for 9 innings. That's what the games have been running so far. Each inning has a minimum of 3 hitters, which comes into play with the ghost runners, a maximum of 5 hitters, and if you get 3 outs, it's 3 outs when we turn the side, just like normal baseball.
Eric Parker.
Now all these this is the first time we've seen the pitchers from these 4 teams. The red, the royal, the Vegas gold, and the white. But we've seen all the players in drills. We saw them in drills yesterday. We saw them in batting practice yesterday. Saw them run the 60 yesterday. So we're well into creating the scouting profile on these position players. But this is the chance for the pitchers such as Cade Townsend to shine at this Junior National Showcase.
Dave, this is day 4, so he's been waiting around, waiting patiently for his turn on the hill.
Now this is really like 3 separate showcases. We bring in the first group of 4 teams. They go through all their motion. We overlap with the second group of 4 teams. And these guys probably just came in yesterday afternoon. So it's really like 3 separate showcases, 4-team showcases. And stretches out over 5 days. And it's pretty exhausting for us scouts because we've got another event starting up tomorrow afternoon with the sophomore equivalent.
There's really no layover. Parker to left field. This one well hit. And it's going to hit off the wall. Parker on his way to second. And he'll slide in safely with a 1-out double. Ringing base hit off the bat of Eric Parker, Dave.
Yeah, Parker, one of the top players in the 2024 class. Just a spectacular athlete. We've gotten to see him play, in the festivals the last couple years. It's a long, loose, athletic body, power. Did you see any home runs in the first 2 games, Steve?
We saw one earlier today.
Okay, I was there right behind the backstop now that you mentioned that.
Mr. Cucci hit the home run.
Oh, yeah, that was a bolt. But, yeah, the ball the ball flies out of here pretty easily. The left field fence is only 315. It's sort of a, it's the East Cobb wall. Not quite the Fenway wall, but you got to clear the wall. But it's 315 down the left field line. About 335 at the end of the wall there, 365 in the left field, center field alley, 385 to center. So we're going to see some balls hit out over the next couple days.
Talon Bell with a runner at second, one down, facing Cade Townsend.
Bell, a very interesting young prospect, ranked 36 in the country, a primary left-handed pitcher from Haggerty High School in Florida. But I thought he took one of the better batting practices yesterday, too. So a true two-way prospect.
What stood out for you?
It was a hit over power now. It was a very smooth swing, simple and well-timed. And he really got the barrel to the ball nicely. Good bat speed with more to come. And as a left-handed hitter, we just saw Cade Townsend's first changeup at 82.
Runner off second base. Bell pops one up, short left field. Shortstop Rowling takes care of it. He was back behind the runner. Long run into the outfield. Takes care of Bell.
Townsend's been maintaining his velocity nicely, 90-92 all inning. Also has that 76 curveball, and we saw the 82 change.
Trey Snyder will stand in with Parker at second. Parker, a one-out double to the wall in left field. Townsend from the stretch misses upstairs. Last fastball at 89. He has hit 92, 91, 92 here in his first inning of work.
The primary pitchers are all going to be scheduled to throw 2 innings apiece today. Secondary pitchers generally throw 1 inning, but sometimes 2.
And tough for the hitters. You are not likely to see the same pitcher in consecutive at-bats. We have established that with Jeremy.
Yes, it's a it is an impossibility.
Face the maximum 5 in an inning. Extra hitters sprinkled in throughout the lineup.
Yeah, that's hitting the whole lineup. I mean, I don't know how many names are on your scorecard, whether it's 16 or 17 or maybe even more, but they all hit. All the position players and some of the pitchers will all hit, and if we get through the order twice each game, you know, that's pretty much all we can expect.
Make the most of your plate appearances. Runner breaks from second. The pitch fouled straight back.
Trey Snyder was right on that fastball, too. Snyder, a Tennessee commit. A lot of sad folks in Tennessee surrounding that baseball program right now, that's for sure.
And Townsend, an Ole Miss commit. Ole Miss, one of the 8 teams heading to Omaha.
And that's something we're seeing a lot more, and I know, Steve, that you follow college baseball pretty closely. But see more and more of the Southern California kids where a decade, a generation ago would just generally stay in Southern California. Now we see them, as recruiting has really become national, spreading out their diaspora all over the United States. And
Parker makes it,
of course, to the SEC.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of California kids for the Texas schools, and Miami recruits to the West Coast now, more than perhaps in years past.
There we see Jeremy Brown, who did the first 2 games with you on the left, sitting next to Jared Goodwin, Perfect Games scouting director.
Long battle here as Snyder continues against Townsend.
One more feature of Perfect Game Showcase games that's worth mentioning is that sometimes we'll cut off an inning on pitch count. So if we see a long battle, pitch count's getting up, we'll end the inning before the 3-batter maximum, 3 outs. So it's just out of concern for the young pitcher's arm. We had 23 pitch at bat yesterday in one game. 23 pitches. That was a short inning as far as number of hitters, but with walks and ghost runners and about 10, 12 foul balls, it was lengthy.
And this one is turning into just that, lengthy. And a smile from Snyder.
Well, Snyder's been right on these pitches. It's not,
Yes.
it's quality stuff, obviously, from Cade Townsend. But Snyder's taken some real quality swings himself, and just a little bit off under just about every one of these foul balls. But he's got it timed up, that's for sure.
Townsend again. And again a foul ball. The first time Parker, Dave, broke for third, and he sent that pitch straight back, indicating that he was on it, and he's wearing Townsend out right now on this hot Tuesday afternoon in Marietta, Georgia. New baseball put in play.
Yeah, for those of us like Steve, myself, maybe you at home that are sitting comfortably in your air conditioning, I believe the predicted high today is 98 in Hotlanta, Georgia. And that's AstroTurf they're playing on, so it's even a little hotter down there.
On the ground, up the middle, the second baseman Sullivan settles his feet, throws on to first base, and Snyder is a base runner with 2 down in the inning.
It's only appropriate that he's rewarded with a base hit after all that hard work.
Parker scores from third base. So a steady diet of fastballs during that lengthy at bat. Ethan Suraweek, Mississippi commit, stands in.
We've got Mississippi commit versus Mississippi commit here with Townsend and Suraweek, and you can better believe that they're on some sort of Twitter or Instagram chat together on the Ole Miss recruits list. So I'm sure they know each other well. Bragging rights this time are going to go to Cade Townsend.
Picks up the strikeout.
That inning.
And gives up a run in the inning, strands a base runner. And we're through a half. And they'll talk about that down the road.
I'm sure they will.
Good stuff, fellas. Good stuff.
See Townsend early on. And now with Red up 1-0 going to the bottom of the first inning. Red, take a look at them defensively for the first time on the field.
Parker, are you ready to run?
As we get a feel early on in this game.
If you're not up to hit in the inning, especially with us being in this dugout, if somebody walks, we jump out there
we've
with
got
a runner.
one of our
The hitter
few
stays. That makes sense?
first
Let's
lefties
always make sure we got a runner ready
to
go.
take the
Okay?
mound.
Can't
And it'll be
walk,
Taft Middleton,
all right? But if
who
somebody
gets a
hits
start
top hit,
from
we
Columbus,
have
Georgia,
a runner,
IMG
okay?
Academy, and
All right, yeah, you run
his
first.
future school perhaps down the road, Auburn Tigers. Auburn heading to Omaha this week.
I'll run first.
Isn't the whole SEC heading to Omaha this week?
4.
Or is it just seems that way?
It just seems that way, right? 4 of the 8 teams are from the SEC. Got a couple of other schools sprinkled in there, including the Stanford Cardinal, Notre Dame Fighting Irish, Texas Longhorns. It's going to be an interesting time in Omaha, the 75th College World Series being played this year.
Taft Middleton, 6'2", 197 pounds, plays for Team Georgia in the summers and falls, 16 years old. It's been up to 87 from the mound at PG events, was 92 in the outfield yesterday. A lot of these pitchers go through the drills, especially if it's on a different day than they're going to pitch. And Townsend got out, ran a 7:02.60 through 92 from the outfield, so he's been out on the field already.
He gets ready to go to work. Here in the background, they're trying to offer up some sort of initial scouting report.
Well, so many of these players already know each other. They play so often in the summer now at places like East Cobb and down in Fort Myers and over in Hoover, and their travel teams all know each other and play against each other in events. So, and with social media, they're connected. If ranked players start talking, SEC recruits start talking. So these kids, you'd be shocked how well they already know each other.
Middleton wrapping up his warm-up process here. He's got a couple more going. A couple of the players from the red team working out between games, going through infield, outfield, and certain instruction. Read a run in the top of the inning. And now Middleton ready to go to work. Trey Martin, the catcher, serving as the battery with Middleton to open up this one. Feel like we're in a World Series commercial break there.
I think Middleton had to go take off some jewelry or attend to some equipment issues there too between innings.
Henry Allen, Mississippi State commit, Auburn, Alabama native at the plate.
Now, I think in the future, anytime we mention Henry Allen's name, it's got to be preceded by strong Henry Allen. Boy, did he put on a show in batting practice yesterday. Listed at 6'2", 208, and he torques it hard with big bat speed. And he made the yard seem small a few times.
Did not offer up much on his bio, and out on strikes against Middleton.
Middleton doing a nice job just keeping it away from the big right-handed slugger, working in the mostly mid-80s, 85, 86, popped an 88. But most importantly, throwing the ball exactly where he wanted to, away from Allen's power zone.
John Pearson stands in, his first at bat.
Johnny, let's go.
Pearson, LSU commit, Louisiana native, top 300 in the rankings for perfect game.
Of course, his brother Josh now playing for the Tigers, another outfielder. Pearson, the three Pearson brothers, all high level hitters.
Comes up empty there.
First breaking ball we've seen from Middleton at 75, and it was a beauty.
Pearson takes low for a ball. Just underway, first inning.
Yes, sorry. Steve, I appreciate pitchers who will go curveball to opposite side hitters, especially early in the count. Just sets you up for so many other things. And that was a changeup. So we've seen three nice pitches from Middleton. Fastball up to 89, that big breaking ball, and then really pulled the string nicely on that 76 changeup.
Go, Matt, get it started, baby.
2 down, bases empty. Matthew Priest, center fielder to start for Team Royal. And takes ball 1.
Now, Matthew Priest put on his show early yesterday in the drills. Ran a 6.1560. And that, we don't have an official top 10 of the fastest 60s of all time at Perfect Game Showcases, but that ranks in the top 10. And he's still just entering his junior year. Think about next year, a little more strength, what kind of speed the young man from San Diego, California could have.
Takes a 2-0 pitch for a strike. Red a run in the top of the first inning. And now Middleton trying to work a 1-2-3 bottom half of the first. That one skips away from Trey Martin behind the plate.
And Steve, I do sit and broadcast games with a stopwatch in my hand. So,
Jeremy did as well.
He did for his good. Catcher pops as the bat goes flying into the backstop. Catcher pops, home to first times, occasionally hang time on a fly ball. I bet you they flinched behind home plate on that one.
Dave, hitters at this level, what would you say the percentage is in terms of over the course of a full baseball season, spring, summer, fall? How often are they using the wood bats?
I would say nowadays it's a significant majority. I think a lot of them work out, do most of their workouts, in the off season over the winter with wood bats. Some of these guys, and hopefully I'll find some as we go through and look up their perfect game appearances. Some of these guys will get 200 at bats during a year at perfect game events, and that doesn't include their other events for their travel teams. So I think whereas it used to be, it was a big deal that, hey, they're using wood bats. Now that's almost the expectation, and the only time you're going to see a metal bat is whether they're playing in a BCS event, which is our metal bat division, or actually during the high school season during a game.
So that helps scouts project better down the road.
Oh, without question. I'm thinking back to the last time I really saw a wood bat, aside from a metal bat, aside from in a college game in any sort of high school age situation, and it's been a long time. It's just basically accepted now as what happens, and I think it gives the scouts a tremendous advantage over what they used to have in evaluating these hitters, no doubt.
Cade Townsend ready to go to work. Gave up a double to Parker and a 2-out RBI single to Snyder in the top of the first inning. And on the mound for a second inning of work. Impressive bottom of the first inning from Taft Middleton, striking out the side in order.
Don't worry about it now.
Townsend has the kind of stuff that he could come in and do basically the same thing here in his second inning of work.
Hudson Schoaf from Germantown, Tennessee, starts things off. Swings and misses at a good fastball there.
Yeah, the pattern generally with the pitchers in a short showcase outing like this is they like to, get aggressive with the fastball in the first inning of work when their arm's fresh, see what numbers they can post as far as velocity goes. And then as they get into the outing, maybe in the second inning, work some more of the secondary pitches.
Picks up the strikeout, his second.
Pretty much good morning, good afternoon, good night on that one. Pretty much exactly where the catcher called for it. That second fastball had some nice cut on it. It was only 88. I think I'm watching to see where that might have been intentional, whether he duplicates that again.
Perry Hargett stands in with one down. Hargett, the start at second base. Young man from Peachland, North Carolina, has committed to the Tar Heels at Chapel Hill. North Carolina's season coming to an end in the Super Regional round. in the Division I NCAA tournament. Spins that breaking ball and misses outside.
That's a big, big breaking curveball. 74 miles an hour. That's something I can see him in the future maybe tightening up, adding a little velocity and shortening it for better command. But he spins it very well. It'll be interesting to see what the spin rates are on that.
Has hit 90 with 2 of his last 4 fastballs to throw that breaking ball out of the zone. Fastball up, the runner goes. And a stolen base in there safely at second base for Team Red is Talon Bell.
Yeah, Bell, kind of unusual to see a primary pitcher out doing the ghost running, but there he is.
Another strikeout as Hargett is out of there. Townsend has now struck out 3. And here is Jonathan Holt, Notre Dame commit. Young man from Malvern Prep, Glen Mills, Pennsylvania. Dave, you proclaim yourself as a baseball lifer. I like that, and I'm right behind you.
So you debuted in 1997 with Batavia, the New York Penn League.
Yes, I did. Batavia Clippers. Spent 2 years in Batavia, New York. That was long enough for everybody involved. But, you know, you come across great people in the game. And I was reading Holt's bio last night. All-Star Baseball Academy out of Pennsylvania. And plays for Mike Manning, who has grown to be a friend over the years. Someone that I call upon every once in a while for information on players just like Holt here. And he's helped me out with college guys over the years, a lot of kids out of that area. Just outside of Philadelphia, just outside of Wilmington, Delaware, Westchester, PA area. They've got several locations in that area with their All-Star Baseball Academy. Mike played at Western Carolina, was a draft pick of the Texas Rangers. And there's the strikeout to end the inning as Holt is out of there. And Townsend, again, very impressive in his stint on the hill.
Yeah, well, what happened there in the last hitter is he introduced a new pitch. He threw an 80 to 82 mile an hour slider to him. You can see one of them there. You know, a little bit flat on that one, a little bit better on that one, but it's a fourth pitch for him. We saw the big breaking curveball. We saw the flash of a changeup in the first inning, and up to 92 on the fastball. That's a very, very impressive outing for the California native. Wish I could see him throw a few more innings and see more of these secondary pitches. But getting back to Mike Manning, that's a name that's been around since I've been around at Perfect Game. And that's 20 years right now. And I remember back when we were running much smaller tournaments than we do now. All-Star Academy and Manning always had teams in them. They were one of the original big supporters of the Perfect Game tournaments back in the early 2000s, and a great baseball guy.
I used to go on sales calls to Mike at his All-Star Baseball Academy. Always tried to get him to buy one of those outfield billboards for the minor league team that I worked for, and every once in a while I'll tell him, you know, I was never able to close you. Never got the deal done, and we have a chuckle over that.
Well, travel baseball is a little bigger now than it was 20 years ago.
Indeed.
And the budget might be there.
I have no interest in going back to that sales life during a minor league baseball offseason. I know that much. Home second inning. Team Red on top 1-0. Taft Middleton struck out all 3 batters that he faced in the first inning. Goes to work here in the second as Paul Green stands in. Swing and a miss, 0-1, picks up right where he left off.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of resistance in that first inning either, and it was really with pitches just like that, spotting it exactly where he wanted, away from the hitter. 88 on that first fastball.
Nobody better piece. Let's go, baby.
Green from the state of Georgia, Missouri commit. Short right field. Benjamin takes care of it for the first out. Just confirming. Yep, Sean Benjamin, number 2, right there on the blue card. For some reason, these are printing out blue off my printer. But the sheets that we get texted to us,
Have fun, baby.
Howarth stands in, cross Howarth. You anticipate him mixing in maybe a third pitch here?
I know he has them. I think he's being so successful now with spotting the fastball that he's just going with what, with what's working for him. I certainly do like seeing a pitcher mix, but when you only have 2 innings and you're just out there to show your best stuff, the temptation is to go with it. And right now his best pitch is his fastball.
Howarth thought he had all 4. He doesn't take first, instead a ghost runner. Dave, if you saw Middleton, say, a month and a half from now in the summer season, what would you anticipate seeing? What would you want to see following up this outing?
Well, I think with how he's thrown so far, and he's thrown great, I'd really just want to see a continuation of what I've seen today, which is up until that last 4-pitch sequence, the command of the fastball, the working ahead aggressively. And when you get to see pitchers in a longer outing, then that's when you're going to get to see more of how they're setting up hitters, especially, we mentioned there's going to be no second time around the order for any of these pitchers. And seeing in a real game situation how they approach hitters the second time around the order with their secondary pitches.
Mason Clark, ghost runner at second after the errant pickoff attempt. You saw, there's a called strike 3. Howarth is out on strikes. You saw, perhaps right there, Clark taking second base. Blake Holt, the shortstop for Team Red from that Malvern, PA area. Two down in the inning. Middleton right back to work. Joseph Zork at the plate.
It's whatever your strike count was.
Zork from Sterling, Virginia. Off the end of the bat, foul out of play. The 4 teams that we see this afternoon and tonight, we will see again on Wednesday as the Junior National Showcase wraps up. Release point there as the runner takes off and makes it safely.
I think it was a matter of being spooked a bit by the runner, and he rushed his delivery, rushed the lower half to the plate. And when you do that, you just leave your arm behind, so to speak.
Line drive, right center field. This one will get down. Zork on his way to second, and he delivers as the ghost runner Clark comes in to score. See the approach and the attack on the pitch up.
That's a double right out of the box. He sees that he's going to have a chance to take second. A good runner ran a 6.89 in the 60 yesterday afternoon. So he's got the speed, young Joseph Zork.
Cooper Winchester will now stand in. Covington, Louisiana native. Considered a high follow. How do you describe that?
High follow is somebody basically that we probably have not seen a lot of yet. It's a player that may have signed with a school that we haven't seen play in a tournament, maybe a player we've just seen play in 1 or 2 tournaments and haven't got eyes on from some of our top scouting personnel. So it's pretty descriptive. He's high on our follow list. We want to see him more, but right now we don't have the information to really put him into a top 500 ranking position.
Hargett takes care of it. Winchester retired. A run across and 1-1 ball game going to the bottom half of the second inning. As we take a good look at Taft Middleton and his 2 innings on the mound.
Yeah, it's a real nice, promising package, and he's getting outstanding coaching at IMG Academy, throughout the year, and it's clean mechanics. Primary fastball pitcher, as we were talking about, but he can spot it well. High 3/4 creates some angle. Nice performance. You wanted to
Takes
talk
a seat in the dugout with his teammates.
I want to talk a little bit up betweens about the ranking stuff. We have rankings up to 500, but we change them frequently during the year, but we haven't done a re-ranking of this class, I think, since the beginning of the high school season. So we've been sort of waiting for this event to work on the rankings, get them moved around. And there's bound to be lots of changes over the next 2 weeks.
Dave, new pitcher in the ball game for Team Royal here in the top of the 3rd inning.
We have Leighton Harris. Leighton Harris from Lexington, Kentucky. 6'3", 200-pound lefty. Plays for Exposure Florida Prime in the summer and Frederick Douglass High School the rest of the year. A Kentucky commit, so he's staying close to home.
Townsend, 2 innings, 1 hit, and 4 strikeouts.
We saw Harris just 2 weeks ago at the 16U East Memorial Day Classic playing for Exposure Florida. He was 83-87 on the fastball, 73 on the breaking ball. Struck out 4 in 3 innings of work.
Blake O'Brien from Overland Park, Kansas. Pops this one up to the first baseman. He's retired.
Go on!
Good pitch there. Picks up the called strike. Will Sanford. Another player from San Diego, California. With 1 down. Pitch is taken for a ball.
Harris working 84, 86 now on the fastball with that big sweeping 71-mile-an-hour curveball we've seen a couple times.
This is low with that offering. Henry Allen scheduled to play the next 2 innings at third base. Rowling moving from short to second, and Zork now at shortstop.
Another nice breaking ball there.
Did not hold up on the check swing. So 2 down in the inning. Sean Benjamin, outfielder for Team Red.
Benjamin had a nice day yesterday afternoon. Took a very good batting practice. Very projectable hitter. Not real strong yet, but showed a really nice swing with some good hand strength for his age and size, and he'll bulk up a bit more, but also ran a 6.99 in the 60, broke that 7 mark, and just a very projectable young athlete.
Hails from Florida. Retired on the ground out. And we'll go one more hitter here, I believe. I just heard.
Yep, and that's
for Leighton Harris.
And that's the minimum of 3 hitters. Because when you get the ghost runner in, the ghost runner gets out. Sometimes I thought they didn't do that this inning. I think they just want to. Harris has a low pitch count. They just want to have him pitch to another hitter. Yeah, that's why things like scores in this game are completely irrelevant, or in any showcase game, is because we'll do things, one more hitter, so we can see the pitcher differently, or use ghost runners, or mandate all fastballs. And it's all about watching the kids play and evaluating their talents. Anything that we can do to make that more efficient, better, it's going to happen.
And it finally took me to game number 3, Dave. Looking at Townsend's line, well, it's a 1-1 ball game. He went the first 2 innings and not charged with the run with the ghost runner situation. Did give up a hit and struck out 4. This one lofted in the air. The shortstop takes care of it. That's Zork out at short, and the inning is over. 1-1 as we go to the top of the 3rd. Steve Lennox along with you today from the Junior National Showcase. My partner, baseball lifer Dave Ronsley, National Scouting Director with Perfect Game. As we take a look at Leighton Harris.
Yeah, the curveball was the out pitch there for the most part. He had good command of it and gets that big sweeping break that gets hitters not only out on their front foot, but thinking this is not going to be a strike. And really deep break on that. The TrackMan and the spin rates are going to treat that one pretty well, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure how much Jeremy talked about spin rates in the first 2 games, but it's something we've just started doing at every showcase as we see a green pitcher out on the mound. We're going to have to backtrack a little bit for this one. But yeah, we've do spin rates for all the pitchers at all our showcases now, have all the proper equipment to measure that, and it's something we're going to really get in sync with the rest of baseball moving forward, even with these young men. And this is Noah LaFine on the mound. Noah would have been in the first group, but rostered in the first group with the green, but there was some conflict, so we moved him back to this group. Of Vanderbilt commit, ranked 64th in the nation.
And earlier we saw pitcher for Team Orange pitch for Maroon and pitch to his teammate, or there was a hitter that hit for Team Orange and scored a run, went right back to his dugout, not the opposing dugout.
Perfectly
so, yes,
normal.
Yes.
Perfectly normal. LaFine was a 14U Select Festival player in 2020.
Goes to work here in the 3rd inning. First pitch swinging. And Briggs Sullivan fouls one out of play. Sullivan could not lay off the high pitch.
Sullivan from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, a neighbor of mine. Steve, I don't think I put that down in my bio, but I'm a 5 or 6 year resident of Charleston, South Carolina now. Actually moved there from Omaha, where I lived for 15 years.
There you go. So you saw the end of Rosenblatt and the beginning of the new ballpark that now goes by yet another name.
Oh, yes. Saw many a game at Rosenblatt, but actually not many College World Series games, because one of the basics of the scouting work is you're going to be way too busy during the College World Series to have the time. In fact, I've twice leased out a room in a duplex or apartment to people coming to just to save people money in Omaha, because I wasn't going to be there the whole time.
Pitch up in the zone, attacked and hit foul.
LaFine working in the mid 80s, 85, 88 or 85, 86, touched in 88, along with a mid 70s breaking ball.
Battle continues. Up the middle. And a base runner here in the third inning for Royal, as Sullivan is aboard.
Sullivan did a nice job timing up LaFine. Hit that ball hard up the middle, but the more pitches you see from a pitcher, the better chance you have that you're going to be timed up.
Snyder showing the range up the middle, as we just saw. He is at shortstop. This one lined to left center field. And coming over, the left fielder to make the play, Evan McIntyre.
That was off the bat of Tyler Rowling, who we've seen out at shortstop earlier for the Royal team, getting his first at bat.
Runner will move up.
We've had a few outs the last few days of runners sliding past second base on steals or advancing on wild pitches. I imagine the turf, when it gets heated up, as it is right now, gets a little bit slick.
Anthony Peritano. Oh, pardon me, Mason Clark at the plate.
You can't miss on one of your Pennsylvania boys. Malvern Prep, Boston College commit.
Saw him as a ghost runner in the last inning. Noah Fine misses away. Sullivan a base hit. Towards third, and that one will trickle foul. We're touching on spin rate, and you did ask Dave about talking about that point with Jeremy. Where, in terms of spin rate, I mean, in terms of average for a young man that's 15, 16 years old, where is the spin rate on average for you?
Well, that's hard to say specifically because of the difference in physicality with different kids. You know, we've been using the spin rate down in the. I've been to half a dozen 13, 14 youth showcases even in the last 5-6 weeks, and when you have younger pitchers who haven't developed the arm speed yet, of course you're not going to get the spin rates on a breaking ball, for instance, that you're going to see on an older, more polished, physically stronger kid. So it's kind of in proportion. That was a long rundown. Could give me a time to explain a lot of things. Are we going to go for another one? I think we just called that with 3 outs.
Yes, indeed.
But it's when you see a young man who's throwing in the upper 70s, let's say, 14, 15 years old, not physically strong yet, and you see a 2400 spin rate curveball, that really grabs your attention. Because despite the relative lack of arm speed, he still has the wrist looseness and the hand speed to put spin on it. So it's really a lot in perspective. It's fun looking at other things when you see low rate spin fastballs, especially when you see guys who can really deaden the spin on a changeup and throw it to spots because they're going to get that fade. As we walk through Noah Fine's inning there, up to 88 with a mid-70s breaking ball, competed well. But yeah, it's something I think we're still getting a feel for, and it's going to be fun as we get into the summer and we see things like the National Showcase, where you've got, seniors to be the best players in the country, and that's when you really get to see some big league style numbers when you get to athletes of that talent level.
Teams red and royal. 1-1 is Cole Langford, North Carolina State commit, now on the mound. See him with his warm-up process.
Lanford from Raleigh, North Carolina. Big
so
young
stay
man.
Right at home.
Yeah, 6'4", 205 is a North Carolina State commit. Plays for the Dirtbag 16U Camo. Ranked 234th overall in the 2024 class. I'm sure if you're out there listening, you've probably picked up on. We very rarely refer to a class as, a sophomore, a junior, everything. It's always by the class number. A class of 2024 is between their sophomore year and junior year in high school.
Summer full of baseball for a majority of these players. Back to the classroom, late summer, early fall.
And some of these players will be on the road this summer just as much as Jeremy and I will. I've looked at a few of their schedules, and it's almost tiring to look at. But they're young.
Daunting.
Yes, daunting. They learn the first steps in becoming full-time baseball players when they start up with travel baseball, especially at this age. Now, of course, if you live in Atlanta, you live in South Florida, you live in places that host a lot of events, yes, you get to spend a lot of time at home. But really, it's a road grind, and I admire the parents and stuff who are able to work with that. And a lot of parents you've got kids this age, that's what their whole summer vacation is what events are we going to go to that Junior's playing in.
Grant Hollister, batter for Team Red here in the 4th inning. Lanford deals. Chopper, third base side. Hustling down the line, out at first is Hollister.
That's a nice play by the third baseman. Yeah. Definitely. That's a play you see in college or in pro ball, and you just take it for granted. But at this level, that's a tough play. What's your defensive chart say it is third baseman right now?
Allen.
Okay.
Henry Allen. 3rd and 4th innings at third. Move to left field and back to the hot corner later on in the game. Evan McIntyre.
Well, that's notable because Allen's known for his big right-handed bat, and to see him with the ability to make a defensive play like that's very nice.
This one hit sharply into right field. And McIntyre aboard with a base hit. Evan McIntyre stands at first with one down. Hard contact in this inning.
Yeah, it's always interesting looking at your scouting notes from BP, and BP is obviously a controlled environment. And looking at Evan McIntyre just after he lines that hit to right field, and some of the comments: pull line drive approach, has good bat speed, all pull contact. His first at bat in the game, lines the single to the opposite field.
But he shows you something there. It's worth noting, right?
Oh, yes.
Trey Martin at the plate. Martin from Haddonfield, New Jersey. Top 500 prospect. For a perfect game. Cole Lanford. Townsend with the first two. Leighton Harris, a strikeout, throwing 15 pitches in his outing over 1 inning. Runner taking off for second base and getting in there safely.
Definitely a going at first movement, because Lanford was very short with that short stride over. Wasn't a complicated hanging front leg move or anything. Got it to the first baseman very quickly, but McIntyre faster.
Visit to the mound here by Brinkman, the catcher. Charlie Brinkman going out to the mound for a moment.
McIntyre, a 6'8" runner in the 60.
Zork coming in behind him from a shortstop position.
To give a little perspective on what a 6'8" 60 speed is on a major league scout scale, a 6'8" 60 is big league average speed. It's a 50 on the a perfect 50 on the scout scale.
Trey Martin out on strikes.
Lanford working 82-83 mostly on his fastball. Getting some nice life on it, moving it around. Mixing in the big curveball that we see right there.
Anticipating the top of the lineup. Right now, Zeb Packer at the plate. Runner takes off for third base, out of third. And that retires Team Red here in the top of the fourth inning.
I was waiting to see whether we'd have another hitter there. And actually, there was a number change. I don't know whether you got that. Was Paul Jones from Burnsville, Minnesota, up there at the plate. And he will be leading off next inning. Langford ends inning with 2 pickoffs.
Helping his own cause.
And you can see with that delivery, there's deception at pickoff move, but that delivery has a lot of deception for the hitters. There's arms and legs coming at you, a little bit of recoil kick up there. Probably a tough job for hitters to follow where that ball's going. Big, long, deep, offline arm action. See some Vegas Gold guys relaxing in the shade, getting ready for next game.
That comes up, scheduled first pitch, 5 p.m. Eastern. We will have a round of BP immediately following this game. Vegas Gold and Team White will be our nightcap. A fine Vandy commit. Commodores, 14 straight appearance in the NCAA tournament, second longest streak active in college baseball to Florida State. The Seminoles with 44 straight appearances. That now ties Miami for the most consecutive appearances in the NCAA tournament. Miami got its start and finished that just a few years ago. Florida State can break that record in 2023 and don't think they have their eye on unseating Miami for that mark. Down the right field line and foul.
Always worry a bit when balls go deep into the corner here because the wall is close and it is brick.
Got the fence down in the corner.
Palin Bell put the brakes on quickly there. I'm going to assume that Bell is pitching tomorrow, seeing as he's out in the field, taking at bats, ghost running.
Throw to first, gets away from the first baseman, backing up to play the catcher. And a base runner for Royal, as Brinkman is able to reach.
Brinkman showing nice speed for catcher. He's also a 6'8" runner. So hustled it down there, made the shortstop rush his throw a little bit. Still had him there with a good throw.
Sebastian Perez at the plate. Swings and fouls that one back.
Perez, 6'4", 180 pounds. That long pitcher's body, but a primary outfielder.
From Syosset, New York, on Long Island. Noah LaFine getting his work in. Appearance for Team Red, wearing the green jersey. Perez waiting. LaFine sort of turned as he was delivering that pitch. I don't know if he grimaced or not. Towards shortstop, and no play. And Perez is going to be a base runner here on the error. And that sets up first and second.
I imagine the PG scorekeeper may give that an infield hit, but a tough play regardless for the third baseman. If you don't get that just on the right hop, you know, it's very difficult to pick up. And you get one chance at it.
So one of those situations where you want to see what the pitcher on the mound does is that Packer, stands in from Eastover, North Carolina. Brinkman, the runner aboard, lead runner at second base. Pitch had some run to it, in on the hands.
Yeah, LaFine turns, you mentioned before, LaFine turns his back on almost every pitch. It's a rotational upper body delivery, and he ends up turned all the way to second base frequently.
High chopper off the plate area. And LaFine doing a nice job getting over to cover the bag. Showing the ability to field his position. You may have heard that. He may have missed the bag, but he got over there.
And that's sort of where I was leading with how he ends up in his delivery with his back turn. That may not be advantageous for fielding a ground ball back at him, for instance, but he's obviously a good athlete. Beat Packer down to the bag.
Paul Jones at first base. So second and third, one down. Will Brooks, start of the game behind the plate, gets an at bat here.
I'm looking at my BP notes here, and boy, did I like this young man's swing, Will Brooks. Very simple and well-timed. Has some bat speed. But just kind of swing that you can really build with as you get stronger. Explodes his hands real well when he fires them.
Fastball up and away. Does he have a put-away pitch? Gets the pop-up. Third base side, and that one taken care of. That is out number 2.
Put away pitch
Sorowick put it away.
Yeah, put away pitch for LaFine there looked like the breaking ball. Got Brooks out front. And LaFine kind of warming up as he gets into his pitch count a bit, up to 87, 89 now, more consistently.
We see Harris with the at-bat. We've seen Harris on the mound. Now opportunity with the bat in his hands from the left side. Noah LaFine trying to strand 2. Opposite way, left field. This one carrying and drifting back on the ball to make the catch. Evan McIntyre. That retires aside, and Noah LaFine does his job. A couple of base runners, but 2 stranded, both in scoring position.
Evan McIntyre got a nice jump on that ball, and we got to see his speed on the bases the inning before. Now we get to see the young man from Matthews, North Carolina, show his speed in the outfield. Got a real nice jump there. We'll take another look at Noah LaFine after his 2 innings of work. Did a nice job of mixing that mid to upper 80s fastball with a nice mid-70s slider. You can see the polish on him. You can see what Vanderbilt sees in the young man.
Red back in the dugout. Getting set to hit here in the top of the 5th inning. Batting gloves, mitts in the back pocket in case you get on base. Helmets on tops of their heads. Hey, at one point in time, these young men were 4, 5, 6 years old. They're in a dugout, T-ball or whatever you call Little League at that 6, 7 years old. And think back to when these kids were, where's my hat? Where's my glove? Where's my bat? That's where it all starts.
Yesterday we saw a nice picture in between innings of the pathway leading up to the parking lot, and there were three or four like 7th and 8th graders, because there are 5 youth fields down below these main fields, and there were these kids 6, 7, 8 years old walking down there talking. Their equipment bags were bigger than they were. It wasn't just a hat and a bat, Steve. It was the whole. Everybody looked like a catcher with how much equipment they had with them.
And at that age, they haven't taught mom and dad yet to have the wagons, and they take everything in tow, and they are sort of in the back on that procession line. So Lanford back to work on the pitcher's mound. Paul Jones was at the plate against Lanford in the 4th inning. Runner was cut down for the final out on the base paths.
Here's a question for you. Jones attends Gresham-Durham Hall High School in the Minneapolis area. Who's a famous baseball alumni of that school?
From Minnesota?
From that high school, Gresham-Durham
school.
Hall High School. A very famous baseball alumni.
Well, I don't know if he grew up in that area. Dave Winfield comes to mind right off the bat. That's a shot in the dark.
Well,
Joe
Mauer.
Joe Mauer, okay.
As Jones makes Mauer proud with a ground ball single into right field. But no, Joe Mauer was an All-American quarterback, a 18-point-a-game scorer in basketball, and obviously a pretty good baseball player, too. Went first overall in the draft.
Dave, had the conversation with Jeremy earlier. Where do you stand on current baseball players playing multiple sports? Because nowadays you become, your season gets underway February. It's almost as if you're big league spring training getting ready and training year round. As they do a nice job getting the out at second.
Now, I'm a big fan of playing multiple sports, getting away from game of baseball, diversifying your athleticism. And I think you'll find that most people, at least in our part of baseball, are big fans of multiple sports. I think where you find some objection to it is with the coaches. The coaches want to have their players all year. They want to have them on a program and such. But, the scouts especially, think it's just a lot more healthier for the kids to play different sports, to get away from baseball. We hear so much about, arm injuries and potentially, overuse and stuff, and how innings are being more and more limited, even up to the big league level. And it only follows, hey, go play another sport when you're young.
Howard throws on to first base. Lanford has gotten help from the left side of the infield. Last two batters, we saw Briggs Sullivan go deep in the hole at shortstop and get the force out at second base as Zork took the throw. Sullivan and Zork have switched positions up the middle at second and short as we're in the middle innings. Yeah, when the conversation always comes, well, you know, the guy, warm weather state, and you get the Northeast, you get the Great Lakes, Midwest states, where guys will typically play multiple sports, pick up the baseball. It used to be, I mean, you know, you used to start thinking about football late August, start your varsity season, JV varsity season, then as soon as that sport was over, you wouldn't think about it until the season came around again on the calendar. You'd go right into a second sport in the winter and then into your spring sport.
And there are still some great three-sport athletes, some great two-sport athletes. The one that comes to mind in the 2022 class and has a chance to go in the first round is a young man from Reno, Nevada named Robbie Snelling, who was a four-star linebacker football player. And superstar football player. His dad was his football coach, but, you know, always stayed on the mound.
Ball got away from the third baseman. No advance, though, by the runner. Eric Parker a double in his first at bat. Well, I have Parker down for a double. Don't have him on the box score online, though.
Probably because he's not in the database in the DK system. He was a very late-minute add-on, not on the primary roster. Yeah, Parker did double off the top of the left field fence his first time up.
Thank you for confirming. Here is Bell. He popped out to the shortstop in his first at bat.
Yes, when you have through I'd probably say 300 to 325 players. I don't know the exact number at this Junior National Showcase. There are lots of moving parts.
Indeed. That one gets away from the catcher. Here comes a runner from third. And Jackson Glick scoring from third base. Alan Bell now with the runner at third. Couple of shakeoffs there. Nice job by the catcher keeping that one in home plate. Mason Clark now behind the plate. Cole Lanford trying to leave the runner at third. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes on Talon Bell. Stayed in on that pitch. Fouled it back.
Manfred going pretty heavy with the breaking ball this inning. I'd say he's throwing 50% breaking balls. He's been up to 84 with the fastball, but he's feeling good about that breaking ball, especially with the left-handed hitting Bell in the box, and so far it's working for him.
Bell slashes that one foul, third base side. How do you view a hitter at 15-16, left on left, compared to how you'll view him down the road when he's entering his senior year of high school and maybe had more at-bats against left-handed pitching?
I think it's just more impressive at this level, especially a lefty on lefty, because they really haven't seen real quality left-handed pitching. And yes, Bell plays in the greater Orlando area in a very good league, and he probably has seen some. But again, it's limited experience, and the more experience you get, the better. And that Lanford breaking ball is a pretty serious pitch. So a big challenge for Bell. He goes down there, however.
Strikeout to end the inning. Go ahead.
I'll tell you a quick story about that between innings here. Rafael Devers, pretty good big league hitter. One of the best big league hitters. He came to our World Showcase at 14 years of age, as we see Lanford, some of his highlight pitches here. But Devers faced off from the World Showcase at 14 years old against a 19-year-old lefty throwing 92-94 and was on every pitch and eventually lined the ball off the left center field wall. And to watch a 14-year-old do that against an adult-sized left-hander throwing 92-94 was one of the most impressive pieces of hitting I have ever seen.
That certainly will open up eyes.
Oh, yes. They made some teams open up their pocketbooks, too, especially the Boston Red Sox.
And they're going to have to do it again.
And they hopefully will be very willing to do it. He's a top 10 hitter in Major League Baseball right now for me.
Eric Lintelman now on, Westchester, PA native. We'll have the bottom of the fifth inning for Team Red. This is our third of 4 games. We'll have 2 more tomorrow. And tomorrow it will be Red and Royal, not opposing one another, but they'll switch opponents and play the 2 teams that we'll see later on this afternoon, early evening from Marietta, Georgia. Vegas Gold and White.
Littleman, a primary right-handed pitcher, but just a very good all-around athlete. We've seen him up to 87 on the mound. We've also seen him run a 6.59 60. Plays the infield when not on the mound, 5'10", 170 pounds.
Gets the ground ball out. Henry Allen retired. Look at first base taking the throw.
Just quote a few numbers on Littleman last year. Playing mostly for U.S. Prime New Jersey. Through 46 innings in perfect game events. Struck out 76 in those 46 innings. Also hit in 30 games and hit 351. So a very nice two-way prospect, performs on both sides of the ball.
Facing John Pearson. And strikes him out on 3 straight pitches.
87, 88 on the fastball, but it's already easy to see what that strikeout pitch was. Those last 2 sliders, 76 and 77. That's where you're going to get your strikeouts from at this level. And in the big leagues, too.
Matthew Priest stands in.
And I do have the stopwatch out, Steve. Priest puts the ball on the ground. It's going to be fun to watch him run with his 6.15 speed, but after watching batting practice yesterday, he might put one over the wall too, because he had a couple balls out deep in left center field. So this is a two-way offensive threat with the world-class speed and with some world-class power as well.
Coming off the Gainesville Regional, you're going to watch College World Series from Omaha. Broken bat. Ground ball towards shortstop. And that one thrown away. Peyton Graham, shortstop for Oklahoma, is someone you want to keep an eye on. Big power, terrific speed, fantastic defensively at shortstop. That barrel will not live to see another day.
No, at least he got it served well, got him on base. I'm not sure I got a good time home to first on this. Let's see if we can get it again. Nice play by the shortstop to almost get it. I had 4:09 home to first from the right side on the first one, which is well above average time by big league standards.
Takes off for second base, throw down, skips into center field, and he'll stay put right there at second base.
That was Perry Hargett at shortstop, who almost made that nice play on the broken bat ground ball.
Priest leads away for second, takes off for third, throw down, high throw. And Priest is in there safely, now at third with 2 down.
Certainly no hesitation to use the speed there, is there?
No, he's not sticking around for long.
That was actually pretty close.
Nice job by Sanford keeping that one from going down the left field line. Strikeout, Littleman picks up the K and leaves the runner at third base. 5 innings in the books, and Red on top, 2-1 over Team Royal. See if Littleman gets another inning. Certainly got the ground balls.
Yeah, I mean, the fastball plays 87, 88, but that's the out pitch there. He's throwing his breaking ball hard and deep, and that's really when you look at statistics at this level, and you see those kind of really out of balance strikeout numbers, like I quoted before, 676 strikeouts in 46 innings. That almost always tells you that the pitcher has a really good breaking ball. Because if you just have a fastball, hitters eventually, can get the wood on it. But that breaking ball is the big strikeout source at this level.
Our first look at Logan Harrelson, lefty from Montville, Pennsylvania, Hempfield High School. Top 500 prospect according to Perfect Game. Tall, lengthy frame, and often talk about it, but appears to be a young man who's going to grow a little bit more and fill out. This is game number 3 of the 2022 Junior National Showcase on this Tuesday, day 4 of 5 here in Marietta, Georgia. The Sophomore National Showcase underway tomorrow afternoon. Dave, kind of give us a preview of what we'll see on day 1 with 3 games set for Thursday and Friday for the Rising Sophomores.
Well, the Rising Sophomores are a fascinating group to me because we've, over the last 5 or 6, 7 years, baseball has switched so much to the focus on the younger players. Back 15, 20 years ago when Perfect Game was getting going, there's some first pitch swinging here.
And that one lands at the feet of the second baseman and the shortstop. And a base runner as Trey Snyder reaches.
A little miscommunication there. But as
Zork
I
at
was
second and Sullivan at shortstop, they've switched back and forth.
As
Go
I
ahead,
say,
Dave.
as we go into the younger players more and more, it's fascinating to watch the young athletes and get the track record going on them really early. And we see so much of them now at a younger age. The college coaches are focused on them more at a younger age. And it's almost to the point where the older players, the junior and seniors, are beginning to get overlooked a bit as the whole paradigm of what, where the recruiting is, where the scouting is, gets younger and younger.
Sarowick replacing the runner at first base. They got the out on the force out at second, retiring the lead runner. Hudson Schoaf. But just in terms of day one tomorrow, what else can we anticipate seeing?
Well, really, all tomorrow
with
is
the
going
workouts?
all tomorrow is going to be is the drills, and it's a standard set of perfect game drills. In fact, we may not even get to watch the 60 because they're starting it on another field and an overlap with the end of this junior national showcase. But they'll do the 60, the outfield, infield catching drills, and then a full round of batting practice. And we have 6 teams at that event, so it will be a little bit longer in duration than these 14 blocks we've got at the junior national. But the games won't start up until the following day. We'll do 3 games a day for the last 2 days of the showcase. So a 3-day showcase overall.
Off the end of the bat, foul. Paratano, opposite way, and stays alive.
Now, what I'd like to know, Steve, is you've been broadcasting for, 25 years now?
It's hard to believe.
Is a 30-inning day considered a normal day in the baseball broadcasting business?
Well, they get the out at second. Return throw to first base. And reaching on a fielder's choice to extend the inning. I'll tell you, my first regional was in 16, so missing 2020 with COVID shutdown. The baseball regional can be 7 games in 3.5 days. That's what we had last week. In covering the Gainesville regional. Take you down this road for a moment. Working many years in minor league baseball. 7-inning doubleheaders. I'm not all for the base runner and extra innings at the big league level, but I had no problem with 7-inning doubleheaders. And I had no problem calling a no-hitter for 7 innings at the big league level. But that's gone away. Because often in the minors when you had a rain out and you had 2 starters go the next 2 days, it was really an opportunity where you could save your bullpen and give them a day of rest if you could get your starter 6 innings and 1 reliever in each game. I saw that happen more often than not at the minor league level, and you could just give your bullpen a rest on a particular day and over a couple days stretch.
Not anymore.
Bullpens are worn out by the end of May at the big league level.
Nice inning there of strikes for Logan Harrelson, working up to 85 on the fastball. We saw first 2 hitters, two pitches, 2 swings. But moving the ball around, very similar to Cole Lanford, his left-handed predecessor on the mound, and mixing up his pitches, throwing strikes, getting hitters to swing over balls. We'll take another look at Harrelson. As you said, Steve, that 6'4", 180-pound frame is very interesting to any pitching coach, any scout looking at it, because it's just going to get stronger. Yeah, a lot of projection there.
See off in the distance here at the complex in Marietta. Vegas Gold waiting in the wings. There was a camera, there was a picture being taken, but they weren't all in their phones. Eric Lintelman will get a second inning on the mound. Takes the hill here in the bottom half of the 6th inning in a low-scoring 1-run ball game. And we've touched on it, Dave, with Jeremy earlier today and you. Hitters one at bat against a particular pitcher and you come to the plate for a second at bat, you get that opportunity, you're seeing an entirely different pitcher.
Yeah.
In game one, we saw a hitter go back after a strikeout and speculate that the conversation with the hitter coming up was, sort of along the lines of, what can you give me? And saw the hitter going back to the dugout just with a shake of the head.
Now, where we can get runs in this format, though, is if you have a pitcher who's struggling with the strike zone. You get those ghost runners on base and moving around. We had a 16-8 game during the first 4 teams of this showcase. So when the levee breaks, it will if you don't get the strikes. But when these pitchers are throwing strikes with the quality of stuff they have, it's tough on the hitters.
Cross Haworth to lane commit from Norristown, PA. Takes a strike. Puts him right back to work, breaking ball up high. And now falls behind 3-1.
Full effort lunging swing there by Haworth. Got a little out balance out front, but took an aggressive hack.
Opposite way to right field, and he reaches with a single.
Basically, he saw the same pitch, 2 straight pitches, and made the adjustment. Outside half, just throw the barrel out there. Clean base hit.
Haworth aboard. Fastball taken for a ball, throw down to first base, and Haworth gets back in there safely. Joseph Zort, Virginia native, middle infielder, seen time at both second and short. We have one more game after this. Vegas Gold at Team White. Linneman has been 85, 86 with his last 2 fastballs.
Well, the most important thing with Linneman is throwing that fastball for strikes, because if he can get ahead in the count and start pounding those mid-70s sliders in there, that's going to put him a big advantage, especially with the right-handed hitter up. But you got to throw those fastballs for strikes early in the count.
Get ahead early in the count. Success at any level if you can do just that. Remember when pro clubs in their minor leagues, first pitch strike's always something that they keep tabs on. And then it was the 1-1 pitch for pitchers in terms of success. What was that next pitch with a count even and a ball and a strike? We went to 2-1, obviously favored the hitter. 1 and 2 favored the pitcher.
Well, one thing you're seeing now in the minor leagues, at least based on what I've been reading, certainly strikes are important, but there's been a real shift away from fastballs in the minor leagues as far as pitch selection goes. There are 6 organizations that across their minor league systems throw less than 50% fastballs. There's a strikeout on a fastball from Littleman.
I don't know what the percentage is in college baseball, but it almost seems as if that's going the way of the college game.
Oh, yes. It's been that way in college
right,
for some time.
Throwing the secondary stuff more often.
Yeah. In fact, the organization that this article I read highlighted, the Seattle Mariners throw 42% fastballs in their minor league system. 42%.
Ball caught or brought in from center field and sliding it safely. Horvath at the plate.
There's some interesting base running there. I'd love to see a replay of how that happened. Routine fly ball, throw it into the cutoff man, and Horvath just being aggressive.
Get a good look here. Greg Sullivan at the plate. Sends one foul back behind the plate.
Sullivan's had a couple really good cuts this game. Been aggressive early in counts, jumping on fastballs.
Lays off the pitch that misses up high. That baffles me because your fastball, getting back to that point, Dave, of you don't want to be beaten with your secondary stuff. You want to go after a hitter with your best pitch, and for years and years and years for pitchers, that's the fastball.
Well, and that's, I think, changing especially with the advent of analytics. You know, coaches are going, the analysts are going and say, hey, no, your fastball isn't your best pitch. We can show you that your slider, your changeup, your curveball is your most effective pitch. That you throw the most strikes with it, you create the most swing and miss with it. No, this is the pitch you should be going to as your primary pitch. And with just so much,
late.
Information available, you know, it's going to make it interesting because if you're a high school pitcher, if you're a college pitcher, you've gotten used to that, diet of breaking balls and such. If you're a high school pitcher, you've probably depended mostly on your fastball as you enter pro ball. The few high school pitchers that do have the opportunity, you're probably somebody who throws 92, 94, 95 already and have used your fastball in high school because nobody can hit it. But they're going to the high school pitchers going into pro ball are going to have to quickly diversify, their games to be successful.
Yeah, that 92, 93 you got away with in high school. Advanced college hitters, and nowadays 18, 19 years old on campus as a first-year college pitcher, you're facing guys that are 22, 23, man strength.
This was an impressive second inning for Littleman, even though he allowed some runs in the first inning. He overmatched a few hitters with that slider, the strikeout slider. He picked up all three of his strikeouts in the second inning work with fastballs, and he was throwing it to spots a lot better than he was in the first inning. Maybe wasn't quite as amped up, still maintaining the solid 86-mile-an-hour velocity, but a good diversified second inning for him. Slider first inning, probably thinks it's his best pitch. Fastball second inning.
And to your point, which one are you establishing it? Is it that fastball or is that secondary curveball slider that he may throw more down the road?
For Littleman right now,
in terms of down the road.
Yeah, for Littleman right now, though, he wasn't throwing that slider for strikes. He was throwing that out of the zone and getting hitters to, and that's as kids move up levels as a challenge for them, even moving from Double-A to the big leagues, because the pitches you throw in Double-A that you're getting swing and miss on, big league hitters often aren't going to swing at.
Right.
And often they're balls. It's one of the big challenges as you well know, moving up and through a minor league system. But until you can throw that quality slider like Lindelman for a strike, you know, it's a good pitch here, but it's not necessarily a good pitch at the next level. Harrelson, on the other hand, we saw in his first inning of work, he had no trouble landing that curveball. And for a big lefty like that to throw a first pitch curveball, a second pitch curveball, if he can throw it for strikes, is going to be very effective.
Harrelson, the left-hander, back to work. This is upstairs to start things off here in the inning. Logan Harrelson in his second inning on the mound. Townsend, Harris, and Lanford before him. Comebacker. Underhand flip, one down. Between games, after this one is complete, alerted that we're going to see David Hogue II from Team White take a round of batting practice. He'll get his swings in. That'll take place between our games. White and Vegas Gold scheduled to start 25-30 minutes after the completion of this one. This one's sent in the air to left field. And that is out number 2. All taken care of out there in left field, as Blake O'Brien is retired. And we see Priest out there in left. Batter now, Will Sanford. Serves that one into center field, and a 2-out base runner. They're going up there swinging now. Back-to-back singles put together by Team Red.
I was afraid to say anything because the way they're attacking, Harrelson's putting the ball in the zone, and the red team's attacking it. And
Sanford moving up to second base. Jackson Hellberg will come to the plate as Benjamin reached with the single, setting up first and second. Hellberg 0 for 1. See the KC on the top of the blue batting helmet. There's plenty on social media I'll agree with. There's plenty on social media I'll disagree with. And I would maybe mention the name, trying to be transparent here, if I remembered it, but I don't. May have been a former big leaguer. But on social media, Dave, complaining that for a high school team, can we all get the same helmet? He counted in the lineup just 2 guys with the same helmet. Everyone else had different helmets, different colors, different logos on the front of the helmet. And that's just not present day. And that hasn't been that way in a long time.
But
in terms
also
of the batting helmets.
I'll also tell you what, these guys all play for travel teams. Jackson Hellberg plays for the Royal Scout team, an outstanding group that involves the Kansas City Royals. And they all get helmets in their travel team. And depending on what high school you go to, you might have 5 or 6 helmets for your team. They belong to the high school. That helmet that Jackson Hellberg was wearing belongs to Jackson Hellberg. And he got it through his Royal Scout team.
And touch on that for a scout team and a big league club being engaged at this level.
Well, the Royal Scout team, I think a lot of it's gone back a ways, but it really was highlighted when Drayton Moore, of course, the longtime general manager of the Royals, who came up in scouting and is extremely involved in youth league baseball. And of course, they have a tremendous facility, the MLB Youth Academy, in Kansas City, that the Royal Scout team works out of. But his son, who's now, of course, second baseman at University of Arkansas, and a potential, certainly first-day pick this year, was a standout. But there are a lot of it comes from the scouts. In Jupiter and a lot of our major events, we put together scout teams where, let's say, the Royal Scouts or the Philly Scouts, the Giant Scout will organize prospects that they want to see, and so it's really coming from the scouting community in that sense. The more you see a player, the better you're going to understand him, and you're going to put yourself in a position to appreciate his talents and maybe pick him up in the draft.
Dawson Jones will get our first peek at him on the mound. Kansas City Royals, as an expansion team, I believe former owner Ewan Kaufman was instrumental in the Royals Academy, where Frank White came out of, and developing players at different age levels and getting them in and signed, and the Oriole way, the Cardinal way, the Royal way at one point.
And if you ever have a chance to, next time you're in Kansas City, the MLB Youth Academy is right down there near downtown, and it's right next door to the Negro Hall of Baseball Hall of Fame. And if there's one thing, even before you go and get barbecue in Kansas City, you should do, for everybody listen to me, it's go to the Negro Baseball Hall of Fame. It is an amazing, amazing place. And I was blessed once to introduce Buck O'Neill, the late Buck O'Neill, at an awards ceremony. It's one of the proudest times of my life, getting to meet that distinguished man.
Indeed. He was he made the rounds late in his life, and Joe Posnanski, a terrific book on Buck O'Neill, had the privilege of meeting him in Kinston, North Carolina, on a road trip in the Carolina League. Left side. And out at first base as they get the out right there. Nice job on the infield. As Surwick took care of it. Throwing across the diamond to Paul Jones. And one down in the inning. But met Buck O'Neill at the ballpark, and next day, manager of our Wilmington club, still mad at him to this day because Buck O'Neill actually was staying at the same hotel that we were staying at and had ties, of course, to Kansas City. And so met with the coaching staff just downstairs in the lobby of the hotel and sat there and held court and told stories deep into the night. And, a text or a phone call from the manager would have certainly have been appreciated, but never came. I had no idea until the next day he's telling stories.
That would have been
sharing what he had heard.
Evening.
Yes.
Charlie Brinkman at the plate. We had that real quick going up against Dawson Jones. Continue on.
Oh, just sometime you harbor those ill feelings. That's one I'd never give up, I guess.
And true story, I have Joe Posnanski's book on my desk right now, getting ready to read.
Okay.
I haven't been home in 2 weeks, but when I get home, I plan on reading it.
There you go. You will not be disappointed. And if you're like me, you get into a book, you'll be done with it quickly. Joe's a terrific writer. Good speed down the line.
We saw that last time with Brinkman. I believe Brinkman beat out an infield hit last time, 6.8 speed on a catcher, as we get back into the present. And using that speed well on the bases.
Sebastian Perez with an at-bat here in the bottom of the 7th inning. We were fortunate on the first 2 games. Coaches filled out the cards for us and put their pitchers on there and how many innings they were going to go. You and Jeremy both saying the primary pitchers, the guys over the first couple of innings, first pitcher, the first 2, next guy probably in line to go 3 and 4, then 1 inning stints the rest of the way. Not sure who was behind Jones at this point. Perez, the count at the plate of a ball and a strike. Runner goes. And the pitch is a strike. Runner fake from first base, pardon me.
That's an
trying
interesting.
to keep his feet.
Yeah, Jones' feet slipped out from under him, and he dotted a fastball low on the outside corner. Perfect location, without maybe not the perfect mechanics.
Batter Zeb Parker. Third base. Sorowick takes care of it.
Throw pulls Jones off the first base bag, however.
So 2 on with 2 down. Will Brooks with an opportunity. Brooks his second at bat, 0 for 1.
And representing the 5th hitter of the inning, so we had anticipated being the last hitter.
If you're on the bases right now, something put in the outfield, you are trying to run. The runners will move up to second and third. And that one into right center field for a base hit. And Will played a pair in the inning for the Royal team.
That's the Will Brooks swing I saw in batting practice. Short and quick, explosive hands, and he shot that up the middle with some impact behind it.
So the pitch that went to the backstop, setting up second and third. And Will Brooks coming through. And Dawson Jones and Team Red going to the dugout as we go to the top of the 8th inning. And we get a look at Grant Hollister, who will have a turn at the plate here in the 8th.
Hollister wearing his Kansas City Royals scout team helmet as well, by the way. Just a coincidence there.
We'll see Paul Green on the mound here in the 8th inning. Lefty gets a stint, or righty, pardon me, gets a stint on the mound here.
Green, a primary outfielder, so we're in the secondary pitchers now in the 8th inning. Outstanding athlete with a Missouri rides, run a 6.55 60 through 92 from the outfield. Has been up to 88 from on the mound before.
See him working his warm-up process here. For Team Royal, Cade Townsend, 2 innings, no runs, 4 Ks, 1 base hit allowed through a total of 40 pitches. Topped out at 92 with his fastball, worked mostly 86-92. Leighton Harris, 1 inning, 15 total pitches, struck out 1. Topped out at 86. Cole Langford, inning to 2/3, charged for a run. He struck out 2 batters in his stint. And Logan Harrelson, 2 scoreless innings with 2 hits allowed and a pair of strikeouts, throwing 24 total pitches and topping out at 85. Will Brooks, the catcher for Green, behind the plate. Batter is Hollister. And the count 3-1. Hollister is 0 for 1 at the plate. And fastballs from here on out with the runner at first base. Throw to second high. And a stolen base, runner in scoring position. Hudson Schoaf now at second base. The ghost runner. Pitch taken up and in for a ball.
Even with Green's athleticism, that's a hard arm action to repeat and replicate every time. Very, very long, coming from a almost over the top arm slot. And usually pitchers with that kind of mechanics and arm action are going to struggle vertically with the strike zone.
Hollister opposite way this time. This one to left field, and Hollister is going to have an opportunity for extra bases. This will plate the runner from second as Schoaf comes in to score, and Hollister will stop at second base with a ringing RBI double.
And that was a ringing RBI double. That got to the left field fence fast. One hopped it with some top spin on that. See, pitching to a no-hitter, a new hitter without a fastball restriction. What maybe Green can mix in a breaking ball here.
Evan McIntyre stands in. 1 run across in the inning. McIntyre, third batter to face Paul Green.
Here's the first breaking ball, big curve ball.
Got it on the hands. Third base, throw across the diamond. Henry Allen throwing, showing off the arm.
I'm the best looking person.
That'll bring Trey Martin to the plate.
See McIntyre run again. The speed helped him on a number of plays. Not there, and a nice pick at first base by the first baseman Zeb Packer.
Trey Martin struck out in his first at bat. Spins that one in there for a strike. Martin hits this one foul towards third base. Green again missing upstairs. Martin, all-conference first team as a catcher in 2022. Philadelphia Phillies Carpenter Cup selection. Likes the Yankees and JT Realmuto.
I was just about to ask you favorite player. That is, moving forward, since you and I are going to be spending an enormous amount of time together in the next 3 days. That is my favorite part of these player bios. Whether the two things that are my most favorite are something about your parents and who your favorite big league player is.
Breaking ball hit foul down the third base side. Realmuto is an interesting one.
Well, we are talking about a catcher who lives in Haydenfield, New Jersey. So,
right.
So there certainly is some exposure there.
Harper, Trout, still
nice
probably the
fastball.
most successful or most popular.
Well, it really, Mike Trout appears on very few, as we see a nice sinking fastball there right under Martin's barrel. Trout doesn't get many mentions on this, going back a couple of years since we do this on many events, any event we have on TV. And I think, we worry about Angels, getting him to the World Series or at least to the playoffs as the greatest player of the last decade. But how few kids put him as their favorite player is very interesting. Ronald Acuna and Bryce Harper are easily the top two in the last, let's say, 2 years as we solicit that information.
Green may have slipped there. Facing Paul Jones, left-handed batter for Team Red. Have to stay up a little bit later in the night to watch Mike Trout play.
Oh, yes.
If you're on the East Coast or even Midwest.
The Dodgers seem to get plenty of attention being
Yes.
on the East, being on the West Coast, however. You see some Mookie Betts references.
Freddie Freeman. We've mentioned many players from the state of Georgia. Freeman now first year in a Dodger uniform, coming off the World Series in 2021 with Atlanta. Braves last night won their 12th in a row, longest win streak at the big league level this season. Did lose Ozzie Albies to a foot fracture. They have dealt with their injuries over the last couple of seasons.
This will be an interesting series of pitches here because Green in a fastball only count, and Paul Jones, some of the best power, especially lefty. He might have the best left-handed power of anybody in this group of 4 teams. So if he's looking straight fastball, hunting it with his power, and that's a big swing and a miss right there.
Strikeout ends the inning, strands a pair. As we'll go to the last half of the 8th inning. And Green done with his inning on the mound, at least his first inning.
I think we're only going to see 1 inning out of young Mr. Green. So we'll see a few highlights from it. So obviously very athletic, big-time outfield prospect. A long and loose arm from over the top, creating some nice angle on his pitches. And there's the final strike to Paul Jones to end the inning. Now we got the
Vegas Gold.
whole
There you
Las
go.
Vegas Gold
Yes.
team. And I think they may have been told, get ready.
Right.
Now what's the purple player doing there in the midst of them?
Well, as you said, these guys know each other. That's our pitcher, I believe, from earlier in the game, earlier today.
LaFine?
Yes.
No,
No.
That's 21.
Sams. From earlier.
Okay, so they've sort of adopted him as a pitcher. Okay, Jacob Sams from Orlando, Florida. We'll get Dawson Jones on the mound again for his second inning of work. Jones worked in that 79-82 range with his fastball. Turned over some changeups, cut a few little sliders. Worked down in the zone consistently in his first inning.
Leighton Harris, left-handed batter. His second at bat.
100%.
Harris on the pitcher's mound with a scoreless frame.
Yo, you're on 4, you're on 4.
And to center field for a base hit. And that one will be played back in by Sean Benjamin. And a leadoff base runner as Harris a single.
Yeah, Harris has the tools and just watching him play, very much a two-way player. We saw him pitch earlier, upper 80s with his fastball. Makes one curious whether the University of Kentucky is interested in as a two-way prospect. I've always been surprised that colleges don't put more emphasis on two-way players. Some schools are more open to it than others, but some schools it's just a no-go right off the start.
Henry Allen at the plate. Base hit so far in this ball game. The schools that use it and use it effectively with the big arms that are available and bats as well. But you're right, some schools really shy away from it. Philosophy or whatever you may want to dub it as.
I think from what I've heard talking to coaches, it comes down to a time management thing. It's hard enough to become a good hitter or a good pitcher, especially at the major, the Power 5 level. But to try to do both, and spend the time necessary to be able to do both isn't necessarily there. I think a lot of the when you look at the two-way All-Americans on the All-American list and the most successful, they'll come from more mid-majors.
That one to the backstop. Runner Harris was in motion, taking off for third. That's a good point where at that level you can run it out there and see if it sticks, and if it's something that you have early on in a college baseball player's career, something that you can use to your advantage. Basically takes up almost 2 roster spots if they can be worked effectively in both ways. Strikeout there. Runner breaks for the plate. And Harris is in there safely. Aggressive base running took off as they had to complete the strikeout. 2-3 on the ball that was down low. And Blue tacking on another run.
Yeah, just watching that play. Leighton Harris, a primary left-handed pitcher. He's already pitched today. He's out there having fun, busting himself on the bases, trying to score a run, using his athleticism. You watch a kid like that, he thinks he's a two-way player, that's for sure.
Come on, Johnny, get into one, baby.
Here's John Pearson.
Go, Johnny.
Jones slings that one in there. Ball in the air to center field and taken care of by Sean Benjamin. Matthew Priest will get another opportunity. Junior National Showcase will wrap up on Wednesday. We will see both of these teams in action on day number 5. Jones now running the risk of a ghost runner with the count 3-1.
Yeah.
Priest lifts one in the air to short right field. O'Brien and Team Red taking care of it, as it's taken care of by our first baseman. And we'll go to the 9th inning with Team Royal on top 5-3. And we peek at Dawson Jones.
Yes, a little more of Dawson Jones, who relied on that slider as his primary out pitch. Got some hitters reaching on the outside half, which is what that profile of pitcher needs to do. Jones has been up to 85 just in the last couple weeks. Didn't have the fastball velocity that he's had before, but spotted that breaking ball well. There we see your dads with wagons and the young kids from the black fields going up the path.
'26. Sebastian Perez takes the mound for the 9th inning. We could see Team Royal bat possibly in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Well, the score will have absolutely nothing to do with whether we hit in the bottom of the ninth
Right.
inning or not.
That's
It
what
will
I was
just be
alluding
whether
to, right?
available pitching will determine that.
We didn't see Zork on the mound, did we?
We have not.
No, okay. It's down here.
In fact, Joseph Zork not even listed as a secondary pitcher, so I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay.
Well,
No, it's
Sebastian-
not on a list, and it's not on a list to potentially pitch. They've got him with a pitching line of 1 inning.
Ah. Well, that would not be accurate.
I'm just confirming. And I know I can rely on you as Jackson Glick gets in a bat here. We did see Townsend, Harris, Langford, and Harrelson. And a base hit in the center field. Jackson Glick aboard with a single off Sebastian Perez. Little fist bump over there with Leighton Harris. There is Zork.
Leighton Harris just all over the place.
It really has been. Zork has moved around a little bit. Short second, and I believe back to shortstop once again. Paratano gets an at bat here in the ninth. Trojan commit at USC. On the infield. And that one taken care of.
Briggs Sullivan with the catch. Well, if there's ever been a secondary pitcher who looks physically like a primary pitcher, it is Sebastian Perez. 6'4", 180 pounds, long arms. Look at the length of those arms. Nice, easy delivery.
What'd you think of
Pulls
that breaking ball?
It hung a bit. He pulls even on his fastball, he pulls down that front side real early and kind of loses some leverage. And just looking at his line at PG stuff, he hasn't spent a lot of time on the mound. Hard to tell, impossible to tell right now how much time he may have spent, high school ball, but he's only thrown 24 innings at PG events in the last couple years while getting a ton of plate appearances. So that doesn't throw a lot for the Vendetta Baseball Academy, his travel club. But you can see where if you're a coach and you look at that body and the looseness and the athleticism, you'd be interested in pursuing that.
Eric Parker, a double in his first at bat. Looks at a called strike 3 and 2 outs in the inning. And Talon Bell will get an opportunity here as we take a look at the called strike 3.
83 on that fastball. But he did a good job on that of staying behind it and getting on top of it at release.
Bell looks at a first pitch strike. You touched on and looking ahead to tomorrow and the probability of seeing Bell on the mound.
I would think that's going to be a sure thing. He probably has pitched recently, maybe this weekend at a tournament for his travel club, and just a matter of giving him an extra day's rest. All the way he's running around the field, ghost running and running into walls in the right field corner and stuff. He's not getting a lot of rest today, but I guess that left arm is getting a lot of rest, and that for a teenager, that's all that really matters.
Work it in when you can. Perez from the stretch with the runner at first. Good pitch there. Jumps in front 1-2. Called strike 3. And that retires Team Red here in the 9th inning. As Bell out on strikes. Sebastian Perez back to the dugout. Strikeout there of Parker. And getting Bell with the called strike 3.
One thing interesting to note about Sebastian Perez, and I just noticed it there looking at his face, I'm thinking, this is a real young man. Most of the players here are in their mid-16s, 16-year-old years. There's some 17-year-olds and stuff. Sebastian Perez, 15 years, 6 months old right now. So you're basically looking at somebody who should be firmly in the 2025 class, but is a year ahead, and just hasn't had as, there are players here that are almost 2 years older than Sebastian Perez. So that's going to be interesting to watch him develop physically over the next year or two. And it sort of puts a different spin on him, as an athlete as a whole, but also potentially as a pitcher with that body and a nice loose arm. Only 81-83, but 81-83 a lot more impressive on a 15-year-old than, let's say, on a 17-year-old.
Jackson Glick will get the bottom half of the 9th inning in a 2-run ball game. And we'll see Glick face this Royal team.
Glick, another young man who plays for the Royal Scout team.
Takes the baseball from Hollister. They had Will Sanford in line to pitch in the 9th inning. Paul Green gets an at-bat here in the 9th inning. Skies one in the air on the infield. And Hargett takes care of it. And Green back to the dugout. Cross, Howarth gets an at-bat. Shortstop and taken care of once again. And that is out number 2, Hollister.
Seen some pretty solid shortstop play today by a number of players.
Again, we'll have a batting practice session between games 3 and 4. David Hogue the second for Team White will get his swings in. Left side of the infield, ground ball out. 3 up, 3 down inning for Jackson Glick.
Very nice inning. What was that, about 6 pitches or something?
Less than 10.
Very nice way to end the ball game.
They start to filter out of the dugout. Vegas Gold chomping at the bit, waiting in the wings. And first pitch, 25, 30 minutes away. We'll see with the batting practice session that we have upcoming for David Hogue II as to where we'll stand.
There's the power highlight of the game off the bat of Eric Parker early in the game. You see some of the highlights that we've gone through in this last 2.5 hours and 9 innings.
So again, batting practice session expected to come up, and then we'll have our 4th game of the day from Marietta, Georgia. So stay with us as we'll have more from the East Cobb Baseball Complex here in Marietta. And we are back here at the 2022 Junior National Showcase at the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia, getting set for a round of batting practice before our final game on this Tuesday. Steve Lennox, David Ronsley. As we'll have swings coming in here for, we believe, David Hogue II from Team White. As you see them line things up, both teams getting ready. Team White down the right field line, Vegas Gold down the left field line here at the ballpark. And see the players getting ready for our final game.
David Hogan, very interesting young prospect. He was a 14U Select Festival in 2020, the 65th ranked player overall in the 2024 class. A very athletic 6'2", 190-pound middle infielder.
Set us up, Dave. He'll get his 10 swings?
He'll get his 10 swings. No different. Like I said, this isn't a repeat of him hitting before. You know, he didn't play yesterday. He wasn't here for the drills. And I believe Hogue is a switch hitter. I'm watching the video of him swinging left-handed right now. Yes, he's listed as a switch hitter. Switch hitters are a little different. They don't get 10 swings. They get 6 swings on each side. So if Hogue is going to switch hit, then I'm pretty sure he's a true switch hitter. He'll take 6 swings from each side. And you just see the athleticism there looking at him. 6'2", 190 pounds. Strong hips, strong thighs. Those are the muscles that drive your swing. This is just letting Rico Billups, the BP pitcher, get a little loose. Good time for the cameras, the Skills Show cameras and the Perfect Game TV cameras to get set up around the field.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know what time it is? Do you know what time it is?
So Hogue getting ready to stand in. David Hogue the second.
It's a theory amongst the scouting staff that switch hitters 80-90% of the time will pick their best side to go first. Let's see if that holds true. I appreciate our crack production crew having the volume up on the field cameras, because part of batting practice very much is hearing the ball come off the barrel. And it's coming off pretty hard. Evidently, Hogue's only hitting from the right side.
Completes his round.
I have to believe that last one went a long way, too. Obviously very difficult to track it with those camera angles. You're focusing primarily on the swing, but I bet you that last one ended up in the trees in left center field.
David Hogue the second completes his round of batting practice. And that will wrap up our BP session with David Hogue the second. Coming up, it will be Team White versus Team Vegas Gold, and first pitch about 30 minutes from right now.
Camera. Yo, want food?
What?
You want food?
Yeah, I'm about to head up there.
Okay.
They just cleared us. Thank you.
What number are you? You're white? I think right now you're. Let me find out.
them like do this, like a shake fest.
Or just shake whatever bitch you want.
knees breathe.
It's perfect to press that, but I like to run. But I'm also a catcher.
Jab. Jab it. Jab it. Jab.
Freaking jam my finger.
Everybody see 82 from the bump in the 9th inning.
Oh my god, freaking Christian went like to the Yeti side over here and missed foul pole.
Don't let anything get by. We have 2 umpires, we got 2 teams. Go hard, we know, in and out. We're just gonna try and throw his fastball as hard as he can. Dude, I'm swinging when it comes out of his hand. 17. I'm 16. Well, yeah, well, you'll get to hit 3 times. You'll probably get 3 bats then.
All right, guys, let's get ready to take
No,
it.
because I'm 16.
You're in the field, your home team. Let's go. My starter, my catcher. Where are you guys at? Let's rock. McPherson, you ready, right? No, yeah.
We're in the field.
You got a ball?
I don't. All right, you guys are ready? Take it when you're ready.
White on 3. White on 3. 1, 2, 3.
What?
White.
Junior National Showcase at the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia, along with Dave Ronsley, National Scouting Director with Perfect Game. I'm Steve Lennox, and we are set for our fourth and final game on this Tuesday, day number 4 of the Junior National Showcase here in Marietta. It'll wrap up tomorrow. Vegas Gold and Team White. Dave, as we've got baseball, Ryan McPherson on the pitcher's mound. And McPherson going to work here in the first inning and facing Austin Jackson.
It was interesting, Steve, listening to some of the dugout chatter right before the game. You could hear the hitters talking. Evidently, they know McPherson by reputation, because one of them was saying, I'm just going to swing as early as possible and hope to catch up with it, or something to that effect. McPherson opening up with 90-mile-an-hour fastball. 6'2", 180-pound right-hander from Hollywood, Florida, North Broward Prep.
Austin Jacobs, Florida State commit from Haggerty High School in Oviedo, Florida. Chops this one up the middle. KJ Scobie throws it away, and a leadoff base runner. Oviedo High School, or Haggerty High School, in that Oviedo area. Riley Green, one of the top prospects for the Tigers out of there. First-round pick by Detroit a few years ago. Ryan Mountcastle, Zach Eflin, leadoff base runner against Ryan McPherson. This one down the right field line, and that's going to fall in for a base hit. And first to third. Nice job of base running there on the read. And now a corner situation with nobody out.
Anthony Trelongo, the hitter, 45th ranked player in the country, got jammed on that, but strong enough, and that's his reputation as a strong right-handed hitter, strong enough to muscle it down the right field line.
Jacobs first to third. Thomas Bly stands in. Facing Ryan McPherson, takes strike one. Bly from the Fort Myers, pardon me, we'll switch that roster over. Bly from the Tampa, Florida area, so a little north. Louisville commit. Top 100 for a perfect game right now, ranked as the number 75 prospect for the Rising Juniors.
And that ranking would be higher if it was just on strongest player in the class. Bly 6'4", 205, and just cut physically. A very strong young man with a lot of physical tools.
They'll have one play. That is on the first base. Bryson Smith retiring. The hitter. Jacobs scores from third, and Vegas Gold, 3 hitters in, up 1-0 against McPherson.
And a quick 3 hitters. McPherson just coming out, not messing around. Three hitters and 7 pitches. 89-90 on the fastball, 74 breaking ball, 81 changeup. So throwing strikes and mixing his pitches already.
Jacobs reaching on an error. Trelongo, base hit to right field. Jacobs going first to third, scoring on the ground out. Trelongo is now the runner at second base. Tyler Head stands in. McPherson misses down low. Dawson Cleveland behind the plate doing the catching early on for Team White. Runner. Good secondary lead off of second base. Fly ball, opposite way. Peterson can't make the catch in left field. And going into second base is Tyler Head.
I think that was one of those swings where the left fielder thought the ball was going to carry, but it was off the end of Head's bat. Actually bounced in front of the left fielder first, and he had some trouble picking it up. But a couple of cheap hits here off McPherson, one to down the right field line, and that one also opposite field, but just as effective as the line drive.
Siegler at the plate, runner at second base, 2 runs across in the inning. That one bounces in front of the plate, runner takes off for third, and in there safely.
No, I believe he was called out. A brilliant play here.
1-1.
And just not the throw, but that pitch would hit in front of the plate. Just a great block. Who do we have catching there, Steve?
Dawson Cleveland.
Dawson Cleveland. If we get a replay of that between innings, watch where this pitch bounces. He does a great job of deadening it right in front of him, and quickness to grab the ball and throw to third.
Siegler, Tennessee volunteer commit, Farragut High School. Strike 3 called, and that retires the side, but a little damage for Vegas Gold here in the first inning, plating 2 against Ryan McPherson. So they'll pick me up.
Well, McPherson's stuff was top drawer, up to 90, upper 80s the whole time. Just didn't get the breaks. Allowed those 2 runs, but threw some nice pitches. Saw the big breaking ball, fastball on the outside half right there. Maybe that was a slider. Yes, it was a slider at 79. So showing the full arsenal of pitches, 4 different pitches.
McPherson touched for 2 runs, 1 earned, 1 strikeout, 2 hits allowed. And our first look at Sanford, who gets his start. Florida State commit. Shyler Sanford is on the mound. Let's see how he responds, working with a 2-run lead early on. Perfect game, Junior National Showcase. Our 4th game, our 4th and final game on this Tuesday. St. Augustine, Florida, looking to play his college baseball down the road in Tallahassee with the Seminoles, and a top 100 ranked prospect according to Perfect Game, number 97. Dave, you touched on new rankings will be coming out in the coming weeks. A lot of movement.
Yes, a lot of movement. You know, we've had a month and a half of showcases. This is the big event for the class of 2024, and it will definitely be a priority for the staff led by Greg Sabers to rework the rankings after this event. And like I said, there'll be a lot of movement. We'll see how Shyler Sanford fares in that. A big 6'4", 200-pound righty. He's been up to 91 at PG events in the past. And he's facing a young man in Ethan Murray who doesn't have very far to go to the top of the list. Ranked 16th in the 2024 class. Just turned 16 years old, already a 13U and 14U festival participant. Just tools across the board, young man.
Murray House from Buford, Georgia. Commit to Georgia Tech. Shyler Sanford into the windup and delivers a strike. 91, 90, 89 was his last 3 pitches. And on the hands and fought off.
To throw some numbers at you for Ethan Murray's perfect game career. He's played in 175 games with 515 plate appearances, is a career .377 hitter with 19 home runs and 138 RBIs in his PG career.
Chops this one up the middle. Foul, the shortstop takes care of him at first base.
Nice play by Foul. That quick, that high hopper. Shortstop's inclination is to rush it. We saw a few errors in the first game on that very same throw.
A little glide there.
Yeah, that was a nice play.
Very smooth.
Plus getting that big bounce off the AstroTurf.
Carnsanya stands in. Kaysen Carnsanya from California. Touted as the number 51st top prospect for the Rising Juniors by Perfect Game. Commit to UCLA.
Casarnia looked like a California middle infielder during drills during BP, and by that I mean a very polished player. In Southern California, especially Orange County, a lot of emphasis on the fundamentals, and you could see that in the young UCLA commit.
Sarnia waiting on the 2-2 delivery coming from Sanford. Opposite way, first base side. This one is out of play. Again, the 2-2. Breaking pitch, down and away. What made that a pitch that Casarnia wasn't going to chase? And he was able to lay off.
Well, you could see the catcher's signal for the breaking ball and set up right high middle. And Casarnia just didn't really hit the spot. Had to get that a little more convincing. But I think that set up the second pitch, because that breaking ball, that fastball was taking the same plane, the same tunnel as the breaking ball in the pitch before, except for that one stayed straight, caught the outside corner. We talk about when we as scouts, we talk about tunneling pitches and getting them down the same tunnel to the plate, but they can go, if you're throwing a changeup, they can go fade in. If you're throwing a breaking ball, they can go out, and the fastball stays down the middle of the tunnel.
Hunter Carnes stands in. Carnes from Jacksonville, Florida. Florida State commit. Skies this one in the air. Right field. Hitting Lopez. Inning over. 2-0. Vegas Gold with the lead as we go to the top of the second inning. 2022 Junior National Showcase from Marietta, Georgia. Along with David Ronsley, I'm Steve Lennox. David, National Scouting Director with Perfect Game. Baseball lifer as we take a look at Sanford on the mound for the first inning of work.
Skylar Sanford, impressive in that inning, showing a variety of different pitches. Didn't land the curveball every time, and I think I mentioned last game, when you throw that big a curveball, and it's got power at 78, and just a big, deep bite, sometimes that is a harder pitch to control. And we were talking during the first game about the preponderance of breaking balls, secondary pitches in college baseball and in minor league baseball, and indeed up in the major league level. And the pitches you can throw for consistent high percent strikes are going to be, the shorter, the slurvy, the tight slider type breaking balls. That big curveball, sometimes harder, especially at a young age, to control in the strike zone.
Ryan McPherson on the hill for his second inning, Mississippi State commit, son of Chris and Jenny McPherson. McPherson gives credit to one of his teachers, his history teacher, Mr. Fowle. Teacher in his mid-20s, someone that Ryan McPherson can confide in. Mr. Fowle also comes out to his games every once in a while. Very nice to see. A little extra effort. Top of the second, Vegas Gold, 2-0 lead. Played 2 runs against McPherson in the first inning. Something that would surprise you about McPherson, he likes art. That one hit fouled. Oh, plate, you heard owie right there, and I think that was an owie. Says he needs to work on his curveball a little bit more. And David, he is an Angels fan. And yes, he is a Mike Trout fan.
Outstanding.
Touch on the popularity of certain players from teenagers. This one sneaks into right field. And a leadoff base hit for Vegas Gold to start things off here in the second inning. As Ethan Puig is able to reach. Puig is a Miami commit, and he's a base runner.
That was a nice piece of 2-strike hitting. In a showcase environment, sometimes hitters go up there and you don't want to blast the ball up an alley or over a fence, and he knew he was behind in the count and just took a pitch and kind of just simply poked it to right field. And I have in my BP notes a very handsy hitter with an accurate barrel, and he showed it right there, that's for sure.
Hitter now is Gavin Kelly. Young man from the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area, West Virginia commit. Ranked just outside the top 300 for Rising Juniors by perfect game. Breaking ball in first strike. McPherson in his second inning. Good toss over to first base. Custer Webb holding the runner on. Pitch up and in. Backing the hitter off the dish just a bit.
I think you could see McPherson worrying a little bit about the runner on first. Kind of rushed it to the plate.
Could be 2. And they turn it up the middle. Smith, Scobie, back to Webb, 4-6-3.
And that's the break that McPherson didn't get in the first inning, where he made some good pitches and had some cheap opposite field hits. That was actually a hanger. That was right in the middle of the zone and hit right at the second baseman, double play. Almost caught the umpire. As easy a double play as you'll see, though.
So the base is cleared. Anderson French, Duke commit, from Lewisberry, Pennsylvania. Coach Pollard at Duke recruits the Northeast heavily. Talked with him a few years ago about recruiting kids out of states like Pennsylvania, New Jersey. And almost that football mentality. Kids in the Northeast known for grinding it out, playing in the cold weather early on, college and high school seasons.
It'll be interesting to see how French develops physically, because at 6'4", 190, his listed size, that's right at the upper edge of what you see in catchers at the highest levels of the game. But of course, left-handed hitter with a smooth lifting swing. Good athlete, other positions he can play.
Hustles down the line, retired by Scobie. Double play ground ball induced by McPherson. Gets a ground ball out for the final out of the inning.
We'll take another look at McPherson. I think McPherson's self-scouting report is a very accurate one. 88 to 91 on the fastball, and seemed to put it in good spots and get good results from it. Breaking ball still needs a little more consistency. It got flat a couple times, but obviously something he's aware of and that he's being coached up on, and something that no doubt will improve in the future because he's got the talent and the arm speed to do it.
Vegas Gold, 2 runs in the first inning. McPherson does not allow a run in the second. And we'll get a look at Shyler Sanford on for the second inning. Did a nice job in the first. Picked up a strikeout and working a scoreless frame. We will see Vegas Gold and White both wrap up on Wednesday. Our 2 games on Wednesday, 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. scheduled start times as we wrap the Junior National Showcase. And then we welcome in the sophomores. Workouts tomorrow for the 6 teams here at the East Cobb Baseball Complex. And then 3 games on Thursday, 3 games on Friday for the rising sophomores and the 2025 future grads.
And I just got a roster, complete roster for that event in between games, and was looking down, and boy, is that going to be a fun event. That's a very close class. They've been together at the 13U Festival and 14U Festival the last 2 years. I've heard stories about their group chats and group discussions, and it's a really enthusiastic class of young men.
Gabriel Tirado going up there, aggressive early in the at-bat. And set aside. Julius Powell has been busy, showing the range. So Sanford continues from the windup with the bases empty, now 1 out. Good pitch there, jumps in front, 0-1. Joey Tenati from Southington, Connecticut. It's a good baseball area. Just north of New Haven. Donato plays at St. Paul Catholic High School. Up, Conti, I apologize, the hitter. And this one's skied in the air. So Matt Conti from Andover, Mass, set aside. Hitter now is David Hogg, who we saw take batting practice in between games 3 and 4.
And
Nasty pitch
interestingly,
there.
nasty pitch. Interestingly, he sets up different now in the games than he did.
I was thinking
in
the
batting
same.
practice, and that's just missed the outside corner there. That's not going to make you any more popular with the umpire if you're a catcher, but the catcher will outgrow that. But yeah, there's a much more pronounced bent knee crouch there. He hit pretty straight up, spread but straight up, straight legged in batting practice, and really swung it well, I thought. And now this is kind of a different approach, and it's something that we do see frequently from young hitters.
What gets an umpire more irritated? Trying to bring a pitch back over the outside corner like the catcher Kalinich just did there, as Hogg sends one in the air. Pretty well hit left center field, and this one is going to hit off the warning track and skip over the wall for a ground rule double.
Well, that's the power we saw in batting practice. We didn't see the carry on it, but you knew it was going out there deep, deep. And bent knees or straight legs, the power is still, and the lightning's still in the barrel for the right-handed hitting Hogg, that's for sure.
Sanford allowing the double here in the inning.
I was going to say, that's even more impressive because Shyler Sanford has impressed me as much as any pitcher so far at this junior national, with the combination of all his tools, and for Hogg there to drive the ball, ground rule double right over the 365 sign. Really impressive swing. It's a 2-strike swing. And he'd looked bad on a pitch before, but he got that fastball over the plate and jumped on it. And you have to believe that Hogg was looking for, okay, I looked bad on that slider, don't throw me another one. But he's fast enough bat to adjust to the 88-mile-an-hour fastball.
Bo Walker at the plate.
But to continue on Shyler Sanford, I mean, he's thrown multiple pitches. He's really shown the ability to spin the ball. He's thrown his fastball for strikes. It's a profile 6'4", 200-pound young pitcher's build. He's a little old for the class at 17 years, 1 month, but that's not really that important except for to a couple big league clubs. But yeah, that's just everything's fitting together for the young man from St. Augustine right now.
That pitch, a called strike 3, inning over. Sanford gives up the double to Hogg, but nothing else. Little smile as he exits to the first base side.
Now what he did in the second inning with that breaking ball, though, and the one to Hogg and then the one for the third strikeout to end his outing, is it was a much shorter breaking ball. He was throwing that big power 75, 77-mile-an-hour hammer that he was having trouble locating, and then he shortened it up that for the last 2 hitters and got really good results with it.
Two nothing going to the top of the third inning. Ryan McPherson done after 2. Here's Joey Tenati. Right-handed pitcher out of the state of Connecticut. Right-hander, his first appearance at the Junior National Showcase.
I think we're going to see some more velocity here. Tenati, 6'2", 180 pounds, plays for Team Elite Academy. He's been up to 91 with his fastball at PG events in the past. Two-way player who's also collected over 200 at-bats in his PG career. So an all-around athlete.
MVP pitcher of the 2020 Northeast Championship. Most valuable player of the 2020 Perfect Game Super 25 Mid-Atlantic. He's got some accolades under his belt. Does not list a favorite player, favorite team, the New York Yankees. Believes his composure in high-pressure situations on the pitcher's mound, one of the strong and key attributes that he possesses. Julius Fowl at the plate for Vegas Gold here in the third inning. Wraps one on the ground towards shortstop. And that one gets by the first baseman. Fowl will hold up at first base.
Shortstop
Vegas Gold with a base runner.
Shortstop had all the time in the world to make that play because Fowl slipped on the turf coming out of the box.
Take a look at Hogg here. As Webb could not pick it.
Just kind of short arm that throw.
Matt Conti has moved behind the plate for Team White. This one sent foul out of play. Lucas Shoemaker standing in. Joey Tenati now working from the stretch, trying to work around leadoff base runner here in the third inning. Runner goes, pitch a strike, throw down to second base. And they got him. Runner cut down at second, just mentioned, new catcher in the game is Matt Conti.
Well, you got an absolutely perfect pitch to throw down 88 right in the middle of the plate, but the key there, you throw right on the bag. Make it easy for your second baseman. Perfect tag throw. Well done, Matt Conti.
Casagna applying the tag. Leadoff error erased. Good pitch there, taken for a called strike three. Schumacher retired.
Perfect location.
Now a two down and the base is empty. Efrain Morales at the plate. Morales taking over the catching duties for Team Vegas Gold. Tenati ready to go. Fastball misses away. Umpires have liked that strike just above the belt and below the number. Look out.
Oops.
That was an oops.
That's all you can say after a pitch like that is oops.
Lost him. And a base runner for Vegas Gold here in the third inning.
What you find sometimes in showcase events, Steve, is that a pitcher on a 3-2 count will throw a breaking ball that he wouldn't usually throw in that count in a game situation, but he knows if he throws it for a ball, he's locked into fastballs. So it's sort of the last chance to throw a breaking ball to this hitter. But the fastball's been working well for him. 88, 89 the last two hitters.
High chopper. And taken care of by the second baseman, Trelongo. Did we not have a ghost runner there?
So we had a runner thrown out. No, we didn't have a ghost runner.
Go, boys.
We did not.
They called for a ghost runner.
If nobody's ready, the scouts behind the plate,
They move on.
They will if Jared Goodwin, Vinny Servino, Jeremy, they'll say right away, no, keep playing, because if there's not a runner out right away, you know it's the most important part of the game is to keep it moving. So
See Tonati with his first inning. Off in the distance, bullpen readying in a hurry.
that's over on field 3. This East Cobb complex has 3 full-size fields up on the upper level, then 5 youth league fields of varying sizes down on the bottom level. You can see some lights there in the background, but pretty much perpetual baseball going on at this facility. I've showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning. There's already, lights are on, and there's kids in the batting cages taking BP. 6:30 in the morning, and there goes a tired one right there.
That's a scouting report right there.
It's like, oh, why is Mom making me pull this cooler?
That's
their
I've
cooler.
got this.
Sis has the
yes.
Sis has the
Thank you,
equipment
Sis.
bag. He gets the cooler with the wheels on it.
New pitcher for Vegas Gold. As we see Braden Toro, South Florida commit from Oviedo, Florida. That is a hotbed, one of many in the state. Chandler Sanford, 2 innings, a hit, a pair of strikeouts. Topped out at 91. Average fastball, 90. Threw a couple of decent curveballs in the mix over his 2 innings of work.
Toro's been a two-way player for much of his PG career. A lot of appearances on the mound, 137 innings in PG events, 162 strikeouts, and only 36 walks. So getting up there close to a 5-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're probably going to see a lot of strikes from the young man, the South Florida commit.
Cade Brown at the hill for Team White. This one hit hard but foul. Third base side.
You're going to see a lot of that out of Cade Brown, whether it's this event or later in the summer or later in his career. Cade can really swing it. He's the son of longtime Parkview coach Chan Brown, and Parkview, one of the elite programs in the country. I believe they've pulled down the #1 rank at the end of the season a couple times. And a young man who's, the son of a coach is going to spend a lot of time on the baseball field, a lot of time in the batting cage. And it shows in Cade's swing.
Braden Toro with a 2-strike pitch. Brown protecting with 2 down. Toro again deals. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, and he puts him away.
You don't see too many 12-6 breaking balls, but that was a true 12-6 downer breaking ball. Brown couldn't hold up.
Bryson Smith, pardon me, 14. Seeing time at second base and left field in this game. Light on that pitch, and it's 1-1.
And Toro creates some interesting angle to the plate. It looks like he's going off the far first base side of the rubber. And the angles he's creating are kind of counterintuitive. And I was thinking about that 12-6 breaking ball to a right-hander, and it's really almost coming into a right-hander. There we get a real outstanding look at it from our camera crew.
I think our first hit batter. No, of this game at least. We've had a couple. He stays at the plate, extends the at-bat.
But angle to the plate, when you see it on a young man who's throwing from a low three-quarters, almost sidearm slot, maybe working from one side of the rubber or the other, you say, oh, that's an uncomfortable angle. This, to me, is an uncomfortable angle, too, because it's not one you see very often.
Still on base for the ghost runner. Much to the delight of the dugout.
I was going to say, that was an unusually enthusiastic cheer.
Throw sailing to the first base side of the bag. And Eric Diaz now in scoring position. Out in front of the mound, Toro able to take care of it, retiring Bryson Smith. And Diaz moves to third. Derek Pitts stands in. Pitts patrolling center field for the third and fourth innings. No go from third from Diaz.
That was a little bit different breaking ball. That was a slider with a much shorter shape than the big downer curveball we saw earlier. So Toro throwing both the curve and the slider.
I said Pitts at shortstop, KJ Scobie. He was the starting shortstop. On the ground towards second base. Terlongo takes care of it. And that retires the side. A runner left, 2-0 Vegas Gold as we go to the top of the fourth inning.
Well, Toro was as advertised, a real strike machine. He let that one pitch get away from him that nipped Bryson Smith in the shoulder, but otherwise throwing a variety of pitches from a variety of angles very effectively for strikes. Working mostly mid 80s up to 86, maybe an 87 on his fastball.
Doesn't pause, but deliberate as he comes towards the plate in his motion. See the high clouds above the ballpark and field number one. Great job right there. And Kate O'Leary is now on from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania from Wexford, PA. Donati, 1 inning, and now O'Leary. McPherson, Donati, O'Leary, the three pitchers used so far for Team White.
It just seems like there's a lot of players from Pennsylvania in this event, doesn't it, Steve? But they all seem to be
well represented.
Yeah, they all seem to be on the back end, the last four teams of this 12-team showcase. O'Leary, a long and slender 6'4", 175-pounder. Pittsburgh Central Catholic High School in the Exposure 16U Prime.
That area right outside of Philadelphia, and then that Pittsburgh area. Terrific baseball talent. 1 up. and one down. Caden Lopez retired.
Kind of impressed here looking at O'Leary's numbers. Not necessarily from the pitching point of view, but looking at a 6'4", 175-pound athlete who's a career .434 hitter in perfect game events. So a very good athlete.
Kalinich at the plate. East Carolina commit. Future Pirate. Rounds this one towards shortstop. High throw to first base and safe at first. Webb coming down. We'll see on the replay here. Throw coming from the shortstop, David Hogue. And Hogue has had his throwing issues here in 2 innings at short.
Again, it's the internal clock.
Is he out? See the ball pop out of his glove. I think the umpire was going to rule out, but saw the ball come out.
Yeah, Klinich was nowhere near first base on that. But Hogue, it's an internal clock thing. He has a lot more time than he thinks he has, and he rushed both those throws unnecessarily, one high, one low, and that's something you just learn with repetitions to get that internal clock that will tell you how much time you have.
Braden Moon stands in. O'Leary fires a strike.
There's some real life in this arm. You know, long, slender body, still 16 years old. You know he's going to grow a ton. He's already up to 91 so far. And there's not a lot of effort there. Nice breaking ball there for strike 3.
Pitchers have gotten away with that high breaking ball. And at first, Moon wasn't quite so sure he was going to have to head back to the dugout. Brenson Waters stands in. We'll see time at first base and on the corner in right field in this game a little later on. Rochester Hills, Michigan. Has options in his home state. Cade O'Leary steps off with a runner at first base. And Waters digging back in. Down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Takes the ball down low, below the knees.
Left that breaking ball up just this last time, and Waters spoils it.
Last 2 fastballs reaching 90 miles an hour. Breaking ball there is tap foul. Waters up there battling, and the battle will continue.
You know, Leary throwing a curveball now, but I think he's real twisty with it out front. I think that's probably a future slider that he doesn't know about yet.
Runner now at second base. Kalinich picks up the bag. Ball skied in the air, short left center field, and this is going to fall in. Rounding third is Kalinic. He'll come in to score, and Vegas Gold adding to the lead here in the fourth inning with a little two-out magic.
Good hitting by Waters. He's shaking his hand a bit. He probably doesn't think it was a very good swing, but the first couple pitches, he was pretty much blown away by that 90-mile-an-hour fastball. And he was patient. He fouled off a pitch or two, got his timing back, and ended up producing a run for the Vegas Gold team.
So Waters delivers the runner. Toss to first, gets away, and Waters will go to second and stop there as he puts on the brakes. Webb has had some adventures over there at first.
Not really of his own doing, however. That was a very awkward pickoff throw. He threw it from like right at his waist, a much lower arm slot.
Called strike three, and the inning is over. O'Leary gives up a run in the frame and leaves a runner in scoring position. Team White coming to the plate in the bottom of the fourth inning as we look at Cade O'Leary.
Well, I'm excited by this young arm. He's so projectable, and there's real arm speed there. I would like him next inning to do more to establish his fastball. I think he got breaking ball heavy there. He did pick up a strikeout with it, but right now that's a fastball power arm, and we've seen a succession of power arms so far. They lined up the power arms to start this game certainly, but I can see mid-90s in that future because of the way he's built, the way that arm works. But I think I see a slider in his future as well as the breaking ball.
Youngsters, a full day of baseball on the diamond, and why not take a game in? As we're past 6 p.m. Eastern time on the East Coast.
Let's see, one of the things about those young kids, you could tell them that there is a future big leaguer, probably many future big leaguers playing
Indeed.
in this game, because it's almost a certainty. If you look back at past junior national rosters and all, there are big leaguers, future big leaguers on virtually every one of them. And I don't think I've ever done that exercise. It's probably be something that would be fun to do. But I could tell those kids right now, there are a couple of future big leaguers out there. Can I tell you which one? No. But I can pretty much guarantee you that there are.
Braden Toro back to work for his second inning. Here is Derek Pitts. Wraps one on the ground towards third base. And Pitts retired. Third base, Thomas Bly tossing across the diamond to Braden Moon, who took the throw.
I appreciate that throw by Thomas Bly. Right on the money, perfect chest high of the first baseman. We've seen over the last couple days a number of third basemen just, bury that throw, maybe with some tail and sink on it, but Bly stayed behind it well and just made a nice, easy, perfect throw for a routine out.
Christopher Patterson stands in, takes ball one down low. Ball will get to you in a hurry at third base. A little extra time on occasion to gather yourself and get the throw across. What is the most difficult position behind a pitcher or even the catcher to project to say, okay, this is his position now. Can it be down the road in pro ball?
Well, I think the automatic inclination most scouts have is when you look at a shortstop, it's a very high probability that he's going to move off shortstop. Just because it's such a difficult position. It's a position that at the big league level is dominated primarily by Latin players from Dominican Republic, Venezuela. So it's really a thing we always talk. Can he stay at shortstop in the long term? And that's probably the most difficult one to judge. And probably not unexpectedly, the next hardest is catcher. Catcher and shortstop are by far the two hardest positions to play on the field. So when you're looking at a catcher, there's so many elements, and it's such a moving target right now with how catchers are adapting to the new baseball that saying this guy is going to stay behind the plate is very difficult as well.
What is something that is defining for you in terms of moving down the road for an infielder to an outfield spot where they just can't handle it any further? Is it consistency, or are there other factors?
I think it's more just simple athleticism. I mean, you have players that have the speed and the quickness to have range to play shortstop, but whether it's the hands, whether it's just the instinctual route-taking ability that just may not be there, and your question, okay, is it going to improve with repetitions? And at some point you say they just don't have the feel for playing that position. You'll see shortstops and you look at them once, it's like, boy, he has the shortstop actions.
Eric Diaz at the plate, pinch runner or ghost runner earlier. From Middletown, New York, just outside of New York City. Hustling down the line and retired. On a nice play at second base, Trelongo aggressive in his pursuit. Braden Toro, nice job. And the bottom of the fourth inning.
Real nice job, real nice second inning. Love the angle right there from the camera. But right at the top, when I looked at his numbers, I mentioned that this is a strike thrower. And he showed different pitches, but we could see it there, especially in the second inning of work, how precisely he worked the pitches. No, there weren't any big strikeouts or nasty pitches, but there was a lot of real quick, efficient outs.
Top of the fifth inning, Vegas Gold, 3-0 lead.
I will tell you the shortstop, and I think most of the PG staff would agree with, scouting staff would agree with me, that when you saw him play shortstop for the first time, just in those 5 balls that they get in drills, you were like, oh my gosh, he is a shortstop. And it was just so obvious by his actions and his body life, and that would be Francisco Lindor.
I thought you might be going in that direction.
Oh, yes. But the difficulty is you see players, Carlos Correa and Corey Seager, completely different athletes. Corey Seager, I thought he had no chance to play shortstop. Obviously, I was wrong. I thought Carlos Correa was a pure shortstop when a lot of people thought, oh, he's going to outgrow shortstop, he's going to move to third base. So there are some difficulties, and of course the bat comes into play. You have Corey Seager, who, if he hit like a shortstop, he wouldn't be playing shortstop, but he's such a dynamic hitter that you can take maybe a little bit of misgiving in his range and stuff in exchange for the bat at that premium defensive position.
Ryan Ashford, Lake Mary, Florida, and a Miami commit at the plate against Kate O'Leary.
Of course, Francisco Lindor was also hitting bombs on full-size fields from both sides of the plate when he was 14 years old, which kind of contributed to the overall package.
Now in his second year with the New York Mets. Ball topped on the ground, foul outside of first base.
Come, kid. Okay, throw it up.
Ashford late on that offering from O'Leary. He's got a presence on the mound about him.
Yes, he does. And I
Been here,
like
done
it.
that.
I like it when he throws that fastball. I'm going to say it over and over. I'll probably say it when we're watching his last pitches, his summary at the end of this inning. You know, I want to tell him, Cade, your best pitch is your fastball. You work downhill. You've got a great extension out front. You're going to be throwing 95 when you're 19, 20 years old. Let that fastball hunt. It's going to overmatch even these really good hitters most of the time. Just like that. From 89 up in the zone. Hitters have trouble hanging off that pitch.
.89, 88 on his last two fastballs. Trying to bring that breaking ball in for a strike. Gets the called strike right there.
But still, where that location of that pitch was, it's not going to be an effective pitch for him. Fastball in the fist, yes, that's going to be an effective pitch. I guess I must be old-fashioned now with what we talked about, the preponderance of breaking balls and such now across baseball at the higher levels. I'm still a fastball guy. You throw your fastball where you want, you're going to be successful.
A strikeout, 2 outs in the inning. I think that's one where you get on social media and you know, old versus new, and pitchers not going that far back, so not saying a different era, but pitchers that we've seen over the last couple of decades and well beyond that would probably argue vehemently about using that breaking ball more than the fastball. And like you said, good quality fastball down in the zone. Guys, Hall of Fame careers based on the old number one.
Oh, yes. I remember reading about, Jim Palmer way back then. I don't know whether a lot of the kids listening now know who Jim Palmer was. Jim Palmer would throw games where he would just go out and say, I'm just going to throw fastballs until somebody hits it, and just throw all fastballs all game. If he didn't need the secondary pitches, based on the game situation stuff, he would just throw fastballs.
Is that why he didn't always get along with Earl Weaver?
You can see Earl Weaver really fitting in today's analytical world. So Earl Weaver was a bit ahead of his time. But I think especially go
ahead.
I think especially at a young age, 16 years old, Cade O'Leary is 16 years old. That's when you learn. I mean, when you're older, more mature, yes, we can work on the breaking ball, coaches at upper levels. But right now, learn to throw that fastball for strikes in different quadrants.
O'Leary impressive in this inning as he gets Trelongo on the fly out to retire the side. I believe it was Thomas Boswell came up with some sort of number and analytics, and I want to say it was Earl Weaver who he shared it with. Tom Boswell, longtime writer in the D.C. area, baseball writer, and I wish I had the paperback book. I lost it at some point in time. But he went to Earl Weaver coming up with, you know, a number that he thought could work in baseball. And Earl Weaver said, that's good, but Branch Rickey took this, and this into consideration, and that's how he would come up with that formula that is just better than your formula. And I think those managers, Earl Weaver, yeah, there are certain things about him that certainly would not have played in this era of baseball that we have, but would have taken that information. You know, and I think that's what people lose present day of. A good manager would take that information at any level if it could help them win ball games. Now, would they have cut it off at a certain stretch? Perhaps. As we get a look at Anthony Wilkie, Clemson commit, who's now on here in the bottom half of the 5th inning.
Wilkie, 6'6", 215 pounds. Yes, he stands out on the mound. Very physical presence. Pitches for power baseball. He's been up, pitches mostly in the mid-80s right now, but you can see that frame and that strength. There's going to be a lot happening there over the next few years.
Ready to go to work. Dawson Cleveland from the Murphy, Texas area.
Hopefully we have a whole bunch of people now scrambling to the baseball reference and stuff, or Wikipedia, trying to find out who Jim Palmer and Earl Weaver and Tom Boswell were. Catching up on their baseball history from the two old guys here.
I'm all for it. If you want to be entertained, you can be Google smart and Google Earl Weaver and umpires and be in for a treat. You might be watching those videos for the next 90 minutes. You'll certainly be entertained. There was one, I don't remember the umpire, argument at first base. I've watched it a million times. And Earl Weaver says, I'm going to be in the Hall of Fame one day. The umpire just dismissed them and kind of walked away, and Weaver chased after him. This one sent in the air, left center field. And will get down. And going into second base and arriving safely. Base runner in scoring position for Team White here in the home 5th inning.
Nice piece of hitting there by Dawson Cleveland, who continues to impress. That was a breaking ball after a couple 88-mile-an-hour fastballs. He stayed back, but not only that, he's thinking double off the bat. Center fielder was a little casual going after it, and Cleveland just busted the whole way. And earlier in this game, he really shined on defense, blocking the ball and throwing the ball. So, young man from Murphy, Texas, showing his skills and tools real well.
Webb Watson, opportunity here to get Team White on the board in the bottom of the 5th inning. Goes by Webby. Wilkie, a long look towards the runner at second base. Watson, National Honor Society, Spanish Honor Society, Beta Club, 4.0 student, class representative. Resume is impressive. Lettered in basketball as a sophomore, two-time all-conference player, all-state sophomore year in baseball. Three-time all-tournament team in perfect game tournaments. Preseason All-American for 2022. It's on top of that one.
I'm trying to look into Wilkie's mitt because he's to this left-handed hitter. He's thrown 2 pitches, a fastball, 87, 88, and he threw something, a change, early that I thought might be a split finger grip. And it had really nice, sharp, late tumbling action. It might have been a different grip, but I'm just sort of waiting to see if I can see the grip in the glove before he throws it. Was that the changeup? I think it was, and I think that was more of a circle 3-finger grip there. So all I know is it was a very effective, nice pitch with that life. And he threw
Watson out on strikes.
Yeah, he threw it 3 times to Watson, so it's a pitch that he is confident in using against left-handed hitters and a weapon, and I can see why with the action he got on 2 of them.
Dawson Cleveland at second base with 1 down. This one wrapped on the ground towards shortstop will advance the base runner. Out recorded. And KJ Moon out 6-3. We've seen solid defense up the middle. Hogg has had a couple of difficult throws over to first base for Team White in this game. Custer Webb, first baseman for Team White. Fights that one off.
I think we just had a balk called there, which is a rare thing in a showcase game. Not sure what Wilkie did. He probably didn't come to a set position.
Moves our runner along to third base. Off speed there. And Webb swinging right through it. Dawson Cleveland now at third. Fastball line opposite way. And the throw coming to first base from the right fielder. And Webb beats it on the play. Dawson Cleveland scores. And Team White finally on the board here in the home 5th inning.
Yeah, what made that a play at first is that ball was scalded off Webb's bat. 1 hop to the left fielder. I'm betting that was an upper 90s off the barrel with the TrackMan information, which we do keep it behind home plate. Don't have access to it now, but that ball was scalded.
Donati, we see him at the plate for the first time. Saw him on the mound earlier. Went 1 inning, picked up a strikeout. Runner goes, Wilkie's pitch, sent in the air, left center field. And that one taken care of. Donati retired. Team White with a run, down 3-1 as we go to the top of the 6th inning. Our 4th and final game on this Tuesday of the 2022 Junior National Showcase at the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Sophomore National Showcase underway on Wednesday. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley. Dave, National Scouting Director with Perfect Game. As we take a look at Wilkie on the mound, Dave.
Anthony Wilkie, I mentioned this with O'Leary last inning, and I'm going to say the same thing about Wilkie. That's going to be one really hard thrower in a couple years. I really like the way both those pitchers power downhill from their tall bodies. Wilkie a little stronger right now, but 87, 89, and that fastball looked like it played up too, with good angle on it. Looking forward to seeing his second inning of work. And we have a new pitcher for White. Hudson Emeterio. Another big right-hander, 6'3", 205 from Argyle, Texas. Goes to Argyle High School, plays for the Sticks 2024, the 2024 scout team. And Emeterio, despite that big, strong body, just turned 16 years old.
Wow, he climbs on top of the hill. He's an imposing figure.
Yes. Texas-sized, even.
Thomas Bly, Louisville commit from Tampa, Florida. Fills up the right side of the batter's box and sends the first pitch foul behind home plate.
And at 6'4", 205, really does fill up the right side of the batter's box.
On that pitch, but fouled it back. Bly touted as the 9th overall top prospect by Perfect Game in the state of Florida, the number 2 third baseman. National ranking of number 75, so in the top 100.
I really like that last swing he took. I thought during batting practice, we talked about it with David Hogg earlier, he took a different approach during batting practice, and his game approach, trying to lift the ball and clear the left center field or the left field fence, but shortened up in the game and is really taking some good swings. Got behind, with 2 strikes and had to make contact with that outside fastball. But much better game swings from Bly than his BP swings from yesterday.
Bly retired on the fly ball out. And a first pitch strike. Tyler Head in center field, also on the corner and left in this game. Nice job going inside there, but could not pick up the corner. That one spoiled foul. The count full, 3-2.
Emeterio's thrown a number of 90-mile-an-hour fastballs. Looks like he's throwing a 2-seamer and a 4-seamer because he's got some 85s. He's got 4 or 5 90s to go with it.
Had a base hit and a run batted in. Sends this one in the air to left field. And closing quickly there, the left fielder, Carcerina able to close quickly.
Especially quickly for a middle infielder playing left field, which he doesn't probably do very often. That was a nice swing by Tyler Head. Really nice swing. Really squared it up well.
Brennan Siegler stands in. And the fastball taken for ball one. Siegler is 0 for 1, struck out in his first at bat. Farragut High School in Knoxville. And Materio, first inning, on the mound for Team White. Good pitch there.
Real
Swung
nice
on
slider.
and missed.
That's his best slider thus far. 77.
Siegler late, out on strikes, and the top of the 6th inning is over. Hudson Emeterio, impressive in his first inning for Team White. Struck him out on the 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, impressive in context, too. Of this is a young man who just turned 16, and you can see how physical he is. But threw his pitches for strikes and really, really honed in on that glove side corner. And a lot of times you see young pitchers who struggle consistently to get to the glove side corner. And by glove side, I mean the outside corner to a right-handed hitter. But he's kind of directional that way, open with his front side, and really, really worked that. And that's, of course, that's a tough spot for a right-handed hitter to make solid contact. Hey, there's still games to start. That's a young man walking in. Cleats aren't even on yet. He's got some baseball to play.
Anthony Wilkie gets the bottom of the 6th inning against Team White. What do you want to see from Wilkie? Second time on the mound.
I want to see him just keep powering downhill with that fastball. I said it's a lot of the same things that I was talking about with Cade O'Leary apply to Anthony Wilkie. You've got height, you've got arm speed, you've got a high release point to power the ball downhill. That's your big weapon right now. And throwing that fastball often into spots, that's what I'd like to see.
Tomorrow, these two teams will wrap up. Both in action. Royal and red teams we saw earlier. And our third game. Start times tomorrow scheduled for 8 and 11 a.m. Eastern. It'll be red versus Royal, or it'll be red versus Vegas Gold in the first game, then Royal and White in game number 2. And then the Sophomore National Showcase underway. Scheduled to start with the workouts. Perfect Game staff will address the players about the showcase beginning at 1:30 tomorrow. This one's sent in the air to center field. And the out recorded as Tyler Head able to take care of it. See Tyler Head in center field. The turf shoes, I believe, matching that Vegas Gold, I dare say.
Tyler Head just looks and acts like a center fielder. He has 6'8" speed, which isn't blazing, but it's very good. But his actions and how easily he moves under a ball. We saw him make the last out of last inning going into the left center field gap. But they're very easy, confident actions after fly balls, and he just looks like a center fielder.
Sarnia at the plate.
Yeah, 6'3", 185. He'll get faster. That's a center fielder.
So he's not moving anytime soon.
I don't think so. Maybe not for a long time. Of course, you can always get on a team where you're the second best center fielder because the guy ahead of you is a superstar. But that's a good thing for your team. If you're as talented as he is defensively and you're playing right field, that's a real positive for your team.
Sarnia waiting on the pitch. Late on that one, but sent it down the right field line, and this one going for extra bases. He's thinking 3. Carnsanya all the way around and goes in with the headfirst slide, and he is at third base with 1 down.
And Anthony Wilkie probably thinking, I'm going to harp on this fastball thing. That was a fastball in the outside half. It was just where he wanted to throw, and he's probably thinking, oh, I gave up a triple on it. Well, a foot one direction, it's a foul ball, and a foot the other direction, it's a 3 unassisted. Carcinia just doing a better job of hitting right there, worked it right down the line, got a triple, but it still was a very, very solid pitch. 88 on the outside corner. And there's another one right there. I like it.
Hunter Carnes at the plate. Reaches out and pokes one foul. That'll scatter some of the players.
I think the on-deck hitter might have warned that, or just went right past him. Carnes just looking to spoil that outside breaking ball.
They don't seem to want to move.
No. Teenagers don't always learn real quick.
Not initially, no. That third time as a charm usually ends up being the 6th or 7th.
There's our on-deck hitter, Gabriel Tirado. I think I heard somebody say, hey, you're a catcher. Tirado, of course, being a catcher. He's used to being hit by baseballs.
Carnes continues to battle at the plate. Wilkie deals and misses away.
Okay, Wilkie's thrown about 5 straight pitches on the outside corner or off the outside corner. How about inside right now? Aha, okay, even a hanging breaking ball inside. Good location. Even if it wasn't perfectly executed, the location worked.
Another look. And here is Gabriel Tirado. A couple of innings behind the plate in this game. Left-handed batter with a runner at third now, 2 down.
Tirado has some serious juice in his bat. It's foul pole to foul pole power. Big, strong lower half there.
Future UConn commit for Coach Penders from Newington, Connecticut, and Loomis Chaffee.
He took a hack there, came up empty.
Goes the opposite way into left field. That'll plate the runner from third base. And Toronto gets the job done. Nice piece of hitting right there.
Yeah, and we've seen that so often from Toronto. And yesterday, even in batting practice, he hit a few bombs to right field and then started going left center field gap. And you saw the first swing there, took a big hack, came up empty. Okay, I'm just going to make that little swing adjustment and line it out to left field, pick up a run. And that's just maturity in a hitter.
Matt Conti stands in. 0 for 1 so far. Wilkie bends one in for a strike. Puts a charge into this one to center field. And moving back on it and making the catch. Tyler Head. Yes, your center fielder. There we go. I delayed on that one.
He's my guy now.
Controls center field for Vegas Gold as we go to the 7th inning in a 3-3 ball game. See how the pitchers line up the rest of the way. We take another look at Anthony Wilkie.
Well, Steve, if there's been one theme to this game, and I like developing themes for games, it's the pitching, because maybe it's the third group and they're separated a bit from their last starts, but the pitching in this particular game has been the most impressive pitching I've seen in any game throughout this Junior National Showcase.
Fellas, we need another third baseman. Okay, please. Our third baseman is stepping.
Hudson Immaterio, I believe, is going to be on. Immaterio impressed in his first inning, picking up a strikeout. Fastball topped out at 90 miles an hour. Dave, give us an idea, perfect game, where the organization is in terms of player health and taking care of guys and passing along information that can perhaps help them both short-term and long-term.
Well, player health now almost is like saying, how do you take care of your pitchers in the game of baseball today? And that is a huge priority, a perfect game. We subscribe to the pitch smart limitations at all levels. Is that ball stung to center field? The pitch smart levels where pitchers are limited in their pitch counts, whether it be at a tournament or a showcase from day to day. They're very strict guidelines, and they are followed very strictly at all age groups, different pitch levels for different age groups. I know we definitely have trainers at virtually all our events. Part of the key to keeping kids healthy is getting them treated right away if they do have a problem. But yes, it is very important for us as an organization, and it's something that's really grown across baseball, that awareness of how to take care of young pitchers' arms just in the last couple of years, really.
Ethan Puig, a base hit to get things going. He's now 2 out of 2. Gavin Kelly, 0 for 1 so far at the plate. Puig takes off for second base, in there easily with the stolen base.
I think that was the same formula last time. Handle the barrel well, barrel it up, steal second base.
He stands at second with nobody out in the top of the 7th inning.
Who is that behind the plate? Is that Dawson Cleveland again?
Hunter Carnes, I have.
Hunter Carnes, all right.
Behind the plate right now.
We'll spread the credit then. Nice block by Hunter Carnes. That's a very difficult pitch to block, even on turf where you're going to get a clean bounce.
I think I picked up the 2. No. Dawson Cleveland behind the plate.
It is Dawson. Well, that's twice now, Dawson Cleveland. has made just a outstanding block, and not only blocked it, he had no chance at that one at all. I don't think anybody, Molina in his prime couldn't have blocked. Maybe Molina could have, but no. Both times when Dawson Cleveland has blocked those pitches that bounce, hit in front of the plate, he's deadened them with his chest protector straight down at his feet. So if a runner did think of going, all he has to do is pick it up. Even if that ball bounces, out a few feet, that's a base for the runner.
And speaking of runners, we have the runner at third. Nobody out in the inning. And we'll see how Dawson Cleveland sets up at the plate. A lot of conversation these days on how catchers are going down to a knee in terms of receiving, and it's driving people on social media absolutely insane.
Oh, it's driving scouts insane, too. We have conversations about that every event.
Nice job by Kelly. Heading that one to the right side, picking up Puig from third base. And Vegas Gold back out in front. Let's discuss that a little bit. What's the conversation entail?
I don't even know I'm still learning and making adjustments here. I don't understand. I understand the reasons that people are going. We see Emeterio getting late to first base there. But for the catching on one knee, in terms of framing the ball, I mean, it's easier to frame the ball when you're in that position, in a more stable position. But it really limits your mobility in terms of shifting from side to side,
right,
which with a runner on is your most important responsibility, as we've seen with Cleveland, is blocking the ball and keeping the runner from advancing. And being on a knee limits that. We're at the point we see in showcases guys throwing from that one knee position. And it's like, you're throwing from one knee down and think you're going to have a faster pop time? No, you're not. You're not advanced enough athletically, and that's just not a position to come out of your crouch from. So it reflects the priorities of the game right now, which is very much in framing pitches, but that's also a priority that may be going away, at least at the upper levels of baseball, if we move to the radar umpires and go away from the normal umpires and their potential human errors. So that's a long way of saying I really don't know what's happening right now.
It baffles me that so many catchers don't give themselves the opportunity to block pitches the way they set up with a runner at third base. Fastball 85, 87, 87 with the last three pitches from Hudson and Materio. See Cleveland set up.
Yeah.
Left center field, out recorded.
I will say the ball doesn't seem to be carrying very well in this 98-degree early evening heat.
See Webb Watson with the sunglasses above the bill of the cap.
Because that ball was scalded with some lift, and it just didn't go anywhere. I will say, Dawson Cleveland has made the two best blocks of this game, two of the best defensive plays of this game in context. Both of them were at pitches straight at his body. He didn't have to shift side to side on those, but he did an outstanding job of circling it with his upper body and deadening it. If that pitch was 12, 18 inches to one side or the other, if he's set up on one knee, he's just not going to be able to do that with the quickness working side to side out of that stance.
Julius Fowl takes a fastball strike. Fowl 0 for 1, his second at bat.
Fowles had a nice game today. Good defense up the middle. Had a nice at bat. Watching him in drills yesterday, he's a high energy player.
And Materio trying to wrap up on a positive note. And he does just that. Tossed down to first base. Foul retired on the strikeout 2-3.
Really positive note there. Went for an 88 fastball to 77 slider buried. Really nice sequence of pitches there.
Another look at Hudson Emeterio, working 2 innings out of the bullpen.
And the context here is important. Just turned 16 years old. Already big and strong, but more growth ahead of him, and had a real good idea where to put his pitches. I thought he was working a lot glove side early, but that inning, second inning, worked a lot more arm side, showed adjustability to left-handers and right-handers. Good effort on the mound. But then that can be said of virtually every pitcher in this game.
You see the right-hander on the mound. Dylan Smalley from Winter Park, Florida. And Smalley gets the bottom of the 7th inning. We have not seen many pitchers in this game have to walk off the field facing 5 batters and being done for an inning, as Smalley is now on, Dave.
No, this has been such a clean game in that respect. Pitchers throwing strikes with solid stuff. We'll hopefully get it again here with the 6'3", 175-pound right-hander.
Dylan Smalley set to go to work here. And Hogg will stand in for Team White.
We got to see the juice in Hogg's bat his first time up. With this swing, bang, and that result, one bounce over the 365 sign for a ground rule double.
Pulls this one foul towards third base. Tried to get him to chase. Hogg began and played shortstop for the 3rd and 4th innings, moving to second base last couple of innings. Chopper towards shortstop. Hogg hustling down the line and just retired. Jacobs, the shortstop, throwing across to Moon. Bo Walker will come to the plate.
Actually, I think that's a Jules
Correction.
foul out at shortstop.
There you go. Foul as that shortstop right now.
Making the routine play routinely.
I have to go away from my defensive chart that they supplied us with.
It's a living document, Steve.
It is indeed. Walker is 0 for 1, struck out in his first at bat.
Smalley's another of these pitchers that Has some deception in him. It's all arms and legs coming to the plate with that long, lean frame. Looks like his pitch is that big sweeping slider. Really gets around it well, creates a lot of side-to-side break.
Back through the middle, and a base hit to center field off the bat of Bo Walker.
Went down and got that big breaking slider, and perfect thing to do with it. Hit it right back where it came from.
Cade Brown at the plate. Brown struck out in his first at bat. Takes ball 2 from Dylan Smalley. Smalley has been 85, 84, 84 with his last 3 pitches. Runner going. And Walker will head back to first base.
I think Brown saw the runner going. He might have tried to poke that behind him out into right field, sort of an impromptu hit and run. It was a good pitch to do it on, just didn't square it up.
Able to lay off that pitch. And Brown now with the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes, facing Smalley. Feet spread apart. And we'll have a ghost runner here.
One of the things that Brown does so well at the plate is you mentioned that spread stance. And sometimes when hitters get spread like that, it locks their hips and locks their lower half. But watch Brown as he loads for his swing. He turns his hips and gets really nice hip whip into his hips, even with the spread stance. Turns that front hip in and then explodes it.
To right field. Out recorded. That's in Waters. Out there in right field, adjusting the hat. Making sure the hair is right.
Sunglasses are still on.
Bryson Smith stands in 0 for 1. Pitch misses away. Smalley misses and falls behind 2-0. See the wall out there in left field. Foul the shortstop, trying to keep the runner honest at second base. Inside, it's 3-0. Running the risk of loading up the bases here in the 7th inning. Walker takes his lead from second. This one ripped into right field. And taken care of. Smith hit it hard, but nothing to show for it as Smalley strands a couple of runners in the inning. And a nice job by Waters to close in on that one quickly and record the final out.
Yeah, that ball was ripped. That might be the highest exit velo off the barrel, Bryson Smith's barrel we've had this game. Take another look at Smalley. Long rotational delivery, working side to side, mostly glove side with his pitches. I thought that ball was good going into the corner or something instead of being right at the right fielder. That must have really carried.
Heard it right there. Some lasers. Our umpiring crew as we go to the top of the 8th inning. Vegas Gold, Team White, mentioned earlier. These two teams will wrap up tomorrow playing Royal and Red. Our start times 8 and 11 a.m. Eastern Time from Marietta, Georgia. Final day of our Junior National Showcase. Sophomore National Showcase underway tomorrow. We'll cover that one as we get a look at KJ Moon, who is now on. Young man out of Stratham, Georgia. Wraps up his warm-up process and ready to go to work.
6'1", 190-pound third baseman. But has also been upper 80s off the mound. So big strong arm from the physically built Kent KJ Moon.
Schumacher is the first batter to face KJ Moon. And a first pitch strike. Schumacher struck out in his first at bat. And down in the count, 0-2. Pitch popped up. Second base. And Hogue takes care of it for out number 1. Nope, Bryson Smith, pardon me. They took the game plan, ripped it up, lit it on fire, and then decided to stop on it. Batter now, Efrain Morales, 0 for 1 at the plate.
Well, the normal plan in a PG showcase as far as who plays where isn't so scripted. It's scripted in this because of TV, basically. That's the goal, at least. But in a regular PG showcase, if you have, let's say, 4 infielders and 3 basic infield positions, you just tell them alternate every inning. Go from third to short to second to bench and just keep it rotating every inning. Same way with outfielders. So this game has turned a little more normal showcase, more informal where the players are playing.
Morales with the count, no balls and 2 strikes, facing KC Moon.
Looking at Moon's numbers from last year on the mound, 37 innings, 11 walks. Always like to see that in a young pitcher.
Scott in the air, right field. And that is out number 2. So Morales retired. Back to the dugout on the third base side. Watson in right field for Team White. Caden Lopez hitless in his one at bat. Moon, like many of the pitchers we've seen throughout the course of the morning, afternoon, and early evening, works quickly and misses upstairs and falls behind 2-1. Off the mask of the catcher.
Yeah, the natural instincts of these players is to play fast, I think. And you probably see it more in PG Showcase games than hopefully it's pushing things slowly in the right direction with 2-hour time limits on 7-inning games.
Fly ball to center field, takes care of things, and Moon works a 1-2-3, top of the 8th inning.
Nice inning of strikes there. Getting back to that point about playing faster, I think kids like to play fast, as we talk about in the big leagues, you know, time of game and everything. And there's the pitch timers in minor league baseball that are speeding things up so well. But these kids play, you know, huge numbers of tournament games at our events, and you know the games are 2 hours, 2 hours and 7 innings, whichever comes first, and it encourages you to play fast, to hustle on and off the field, to throw strikes, to work quickly.
Taking in the ball game, could take in multiple. Dylan Smalley gets the bottom of the 8th inning. Smalley gave up a hit. His first inning on the mound, nothing else, through a total of 20 pitches. Topped out at 87 miles an hour, was 83-87 with the fastball, 74 with the curveball. The numbers we have available to us in this great game. What are we doing later? You tell me. We can hang out. At least one of the three right there are going to crash. Right?
I was thinking about you and I going to crash after a long day.
Our voices are going to crash.
Everybody who's been in that ballpark in the upper 90s since 7 o'clock this morning is going to crash.
Well, we have a moment, and our crew doing a wonderful job for us throughout the course of today. And this is day 4 of 5 underway this past Saturday. Steve Banta, our director, out there on the West Coast directing this game and celebrating a birthday with us.
Happy birthday, Steve.
That from Jim Jenks. Smalley goes to work. KJ Scobie, Louisville commit from Lakeland, Florida. Longtime spring training home of the Detroit Tigers organization. It's been years since I've been to a big league spring training, and I feel like if I went over the next couple of years, I really wouldn't know what I was looking at. Things are streamlined in an entirely different way. The access that you used to have, no longer there.
But you'd find some awfully nice complexes if you did get access in the back. We use a number of different facilities, both here both in Florida and down in Arizona, and these modern complexes have a lot of bells and whistles and beautiful fields. And we're going to be down at the Astros complex. I believe it's Astros and Nationals complex in West Palm Beach for the 13U and 14U national showcases in late July. And of course, there's always the Boston Red Sox facility in Fort Myers, where we hold so many great events. With JetBlue Stadium, the replica of Fenway Park.
Scobie to left field and just foul.
Have you ever been to JetBlue Park in Fort Myers?
I have not. I was thinking last time I might have been at spring training was the Red Sox, and that was the mid-2000s, early 2000s.
I think JetBlue's been there probably 7 or 8 years, but it is about as close to replica in the dimensions and everything as you can get to Fenway Park. It's a fun park to play in. It's a fun park to watch its impact on kids and families as they walk in and go, wow.
The year I was there, I think Pedroia was going to Double-A. Hanley Ramirez was going to Double-A. And the Red Sox system. One out in the frame. Derek Pitts, Christian Brothers College from St. Louis, Missouri. Good fastball there from Smalley. Pitts swinging right through it. Ball popped up short center field. And that is out number 2. Siegler taking care of it. And here is Patterson. Christopher Patterson struck out in his at bat earlier. On the ground, third base. Nice job by Smalley. And does not get out of the inning as the ball is not handled on the opposite side by Moon. Takes a peek at his glove. So an error keeps the inning alive. And Eric Diaz stands in. Diaz had a stolen base earlier in this game as a ghost runner and drew the applause from the dugout. Goes through his little routine at the plate.
Still couldn't speculate on what the source of that was. Almost like a Bronx cheer or something. But then Diaz, a 6'6" runner, dynamic-looking athlete. You'd expect him to steal second base.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Pulls this one on the ground and threw into right field for a base hit. Patterson first to third. And now a fake towards second base. And Diaz sets up a second and third situation with 2 down here in the 8th inning. Play unfolding in front of him and able to move up and take advantage of the throw across. And Dawson Cleveland will get an opportunity against Dylan Smalley. That one blocked at home plate.
Smalley's been pretty slider heavy this inning. That's his pitch, the one he's most confident in.
One ball, one strike count. Swings through that 86-mile-an-hour fastball. Patterson at third, Diaz the runner at second. Cleveland looking for his second hit. Picked up an RBI, also scored a run earlier. Tried to hold up. And he went around. They do not need the appeal.
I think Smalley was Cleveland was looking for the Smalley slider on that pitch, didn't get it.
Able to lay off on that pitch. Called strike three, inning over. Two runners left stranded in scoring position by Dylan Smalley as he is greeted in a positive fashion over in the Vegas Gold dugout. And we'll take a look at Dylan Smalley. Picks up the strikeout against Dawson Cleveland. Still more baseball to be played.
That looks like an East Cobb Astros practice, actually, over there on Field 2.
One of the elite, well-known, well-respected programs around the nation. See activity in the bullpen as KJ Scobie is throwing.
Guessing we have a collection of college coaches there taking in the action.
Ethan Murray, Georgia Tech commit from Buford, Georgia, now on the mound. See the ranking for perfect game. McPherson worked the first two innings for Team White. Gave up 2 runs, 1 earned on 3 base hits through a total of 33 pitches. Kate Cleary credited with an inning and 2/3, gave up an unearned run and struck out 3.
I'm curious about Murray throwing. It's been about 2 years since he threw in a PG event. Not really a pitcher by nature.
Polenich 0 for 1, does have a run scored.
Yes, sir, Ethan! Yeah.
But Murray's so athletic.
Delayed call there, picks up a strike. On the ground, second base. And Kalinich retired. Batter now, Braden Moon, top of the 9th inning in a 1-run ball game. Saw Scobie in the bullpen as Moon steps to the plate. Not sure what we have on the pitching side for Vegas Gold, Dave.
We might have white pitchers throwing the last for both teams in the last inning here. That's a frequent occurrence. I was going to say, in case you're getting confused by the Moons on the field, we've actually have 2 Moons in this game. KJ Moon, number 30 for white, and then Braden Moon, number 27 for Vegas Gold. I know early in the game I got a little confused about that, but no relation. Braden Moon from Lithia, Florida, just got hit by that pitch. KJ Moon from Statham, Georgia.
Murray misses it tight at the letters. Pulled towards third. High throw across the diamond, and the tag applied right there by Webb. On the throw across from KJ Moon. There you go. Moon retiring Moon.
Webb's got a chance to show his vertical a couple times this game.
Brenton Waters 1 for 1 with a single. Pardon me, 1 for 1 with an RBI. Takes upstairs. Underway with our first game this morning at 8 a.m. Eastern. Are we going to go the full 12 hours? Just past 7:30 local time in Marietta, Georgia. Have enjoyed being with you, Dave, and Jeremy earlier today.
Well, I'm glad to hear it because we're going to spend about 30 or so hours the next 3 days on the air together.
Is Vinny on board tomorrow?
Nope.
All you?
All me. All
right.
me the next 3 days.
Well, we've got half the schedule tomorrow. I'm looking forward to the workout in the afternoon for the sophomores coming in as they get underway with the Rising Sophomore National Showcase.
Well, I'll give
2
you
games, that's half of our total on day 1 working together.
Well, I'll give you a warning about the workouts. The workouts are really my favorite part of showcases because you're learning so much about so many players in a short period of time, and it's always the first thing at a showcase, so it's very introductory. And batting practice is my favorite part of baseball, and I know that's strange, but as a televised event, not so much. It's a good way to get to know the players. Mostly what you're going to find yourself doing tomorrow is just keeping the names flowing and getting all the information out there because it really goes fast.
That works. This one whacked into right center field will split the alley and go all the way to the base of the wall. And Waters to second base, content. He'll stop there with a double.
Waters has had a nice day at the plate. Looking down at my BP notes, he had a really nice day yesterday in BP. The young man can hit.
Goes back and picks up the helmet. Got the bat through the zone.
Got the lower half into it really well. Okay, we're going to switch this in mid.
And we will see KJ Scobie. He was up and throwing and looks like every bit the position player on the mound.
Yes, I think what we had there is basically a pitch limit on Ethan Murray as a secondary pitcher who doesn't throw much. And so we're just going to continue the inning, maybe have an extra hit or two or here. I wouldn't be surprised if these are the last few hitters of the day, and we might get done before the 12-hour mark. Well, let's just have a little conversation out in the middle of the infield. Anyway, getting back to the workouts, they're going to go fast. Running the 60, it's bang, bang, bang. You just have enough time to ID the players, get a time maybe for the faster ones. You know, the drills, it's five balls hit at each player in pretty quick fashion. And BP, as you saw earlier today, it's 10 pitches. And it just moves really, really fast.
Well, let the pictures tell the story. How about that? Scobie with a runner at second, 2 down, and the 9th inning. I'm right there with you. Many, many years, we were creatures of habit. Even years after being out of minor league baseball, you'd get to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd think, let's get out to the field, let's get out of the broadcast booth, let's get out of the office and get out and watch batting practice. And I'll take a step further. This ball pulled on the ground to first base. And Ashford retired.
They're going to stay back out there. They're staying out there. Not going anywhere.
Webb thought they were all done.
Yeah, well, that's
Tossed the ball away.
You're kind of conditioned that way.
Right.
3 outs, go to
Three
the
outs.
But no.
Well, I'm looking forward to the infield outfield. Because even as a kid and teams wrapping up, in the minor league level, it was infield after BP just about every single day and night. It was a rarity when you had an hour before the first pitch. This is Ashford at the plate against Scobie. Ashford 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Chased a pitch up above the letters there. 86 from Scobie. Shows the breaking ball there and picks up the strikeout. Anthony Wilkie against Scobie. And a first pitch strike. Scobie is 0 for 1. Pardon me, Wilkie is 0 for 1. Lost this one in the air to center field. Nice sliding catch. Out in center field once again.
Are we going to have another half inning?
Kind of the wait and see right now. Bo Walker making the catch on that pop-up.
Well, there's bats in hand there, so.
And we will have the new pitcher for Vegas Gold. And it looks like Caden Lopez is going to get the bottom half of the 9th inning. See Lopez on the mound, again from Oviedo High School in the Orlando, Florida area.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He played with
Lopez ready on the mound. Our batter set to stand in. And Webb Watson, 0 for 1. Gets a second at bat. Watson, first pitch swinging here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Lopez showing nice arm strength early. 87, 88 on those first couple of fastballs.
Opposite way out of the reach of the shortstop and a leadoff base runner. Watson aboard with his first hit. And KJ Moon will stand in. First pitch strike. Longo up the middle at his shortstop position. Watson a single, takes his lead from first. And Moon out on strikes. That'll bring up Custer Webb, who has a base hit, 1 for 1. Webb's base hit, or was Webb's base hit to right?
Yes, it was a rocket to right
Yes.
field. In fact, they it drew through. It was hit so hard at the right fielder, it drew a throw to first base.
Foul tip into the glove of the catcher's mitt.
Lopez is keeping it pretty simple here. Throwing strikes, 87, 87, 87.
Webb holds the hands tight to the chest.
Now looking at Caden Webb's page here, another very young player, just turned 16 years old. He'll play his whole senior season at 17.
Pours in a strike. Sharply hit.
Thought we were going to see
Trying
a
to go that way
there.
again.
Yeah, thought we were going to see a replay. But you can see with that hand position where he's going to have a tendency to hit the ball, mid to oppo with those tight hands. And with that strength, certainly anything coming off the barrel is going to come off hard. Turned in front shoulder, that's all the more encouragement to hit at the opposite field.
Continues to battle against Lopez.
Interesting to see whether if he got a pitch on the inside half, whether he could open up that front shoulder and turn on.
Fly ball well hit left center field. And it is hauled in right near the warning track. Long out there off the bat of Webb.
That carried a long way. Didn't quite get turned on it, but got my center fielder out there just gracefully jogging under the ball. Tyler Head.
Got a beat on it the entire way. Joey Tenati gets an at bat here. Left field, well hit. And this one off of the wall. Tenati on his way to second. And coming in to score on the ringing double off the bat of Tenati is Webb Watson.
But Tenati really showing those two-way skills. We're impressed on him with him on the mound earlier. Upper 80s fastball and just a nice left-handed swing. We can see the reason why he collected those two most valuable player awards earlier in his PG tournament career.